This channel is part of the History Hit network. Stick around to find out more.
500 years ago, England was emerging into a new era. After years of war, plague and famine, the kingdom was enjoying peace and prosperity under the reign of the first Tudor king, Henry VII. A new class of business-savvy farmer was thriving, boosting food production.
And then over she goes.
While wool from their sheep was generating half the nation's wealth. Many of the nation's farms were under the control of the biggest landowner in England after the king, the monasteries. Their influence could be felt in every aspect of daily life. They were not just places of religion. They were at the forefront of technology, education, and farming. But with the daily lives of monks devoted to prayer, they depended increasingly on tenant farmers who worked and tended their lands.
Steady, go.
Now, historian Ruth Goodman and archaeologists Tom Pinfold and Peter Ginn are turning the clock back to Tudor England, here at Weald Downland in West Sussex, to work as ordinary farmers under the watchful eye of a monastic landlord.
Here.
That's the way. Nice.
To succeed, they'll have to master long-lost farming methods.
Watch those flanks. They're going again.
And get to grips with Tudor technology.
Quite noisy.
It's a really violent process.
While immersing themselves in the beliefs, customs, and rituals that shaped the age.
This is merry England, for heaven's sake, so to speak. Let's enjoy it.
This is the untold story of the monastic farms of Tudor England. Ruth, Tom and Peter are travelling to their new farm at Weald Downland in Sussex on England's south coast. In 1500, England was 15 years into the rule of its first Tudor king, Henry VII. The previous 2 centuries had seen the country ravaged by war, economic depression and plague. The Black Death had cut England's population from 4 million to just 2.5 million. But under the new Tudor dynasty, the nation was slowly emerging from the darkest of times.
This is our marketplace. This is our little town.
What a day to start out on, eh? Look at it, blue
Welcome
sky.
to Tudor England, eh?
The early Tudor world is a Catholic world, suffused with religious thought, even very practical stuff. It was always there. Whatever you did, whatever you talked about, whatever you thought, there was no other system of understanding the world. It was undisputed.
In 1500, monasteries were almost as powerful as the state itself. They exerted their influence over the entire population, not only in matters of religion, but in every aspect of daily life. This was a God-fearing nation. People believed they risked eternal damnation, even social isolation, if they didn't attend church at least once a week.
In this period, most people were living in small wooden structures, and the focal points of these communities were these massive cathedrals, awe-inspiring stone built, dominating the landscape. And this shows how central the church and religion were to people's everyday lives.
It was a time when religion, rather than science, was relied upon to explain everything, from the weather and the growth of crops to health and well-being.
Our lives, this country, the values we have, the laws we have, the way we approach life, it's all shaped by the past. I mean, this is one of those periods that really forges the identity of England.
Professor James Clark, an expert in medieval monastic life, is introducing them to their new farm.
What was the relationship between monasteries and farms such as this? By the early Tudor period, monasteries are preferring increasingly to put out a large proportion of their agricultural property to tenants.
So we're not employed directly by the monasteries, but rather a sort of little private enterprise paying rent to the monasteries, and we're taking all the business risks.
Absolutely so, and it's down to your ingenuity and perhaps your ability to read the dynamics of the market to make a success of it.
As well as having a good head for business, monastic farmers needed shelter, not just for themselves, but also to accommodate and feed their workers.
It's huge.
Heating bill's going to be a bugger, isn't it? Wow.
This is a house. Wow.
How many people would have lived in here?
There would be the tenants and their immediate family, but there would also be live-in domestic servants, so maybe 8 to 10 people in total.
This was the heart of the house, where the farmers would eat, carry out business, and house extra labourers at harvest time.
Wow, so where do we sleep?
Well, that'll be, for us, upstairs.
The upper chamber, called the solar, was the farmer's private bed-sitting room.
Started already. Wow,
And a pull-out truckle.
A truckle?
Yeah, it's on wheels. It shoves underneath during the day.
That's where you'll be, Peter. On the truckle.
To pay their monastic landlords, Tudor farmers had to turn a decent profit. Their farm has 5 acres of enclosed fields, as well as access to hundreds of acres of common land and woods. They have cows to pull ploughs and carts, a barley crop, poultry, and a flock of Southdown sheep.
So what kind of farming are we going to be doing then?
Well, your main focus will be sheep, and here's where the relationship between the tenant and the monastery is absolutely central to your productivity. Your wool crop may well be required by the monastery to satisfy the merchants that it's under contract with.
But we can't be completely wool specialists. We do also have to grow arable crops.
Yes, certainly. You'll probably have a barley crop, for example. Also, at this time, what we do see is tenant farmers taking up pig farming in a small way as an additional small enterprise.
Peter, I think we should definitely get some pigs.
Right, if we're getting some pigs, we need a place to put them.
That's a project right there.
It's spring. Ruth, Peter and Tom have to get their money-spinning enterprises up and running as soon as possible. They have just a few weeks to sow crops and get in livestock before Easter. Wool was central to the early Tudor economy. It was known as the jewel in the realm, as it generated half the nation's wealth.
Sheep were the backbone of the British economy. For clothing mostly, and not just for us. British wool was clothing most of Europe. It was the finest quality. Come on, girls. It was all about grazing. The quality of the grass influenced the quality of the wool. And the British system involved quite a lot of moving sheep about. In the winter months, you wanted them down on your arable land, nibbling at the weeds, dropping their dung on your fields. But come spring, you moved them up into the hills, into areas where you can't run a plough. There the grass has come fresh and lush and will sustain your sheep through the summer and allow them to grow that perfect coat.
Only when the sheep are sheared, in a couple of months' time, will they know the quality of the wool. Most Tudor households kept a pig. Since pigs ate almost anything, they were a good way of turning kitchen scraps into meat. But in the early 1500s, monastic farmers began rearing pigs to sell on a commercial scale.
I suppose, modern age, you've got a lot of pig breeds, but the closest to the Tudor breed is the Tamworth, isn't it?
Yeah, a little tamer now, though, aren't they? Much wilder, much more aggressive back then.
The monasteries laid down strict rules for their tenants. It was forbidden for pigs to run free, as they could destroy crops and attack people. So Peter and Tom must build an enclosure.
I suppose pigs, I mean, they're forest dwellers, so to keep them inside, they want to get out.
It's got to be a proper construction project.
Yeah.
No messing around.
The monastery's most valuable asset was their land. In an age when almost every craft relied on wood, management of the coppices was essential. John Roberts looks after this coppice and is helping Tom cut some hazel to build a pig enclosure.
This is all based around the broadleaf's ability to basically regenerate very quickly, isn't it?
Yeah, basically it releases all sorts of hormones in it that kids it into thinking it's young again. So you can make them virtually immortal.
After the wood is cut, new branches quickly sprout, and within a few years it will have produced another crop of hazel poles.
As a tenant farmer, how much wood can I actually take?
Well, that will sort of depend on your tenancy, really. And like today, you get what you pays for. So, sorry, the more rent you're paying, generally the more rights you have. And they might restrict you to how many cartloads you could take, or they might restrict you to how long you could be in there cutting for. You're just spending your time, basically.
Time and effort.
Yes.
Materials gathered, Peter and Tom begin to build the pig enclosure. Tudor farmers had to master all types of building skills to survive.
These things are never as easy as they look.
They've found an area that's already fenced on 3 sides, so they just need to close it off.
We're making good progress with this, Peter. It's hard work, but it's satisfying.
Between these stakes, the coppiced hazel is woven to create what is known as a wattle fence.
So you need to start there.
Yeah.
OK?
Bob Holman's an expert at building Tudor fences.
Do you think this will hold pigs?
Oh, yes, without a doubt.
Yeah.
This would hold an elephant by the time we finished it. So what we're going to do is put our first wand in there, and then weave this through these, pushing it down all the time. Push it down with your feet, give it a good shove, and that's the first one in. The next one, of course, will go on the other side.
Right.
So in that one goes. All the butts will then go on the inside. So we follow that process through, right the way through to the other end. Commonly known as a cockerel knobbler.
Cockerel knobbler.
A cockerel knobbler. To sort of polish a cockerel off, we used to give it a tap on the head before.
Knobbler.
A knobbler.
Oh, I see.
Yes,
Okay.
it's just an expression of speech, but it's very good for tapping the ends in. That's right.
The other side of the pig pen is enclosed with a different type of Tudor fencing, a dead hedge.
Rotten wood, isn't it? It's just rotted away. Well, that's just come out.
Ruth and Tom are making some repairs. Instead of using valuable coppiced hazel, otherwise unwanted twigs could be used.
Basically 2 rows of posts or stakes driven into the ground. And then we take all the stuff that, on the face of it, looks like it's not needed. Hawthorns, brambles, a bit of blackthorn there. You look at the thorns on here, about 1 inch long. I mean, they're sharp as well. They're going to hurt. So if you're an animal trying to force your way in, you've got something to contend with.
You can't, can you? It really,
you can't.
You can
it's going
just
nowhere.
Throw yourself against it and nothing happens.
Exactly.
I think your aim will improve as time goes on, Peter.
I think that is about there.
No pigs getting through there, is it?
After just a day's work, the enclosure is complete.
This fence is as secure as it's going to get. So, hopefully, pigs contained. I mean, that's the great thing about Tudor building. It's all about sourcing your materials from your landscape.
To the monasteries, farming was a sideline, a way of earning money. Their primary purpose was to perform religious worship on such a scale that its spiritual power would benefit every Christian soul.
Pater noster, qui es in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum,
The oldest of all the monastic orders were the Benedictines. Established by Benedict of Nursia in the 6th century, they were bound by vows of celibacy, poverty, and obedience, and followed a demanding daily routine of worship, study, and prayer. Peter is visiting Downside Abbey, a Benedictine monastery, to meet its abbot, Father Aidan Bellinger.
Hello, Father Abbot.
Hello, Peter. Very good to see you.
You
As
too.
it always is.
Tudor tradesmen formed religious guilds to ensure prosperity in this life and safe passage to heaven in the next. Peter wants advice on setting up a guild for farmers.
Which patron saint do you think a guild of farmers would adopt?
I think, in general, the most likely patron for a farmer would actually be St. Benedict himself.
Right, okay.
And one that I'd particularly like to think goes in hand with St. Benedict is St. Benedict's sister, St. Scholastica, who is often seen as the patron saint of good weather. And I think that must be very important for any farmer.
Every area of life was represented by a different saint, as illustrated by this medieval prayer book.
They begin with calendars,
yeah,
and the months are the same as the months we have now. But many people would identify the day less by the day of the month than by the saint of the day.
Yeah.
And some parts of the year are absolutely full of saints, which gave the people an excuse for jollification and having a good party. But they were also a reminder of the way in which the church and God and the saints intervened in everyday life.
Alleluia. The
first stage in establishing the Guild of St. Benedict is to create a register of its members. Inspired by the prayer book, Peter's commissioning a richly illuminated document. Monasteries employed layfolk to do domestic work like cooking and laundry, and skilled workers to do stone carving, bookbinding, and calligraphy. Josie Brown has begun the calligraphy on vellum made from calfskin.
So how are you getting on with our manuscript?
It's coming along very nicely.
I remember making a quill, but mine, it had quite a lot of feathers on it.
Absolutely. You very often see the romantic idea of using a pretty quill, but we don't use them like that. We cut the ends off because they get in the way, and we strip the barbs and use the pen like that. Not quite so attractive, but much more authentic.
Are you squeezing that to suck ink into this, or are you simply dipping it in?
I'm simply dipping it in, but that's also why the board is at an angle,
right,
because if you're writing flat, gravity will take over.
Right.
So you want your pen almost horizontal,
right,
to stop the ink flooding.
Once the calligraphy is finished, the document will move on to an artist within the abbey to illuminate the text. The Tudor farmer's day began at sunrise.
Brush the grit off my feet. I don't want a little stone in the bottom of my hose. Now these are made out of sheep's wool, hence the pure whiteness of the doublet here is what's going to hold the hose up. The doublet is just like a jacket essentially. I sew myself together.
But being laced into clothing created problems all of its own.
And the Book of Manners, which essentially tells a page boy how to dress the squire, suggests that he first makes sure that the privy is available, because the implication is that once you're sewn into this, you'd much rather have used the facilities before you did up all the stitches than afterwards. And it certainly is something that you begin to start considering. We talk about rhythms of daily life. Well, I've certainly established my own rhythms of my own daily life. Once in the morning, twice in the evenings, in case you're wondering.
To preserve modesty, a flap of fabric known as a codpiece was worn on the front of the hose.
It's not something you're used to coming across in modern life. And it's tied at the top here, so you can undo the ties
and go to the loo. It's essentially a fly. So it's just like the zip on your jeans, and it's functional and surprisingly comfortable.
For the woman of the house, the first job of the day was to light the fire.
I got my flint and my steel, struck together, they spark. The trick, though, is to catch one of those sparks and to keep it alight. And there. You see it? That little spark.
Ruth uses charred cloth for tinder, which will catch light from a tiny spark.
And now we surround it. And we have fire.
Farmhouses had no glazed windows because glass was expensive. To keep warm, a fire was essential.
So one of the things you may notice is that I'm not doing this in the middle of a hearth, you know, with a chimney. And there's several reasons for that. Most important is probably to do with fuel efficiency, the heating of your home. About 70% of the heat of a fire goes straight up a chimney. That means that if I wanted to keep a house like this warm, I would have to have nearly 3 times as much fuel, day in, day out, with a chimney, as I do with a little fire in the centre of the room. So this is really, really fuel efficient.
For the men, the first job was to feed the livestock. Peter and Tom are sourcing water from the farm's well.
Look at this.
Wow, look at that.
The water is over 20 feet down.
Blimey, that is deep.
To reach it, some ingenious Tudor technology is called for.
I think slow and steady wins the race here, Peter.
Tread wheels were the engines of the day, used to power cranes to build cathedrals, monasteries and castles, as well as to drive machinery.
Slow it down, Peter. I'm applying the brake.
OK, let's get this into the buckets.
OK.
Oh! That was close. So this is going to be ideal water for our cattle, isn't it? Yeah, but humans back then, you know, you got to keep yourself healthy, haven't you? So you need to purify the water, and the best way of doing that is making beer.
Which suits us very well, I think.
Yeah, let's get these to our cows.
Since water from wells was often contaminated, people drank ale all day, every day. The alcohol killed any bacteria, making it safe to drink.
How are those tight clothes working for you now, Peter?
Animals, on the other hand, have better resistance to the bacteria in dirty water, so are less likely to get ill from drinking it.
Perfect.
I like that tread wheel. It's really cool.
In a world without electric light, work indoors, like writing accounts or mending clothes, had to be done during daylight hours. The only illumination came from dim lights made from rushes and sheep fat.
What I want to do is sort of end up with pure fat. So that means I've got to cook out all the little bits of blood vessels, skin. And the easiest way to do this is to just boil it all up. I want to boil it until all those great big solid lumps of tallow have dissolved.
The fat needs to boil continuously all morning. As well as breeding sheep, pigs and geese, the Tudor farmer also cultivated crops. The farm is already growing barley, used for making bread and ale. Another essential Tudor crop would be peas.
I mean, obviously, peas are very much a crop you associate with the garden.
Yes, but all the sort of text and evidence that we have that comes down to it shows that they were using it as a field crop as well, on a smaller scale than the barley and the wheat, but nonetheless something that you have out in the field for your livestock and for yourselves.
I think it's ideal.
In modern Britain, we rely quite heavily on potatoes, don't we? Whereas in Tudor Britain, or Tudor England, there are no potatoes.
That is a
Not
good
yet.
point.
Yeah.
That is a very good point, yeah.
Potatoes didn't arrive in Britain until the 1580s. To sow their peas, they are seeking guidance from a Tudor farming manual, Fitzherbert's Book of Husbandry.
You know, if we're following the advice in this book, then we're following the sort of ideas and the farming practice of this era.
Yeah.
In Tudor English, spelling was yet to be standardised, as Peter is discovering.
How will you know?
A seasonable time.
Seasonable time to go upon the land that is ploughed. And if it's...
Sing.
Oh, yeah, and if it sing or cry or make any noise under thy feet, then it is too wet to sow. And if it makes no noise and will bear the horses, then sow in the name of God. You're listening to the land, that's the idea, isn't it? So if it's absolutely saturated with water or anywhere in between, it's going to make a noise. It's going to be squelchy or it's going to be squishy or it's going to sing or cry.
You're going to hear those sort of sticky noises, yeah.
But as soon as that noise ceases, that's when you hit it, that's when you sow.
This certainly isn't singing or crying under my feet. It's pretty darn dry to me.
Before sowing, the land must be ploughed to turn over the soil and return it to bare earth. In Tudor times, the plough would have been pulled by cattle, often oxen, rather than horses. Gwyn and Graceful are one of the only pairs of cattle left in Britain trained to pull a plough. But they haven't worked for a couple of years, so the boys will have to break them in again.
Right old thing. Good old biddy.
Hi, Charles.
Oh, hi, Peter.
Pleased to meet you.
They've called on someone with a lifetime's experience in working with cattle, Charles Martell.
This is Gwyn. She's on the near side, always the short name on the near side of a pair of oxen, and then she's Graceful, double syllable, so that eventually they respond to their name. They don't actually understand English too well, but they can hear the difference in the length of the word. Gwyn, Graceful.
For the first time in 2 years, Gwyn and Graceful are being fitted with a yoke.
One yoke.
All right, there you are. So just hold it, just so she doesn't walk away.
Held in place with oxbows, the yoke is what the plough will be attached to.
Well, they almost look happy.
This is the easy bit. It's when we get out in the field, they see some open grassland and we might not see them again.
Of course, they haven't seen grassland for the best part of winter, I suppose.
Oh dear, don't say that. Steady, 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 steady.
Yeah.
It's like the Blaze Circus, isn't it? All right, old biddies, it's all right. That's just got the edge off them now.
Yeah.
We hope.
We need to convince them to do some work before they get their food, get them into routine, but here they come again.
Yeah, I don't think we should let them out, actually, at the moment, because I'm afraid that's what they're after, is their grub.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Because I'm afraid if they do go, they'll think it's a great laugh and we might not catch them tonight.
They can smell their grub there.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
So what exactly do people move away from ploughing like oxen, cattle towards horses?
Two things, I think. First of all, fashion is a big part in it. Yeah.
Really?
You go and see a farmer now, he's careful to say, but you know, the tractor's got to be the latest one, it's got to be the modern one,
right,
it's got to be a bigger one. Oxen were regarded as lowly and sort of poor beasts. And the other thing is speed. Horses were more expensive, but they were fast. So that's why we're in the situation today where working oxen in Britain, this is probably one of the only pairs, and I think it's a great shame.
The sheep fat has spent the morning boiling and has been left to cool, leaving pure tallow on the surface. Ruth's reheating it to make the rushlights.
If you think about modern life, we get sort of fats and oils from a huge number of sources. Things like olives, sunflower seeds, linseed, rapeseed, as well as crude oil and all its various derivatives. But if you're living in around 1500, then the animal fats are pretty much all there is. And those animal fats have got to do every food job, every lighting energy job, every axle grease job. Anything that needs fat has to come from animal fats. And this is the other ingredient, rushes. And the sort you want are those that have a sort of solid pith-like centre. And what I want to do is to soak the fat into the pith. And then that little bit of green rind will act as the wick, which helps that to burn. Right. All I want to do is to soak that just briefly in the fat. And that pith draws the fat into it. That is a rushlight. It's really simple, isn't it?
It's the moment of truth for Gwyn and Graceful. They are about to work for the first time in years.
Whoa!
Once in the field, Charles's fears are realised.
Dear. But look at them now, look. You see, they're not least bit upset. Yeah. They had their little run. They're quite fat, so it wasn't very far.
Just need to work out what stop is then.
Stop, yeah.
We've got to get a plough into that soil in the next week or so, otherwise, we're not going to get a crop.
Before the plough is attached, Charles has suggested letting them pull a much lighter implement. It's vital that the ploughed furrows are absolutely straight to ensure every inch of land is turned over. So Tom and Peter must persuade Gwyn and Graceful to walk in a straight line.
Move on, move on. Come on, come on.
Come on.
There we go. Just need to tap them ever so gently, don't you? And they just move. It's amazing. They look kind of happy. They're earning their food now. Come on, come on. And keep them moving. That's the trick, apparently. Don't let them stop. Come on. Oh, come on.
Well, there they are. They're working. I'm amazed. Pete's a bit noisy. You don't need to shout him like that. They've got quite good hearing, oxen, but I'll tell him about that in a minute. I'm impressed. It's lovely, and the next stage is ploughing.
Well done, girls. Well done.
As night fell, with the farmhouse plunged into darkness, the Tudor farmer would go to bed.
About the same as a candle flame, isn't it? Not much different. Smells a lot worse. There ain't much work you can do by rushlight. Beautiful day.
It was believed that devotion to a patron saint through a religious guild was the key to success. At the monastery, the calligraphy on the Guild of St. Benedict register is complete. Next, a painter illuminates the text. As with all trades of the day, it wasn't only creative skills that were required, but also craft skills to make the tools for the job. Artist Mark Goodman begins by making a brush from a feather.
A simple way to get a point on it is just to cut it through just over halfway. We've now got a point on our feather. We can cut the feather off. We can then make a tube, and then we can push the feather through the tube. And as you see, there we have a brush. Then the only last bit that you've got to worry about is your stick, which of course you can get anywhere. And there we have it, a paintbrush.
To paint these very fine details, the Tudor artist had an ingenious solution.
Just a glass globe full of water. If it's not full of water, nothing happens with it really. As you can see there, the trick is filling it with water. As soon as you fill it with water, then it becomes a large magnifying lens. This one's around about 16 times magnification.
Illumination was a complex and expensive process, so reserved only for special books and documents like this register. After many hours of delicate work, the register is complete, an indelible record of the Guild of St. Benedict's paying members. The Guild would have funded an altar in the local church dedicated to their cause.
Pre-Reformation churches look completely different. Look at all the imagery on the walls.
This chapel at St. Fagans has been restored to how it would have been in 1500. In the late 1520s, Henry VIII broke away from the Roman Church and formed the Church of England, beginning a process that would see the monasteries destroyed and parish churches like this one stripped of their splendour.
This is the side altar of our guild, the one that we maintain and look after. And here, we, as ordinary lay folk, pay for a priest to come and do additional masses for the souls of all of us within the guild, for now and forevermore. These are in need of some TLC, aren't they? Look at that. Not only covered in wax, but filthy. So that's a job for me.
Tom and Peter have spent the last week getting the cattle used to working again.
We've got 5 willing participants at the moment, I believe. Ruth's happy, Peter's kind of happy.
There we go.
Now they're ready to take the plough for the first time in years.
This is the moment of truth. These cows are getting restless, they want to get on with some work. OK, Tomo, we're in your hands. Work on. Straight line, Tomo, straight line. This is good, I think. Yeah, we are experimenting here.
It's vital that Gwyn and Graceful plough in straight lines.
Cheer.
Now that's nice. That's good. Keep that straight line.
We're going straight. What are you doing at the back?
Those cows straight. They need a line to follow.
Really?
And unfortunately for us,
Look at it.
we've got a bit of spaghetti ploughing.
Spaghetti ploughing. That's worse than spaghetti ploughing.
But the ploughing goes from bad to worse.
Walk on. Come on.
You all right, Tommy?
Walk on.
We've got cow mutiny.
Walk on.
Gwyn and Graceful are exhausted after just a couple of furrows.
Oh dear, the problem is they're really hating this, aren't they?
I think they're just not used to having the equipment on them. They're just not happy with it. So once you've got that pressure of pulling the plough, when we're trying to go deeper, it's too much work for them. They're just not happy.
Getting the peas in the ground within the next week is crucial. Otherwise, the crop will fail. Also pressing is the pig concern.
Oh, here we go. Timber.
The enclosure's complete, but now they must build a shelter within it. Pigs don't like drafts, so if they're to breed successfully, the shelter must have solid walls. They're basing the design on medieval buildings they've excavated as archaeologists. But constructing the walls without nails is proving tricky.
Oh, this one's high.
Yeah.
I think I might need to get the axe.
Or we could bash it. If we bash it.
Tom and Peter have rather different ideas as to how it should be built.
You split that timber.
What?
I think basically it should be shaped slightly with the axe. And Peter's just enjoying hitting stuff with a piece of wood.
That one's fat.
You're damaging my timber.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Ooh. Right. Move that across like that. There we go. Bob on. I'm so impressed by this, Tom. You really have outdone yourself.
Yeah, friendship's still intact.
Just.
It's 2 weeks until Easter. For Tudors, it was preceded by Lent, 40 days of fasting and reflection ending on Easter Sunday. The Church dictated that no meat or fish be eaten, and in this God-fearing society, it was a practice observed by almost everyone. Vegetables from the garden were essential for survival.
Of course, the whole point of gardening at this period of history is to have something to eat every day. And if you look around you, you can see just how hard that can be. Oddly enough, you might think that the hungriest period of the year is in the dead of winter, but that's not quite true. It's really sort of now that we call traditionally the hungry gap. That part of the year between your supplies, your stores beginning to run low, and the new harvests arriving.
There are just leeks, parsley, and a vegetable that's long since disappeared from the kitchen.
This is Alexander's. I think the Romans brought them over to begin with. They're very versatile. These young leaves are edible just as they are, and these are a real treat. Can you see the flower heads in here? Just forming underneath. Poach just those. They're absolutely delicious. This is a real favourite of mine this time of year. Primroses. Delicious salad. You just pull the petals, so you just get that bit out. And they are so lovely, and if the sun's been on them, they're really sweet. They're really tasty.
Here we go. Weavy, weavy, weavy.
To construct the pig shelter walls, Peter and Tom are using a building technique that's been around for over 6,000 years, wattle and daub. Thin hazel sticks are woven around the uprights to create a fence. Then a mixture of clay, horse dung and straw is daubed onto it, creating a solid, draft-proof wall.
I mean, look how easily that just works into the wattle. That's amazing. The stickiness comes from the manure. Sorry, this is really quite horrible. Probably going to be as strong as bricks. All the pressure is spread out over all the different bits of wattle. All this is going to dry, go solid. You know, it's not hard to work with. It's just unpleasant.
500 years ago, this was the way most houses were built.
And obviously our farm cottage, you can see the timber structures and the panels in between. They're all wattle and daub, beautifully smoothed off. We're building pigsties in exactly the same way that Tudor cottage was built.
Ruth's equipping the farmhouse with utensils and tableware. In Tudor times, these were sourced from local craftsmen, and most villages would have had a dish maker. Today, there's just one professional wooden dish maker left in Britain, aptly named Robin Wood.
Right, here we go.
Right, so this is what you're going to make a house out of?
Yeah, out of each log like this, I get 3 dishes.
So we're not trying to make them out of slices that way. It's not like that's the bowl.
Yeah, exactly. All the strength in wood is the fibres running along this way. So if you just cut a ring off like this, then they'd all be very short fibres and it'd just break apart.
The dishes are hewn from a hardwood, such as beech.
Nice. Let's see what we've got. There it goes.
The dish is roughly shaped, using just one tool, an axe.
And these are your chisels?
Yeah, forge all these myself, and traditionally then forging your tools would have been part of the apprenticeship of the job.
Right.
Then it's turned, using a foot-operated pole lathe. It's a device so simple and ingenious that it saw use from the 10th century right through until the 20th.
Clunk.
Clunk. I love the way it's turning it around really is as simple as that.
Throughout history, these wooden dishes have gone in and out of fashion.
In the Roman period, they all ate from ceramic. And then we had about 1,000 years when people ate from wood. And then it was really the 18th century when the Stoke pottery started mass producing very cheap ceramic, that we went back to being a ceramic culture. Oy, there we go. There we go, all finished.
Wow, that is beautiful.
Probably 1,000 years of accumulated knowledge handed down through the generations gone into that bowl.
In the 1500s, people ate their main meal at 11 o'clock in the morning. Having risen at dawn, by then the farm workers would have been ravenous. Taking pride of place on the Tudor table was the salt.
Without salt, people for centuries and centuries and centuries would have found living in the northern climes nigh impossible. Salt allows you to preserve meat, it allows you to preserve fish.
Like most things in Tudor life, even setting the table was laden with Christian symbolism.
You might look at it and think, it looks rather like an altar in a church, and that's what many people in the period thought too. They made the connection between dining and God's table. There was something of the sacred in the daily ritual of eating a meal, something of remembering Christ, something of an echo of the Last Supper. And people were quite conscious of that. They wrote about it at the time, they talked about it at the time, and they quite deliberately made the most of it.
It's the week before Easter. If the peas aren't planted now, they won't have time to germinate and grow. Peter and Tom have spent the week getting Gwyn and Graceful used to working again.
Whoa! They're fast. They're faster than I thought they'd be.
That's good. Go on, girls. Walk on.
Finally, the field is ploughed and harrowed to break up the soil.
I'm just giving them a little helping hand here. Take a bit of the pressure off.
Whoa! Whoa! Steady!
The peas can now be sown. Peter's taking advice from the Book of Husbandry.
Let thy left foot before, and take a handful of peas, and when thou take up thy right foot, then can throw thy pea.
Surely just throw, Peter. Just throw. 1,
2, 3.
Hand broadcasting seeds was inevitably haphazard. It wasn't until the invention of Jethro Tull's seed drill 200 years later that seeds could be sown in regular rows, evenly spaced.
By putting your left foot forward and then throwing with your right, left foot forward, throwing with your right, does mean that you are trying to get them broadcast as evenly as possible.
Come summer, they should have a crop to harvest. It's Palm Sunday, marking the last week of Lent. It commemorates Jesus' triumphal entry into Jerusalem when palm leaves were laid before him, days before he was betrayed and crucified. Peter has a key role in the celebrations.
Palm Sunday, starting around about 1490, people used to dress up as prophets. Basically a yeoman or a respected member of the village, but a layperson, such as myself, would don the outfit of a prophet, and the more dramatic the better, such as John the Baptist emerging from the wilderness. And records show that villagers would actually hire in beards so they could dress up their prophets accordingly. It wasn't meant to poke fun. "'Tis I, John the Baptist. Right. I wonder if they'll recognise me."
The most important ritual of Palm Sunday was Holy Mass.
Hic est qui de Edom venet tinctis.
Delivered in Latin, The text would not have been understood by the congregation, but its rituals were.
Nomine Dei Patris Omnipotente, et in nomine Jesu Christi.
Central to the Mass was the blessing of greenery, symbolising the palms that were laid before Jesus.
Tuos et speculum per ignem. Amen.
Then the blessed branches were turned into crosses, symbolic of the crucifixion. Finally, the congregation processed from the church with their crosses, which would then be taken home to protect them for the year to come. Professor Ronald Hutton, an expert on English rituals, explains the importance of Palm Sunday celebrations in early Tudor England.
You get three things in one. You get people reminded of what the Christian message and the Christian story is all about. You get the greenery, which symbolises spring and hope and new life. And you get something which is actually going to protect your house and your family and your farm. And all this in one, symbolised in this procession, with a layman, that's Peter up there, dressed up as a prophet, to dress this up as fun, to make it something which people can engage in and which they can make their own, is just a totally brilliant way of giving religion to the people and enabling them to share in it.
By the 1500s, there was a new raucous side to the celebrations.
The truly insanely wonderful thing about Palm Sunday ritual is it ended in a kind of spring version of a snowball fight. And it's a wonderful example of the way in which religion, round about 1500, introduced an element of just sheer merrymaking at the end of something solemn and profound, to remind us that we're alive, and being alive means having fun.
Oh, sure. I can't do anything.
Being a prophet has its advantages. I'm staying well out of the melee.
This is the last ritual of Palm Sunday, but it's a really important one. It's where we take the crosses woven out of our consecrated greenery and put them over the doorway of your home to protect it for the next year against witchcraft, curses, demons and general misfortune. It's the ultimate security system, circa 1500.
Does it work?
Apparently so. England's still here.
Can't argue with that.
Have a nice Tudor Easter.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Connie.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
It's late spring. The pea crop is coming through.
It's a really healthy looking crop, isn't it? I mean, the sun's really helping. You just look out there. I mean, that's very impressive, if I say so myself.
But the pigsties are still not finished. Without a shelter, they can't introduce pigs and breed them for cash.
This was all we'd been doing. This project, it would happen like that, but the problem is we've got the field to sort out, we've got the farm to sort out, we've got the animals to sort out. Everything needs attention, everything requires your time.
We sweated, we've bled.
We've argued.
We've argued.
We've road tested not only our skills, but our friendship. From here on in, you and I can do anything, absolutely anything.
For the roof, they're making shingles, wooden tiles.
That's pretty good, actually.
But I think it will shed water.
Well, they are pigs, so they can't be too fussy. It's time to get the pigs in.
Yeah, I think so. Cool.
As soon as Lent was over, meat could be eaten once again.
And at this time of year, it's one particular meat. This is veal. You have to kill a young calf if you want to have cheese for the rest of the year. So Easter is all about veal.
Rennet from the calf's stomach is essential in cheese making. With the meat, Ruth's cooking a Tudor favourite, pottage.
This, with its Easter veal and its fresh young Alexanders, last year's leeks and last year's beans, is just typical of this couple of weeks of the year. 2 or 3 weeks' time, I won't be able to make this pottage. Half these ingredients won't be around. So although, in some ways, a diet in the late medieval, early Tudor period can sound a little boring, you know, bread and pottage, next day bread and pottage, next day bread and pottage. Nonetheless, it actually hides, those words hide quite a lot of variety, as week by week by week, that pottage changes all through the year.
Local farmer Neil Careswell is delivering 2 Tamworth sows and 6 piglets. Tamworths can be dangerous, but Neil's got some advice on how to move them safely around.
If you try and push a pig from behind, they're a lot bigger than you, they're a lot stronger than you, and if they don't want to do it, they will just come through the other way. So if you try and use psychology more than brute strength, you'll be a little bit more successful. The best thing to do is convince them that you're brilliant and you've got some food. As you can tell, you know, definitely enjoying that. They're not taking a blind bit of notice of us, which is a good sign, Peter.
It's amazing how much they complete this area.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been quite sterile up until now, and all of a sudden it's like, that's why we're doing all the work. Lord, let us remember just how much effort goes into putting food on the table. Amen.
Amen. By 11 o'clock in the morning, with the livestock fed and watered, workers would head to the farmhouse for their main meal of the day.
Well, it's not every day you find yourself in a Leonardo da Vinci painting, is it?
The Last Supper. It does, doesn't it, have that sort of religious feel?
Echoes just how much the church influenced society.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sort of embedded and ingrained through absolutely everything you do.
Powers have changed, kings have come and gone, but the church has always been there.
It was the one way you understood where you'd come from, where you were going to, how you related to the natural world. And really we should see our farming through that lens, you know, how the crops grow, what we're doing on the land. If we want to get into the minds of people in 1500, we should be trying to see that through the lens of the church.
Next time on Tudor Monastery Farm, the team explore how farms made money to pay the rent.
Oh, that was a good jump.
By farming sheep.
Well, I guess the question is, are you going to buy our wool?
As we say in the monastery, you have to have faith.
Yeah, we certainly will.
Adopting new technology.
Quite lazy.
And trading their wares.
So, geese for sale, people. Anyone want a goose? If you don't want a whole goose, we've got parts of geese.
History Hit is like Netflix, just for history fans. With exclusive history documentaries covering some of the most famous people and events in history, just for you. It's a great collection of religious history content available to History Hit subscribers. From the Crusades to the birth of Islam. There are plenty of topics to choose from for your next documentary fix. And it's not just documentaries either. We have a network of incredible history podcasts bringing you new episodes every day. Sign up now for a 14-day free trial, and Parable fans get 50% off their first 3 months. Just be sure to use the code PARABLE at checkout.
500 years ago, England was emerging into a new era. After years of war, plague, and famine, the kingdom was enjoying peace and prosperity under the reign of the first Tudor king, Henry VII. A new class of business-savvy farmer was thriving, boosting food production.
And then over she goes.
While wool from their sheep was generating half the nation's wealth. Many of the nation's farms were under the control of the biggest landowner in England after the king, the monasteries. Their influence could be felt in every aspect of daily life. They were not just places of religion. They were at the forefront of technology, education, and farming. But with the daily lives of monks devoted to prayer, they depended increasingly on tenant farmers who worked and tended their lands.
Steady, girl.
Now, historian Ruth Goodman and archaeologists Tom Pinfold and Peter Ginn are turning the clock back to Tudor England, here at Weald Downland in West Sussex, to work as ordinary farmers under the watchful eye of a monastic landlord.
That's the way. Nice.
To succeed, they'll have to master long-lost farming methods.
Those flanks are going again.
And get to grips with Tudor technology.
Quite lazy.
It's a really violent process.
While immersing themselves in the beliefs, customs, and rituals that shaped the age.
This is merry England, for heaven's sake, so to speak. Let's enjoy it.
This is the untold story of the monastic farms of Tudor England. In 1500, England was at a crossroads. The subsistence farming of the medieval era was giving way to a modern spirit of commercialization. A world dominated by the church and the rhythm of farming was now opening up to a new force: money. As great landowners, the monasteries had capitalized on their land and their tenants for centuries, controlling everything from crop production to new technologies and trading relationships with merchants. But now, as more and more monastic farms were being rented out, Tudor tenant farmers realized that they too could make a profit from the land. Ruth is doing the monthly accounts.
In 1500, those farmers who were in a position to rent large parcels of land from people like the monasteries were becoming much more businessmen, and perhaps businesswomen. They were thinking much more in terms of profit and loss and accumulated wealth than perhaps had been the case before. I mean, this is a moment in which farming is beginning to change into something that's closer to the buying and selling and trading and merchant thinking that we're so accustomed to these days.
But for even the most industrious farmers, the farming calendar was still shaped by the cycle of religious festivals. It's May, and the Feast of Whitsun, also known as Pentecost, is on the horizon, traditionally celebrated with a special market day. Falling 7 weeks after Easter, it commemorated the descent of the Holy Spirit to Jesus' disciples. Although the team's main income will come from their sheep, Tom and Peter have also been raising geese to sell.
We've got 2 sitting over there. 6 very angry ones there.
So we're going to have a load of little goslings pretty soon.
That's very exciting. Just hope these ones come out then. A bit of hissing starting up. Look pretty good condition, those ones, don't they? This is when it gets exciting, though.
They're certainly good mothers, aren't they? Because they're hissing, they're protecting their nests.
Yeah, I'm always a little wary of being in here.
If we don't feed them in here, they might not go out for food, so they'll start losing condition, they won't be able to rear their young properly, we'll have massive problems. But a little bit of pottage goes a long way.
Looks better than it did last night, actually, in my opinion.
Most rural households, including monastic ones, kept geese for their eggs, meat, and fat, which was used in medicine.
Back in the Tudor times, good source of revenue.
Exactly, and we are here to make money.
We've got a Whitsun fair coming up, so it might be nice to take a couple of our geese to market, especially since we've got little goslings coming on.
In 1500, the farming landscape was very different. Common lands had not yet been enclosed, and farmers had the right to graze their animals on lush upland pastures, kept fresh and green by the wet climate. It meant sheep produced longer, fuller fleeces, putting English wool in great demand. Raw fleece and woolen cloth accounted for 75% of England's exports. For hundreds of years, the monasteries had dominated the trade, keeping huge flocks of up to 20,000 sheep. May was the time of year for flocks to be driven from the uplands back to the farm, for the most profitable job in a sheep farmer's calendar, shearing. Claire King is an expert in the history of shepherding. She's making some Tudor-style crooks to control the sheep on the journey, made from hollow cow horns.
So your mud stones goes in there.
Yep.
And you basically just swing it.
Yes, almost like a slingshot.
Are these going to be any good for controlling our sheep?
They will be in the confined spaces of the lanes. If you've got a gap you don't want them to go through or they're hesitating, then you can throw some stones ahead of them and that will frighten them out of that gap.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
Obviously they've got a practical purpose, but they do look quite fun.
They are fun.
Hopeless. I just missed them entirely.
The crooks, known as houlettes, were invaluable to the Tudor shepherd who looked after a whole community's sheep in the wide open countryside.
Oh, that was a bit better. Yeah, that's better. Whee! Yeah.
But gathering the sheep out in the open was a difficult task. In addition to the crooks, the team have enlisted the help of Bess and her owner, Hugh Emerson, to drive the flock back to the farm.
Sheep naturally flock together.
Right.
So that's an essential characteristic of sheep. There are only really 3 commands. Go left, go right, and stop. And that's the key one.
That's the key one. Nice and simple, then.
If you don't stop your dog, then she'll just drive them off and they'll disappear. If you've got those 3 commands, your dog will work sheep. Walk on. Go on, Bess. Go on, Bess. We're getting them moving.
Bess is a bearded collie, a traditional sheepdog.
Bess, this way. Bess, here to me.
The breed traces its roots back to 16th century Scotland.
You see how she drops her head down to the ground, can't you?
She's tracking them.
Yeah.
She tracks them. Bessie!
They don't seem too spooked at the moment.
Bess, this way. Bess, here to me. Go on, Bess. Go on, Bess. Walk on.
Worth their weight in gold, eh?
Once out of the field, the team need to get the sheep down the lane and back to the farm.
Hey! They're off! Crook time, isn't it?
Ooh.
And that did nothing. Come on, sheep. Head. Head, head. Good sheep. They know where they want to go. They'll get there.
Tudor shepherds lived on a knife edge. Disease commonly claimed up to 1/3 of their flocks. So safeguarding healthy sheep was vital.
Watch those flanks. They're going again. Stay on the lane. These crooks are actually pretty good. I'm going for the scattergun approach with stones. Love it.
Oh, they've seen the grass now. No bother now.
Yeah.
Safely back, there's one more job to do in preparation for shearing. Because sheep were so valuable, the farming manuals of the day had plenty of advice on how to rear them. To secure a good price, it was recommended that sheep must be well washed before their fleeces were removed.
Yeah. Who's going in first? You, me, or the sheep?
Normally, sheep would have been washed by swimming in deep water, but the pond on the farm is shallow, so the team have decided to wash them by hand.
Sheep seems happy. She coming up clean?
No.
No, not really compared to before, to be honest. We want to get all the dirt out of the fleece. Not just so you've got a nice clean fleece at the end, but also if the shears come across anything, it will blunten them.
But things aren't going quite to plan.
Yeah, runaway sheep.
going back.
So Peter's just driving around to the other side of the pond.
Right, another victim. Come on. Come on, girl.
You'll enjoy it once you're in there. Everyone else has. Come on.
Whew. Here we are. Hello.
I mean, what's the deal with the wool? If it's really mucky.
Well, if it's all glued together by dung, then you can't use it. It becomes unsaleable and unusable. Oh, that's a good dunk.
So doing this increases a farmer's profit margins,
It
essentially.
does indeed. She's done. Let her out.
I thought they were supposed to be white sheep, these ones.
I know they look dirty on the outside, but if we've managed to get the dung off from underneath and out in the matting, a bit of surface silt might not be that bad.
Yes. I don't know how efficient we're being, but we're definitely quicker.
Apart from naughty sheep, we did quite well.
It sort of worked, didn't it? I'll be honest, I thought it was great fun.
The sheep will need to dry out thoroughly in the sun over the coming week before they can be sheared. Oh, it's cold, 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 cold. In Tudor England, religion formed part of the ebb and flow of everyday life. But people also turned to the church in times of need, especially during illness. The church taught that saints interceded on behalf of those who worshipped them, bringing good health and curing ailments. But people didn't rely solely on the saints. There was also a firm tradition of turning to nature to produce cures.
Unfortunately, I've got a summer cold, and it's starting to get into my throat. So I'm going to try and find myself a remedy. And in a Tudor garden, we've got a number of plants that I can use. We have ground ivy. They called ale hoof, partly because it looks like a hoof. And the leaves are also used to flavour ale, ale hoof.
Ale hoof is rich in vitamin C, perfect for treating a cold.
Very interesting concept, the idea of edible weeds, and essentially this is one of them.
Peter adds honey to the ale hoof.
Back in Tudor times, it was always honey, because sugar is so exotic, it's so expensive, it's got so far to travel. So I'm just going to add a bit of hot water here. And you know what they say, what doesn't kill you. That's really nice. That's really good. Hopefully that'll work its magic. So for me, it's back to work. Ooh, getting stiff.
In addition to revenue from sheep's wool, money could also be made from their milk. Like many Tudor farmers, Ruth plans to supplement the farm's income by producing cheese to sell at the upcoming Whitsun market.
Milking sheep for sheep's cheese was really common through the High Middle Ages, but was already beginning to go out of fashion, if that's the right word, in 1500. Basically, a cow gives so much more milk than a sheep, more than 10 times as much milk. So many people were beginning to leave off milking their sheep and turning for milk instead to a cow. But monastic herds were a bit different, basically because they were so large. When you've got these huge flocks up on the hill and somebody's got to be there looking after them day and night anyway, milking them and making use of that produce just makes a whole lot more sense. And the milk itself, well, that was mostly used for cheese making, and that's what I plan to do. Keep your feet out of it, girl. No.
To guarantee a good return on their wool, the fleeces will need to be of impeccable quality. To help protect them during the shearing process, Peter is making a special Tudor contraption, a shearing bench, made distinctive by the unusual shape of its seat.
They look a little something like this. It's kind of bottle-shaped. So you've got these curves, and then there's slats in between. And this whole bench, it's going to keep the sheep off the ground. It's going to keep the wool clean. But this bit is where the sheep's going to go, and this bit is where you're going to sit. Now, the bit I'm trying to do at the moment, and I think the really hard bit, are these outside edges. I'm going to try and steam bend 2 pieces of hazel. And I've never steam bent a piece of wood in my life, so it'll be interesting to see how it goes. I know the theory.
Peter's first task is to dig a pit in which to steam the wood.
It looks disturbingly like a grave at the moment, but I think it's just the right size.
It'll contain a fire to generate enough heat to turn the water into steam.
These stones are going to act as a radiator. They're going to retain the heat of the fire. I'm then going to cover them with wet straw and wet grass, into which I will put the piece of wood that I want to bend. And the heat from those stones, that will heat up the moisture in that grass, and that will turn into steam and force itself into the wood. To make my fire, I've essentially built a chimney, and inside that I'm going to put a few oak shavings, and around it I'll put my wood upright. And the thing about the wood being upright is it will transport this heat up and just get that fire going. Relatively more successful than I thought it would be.
A dairy was a vital part of any substantial Tudor farmstead. Run by the woman of the house, the profits traditionally belonged to her rather than the household. Ruth is getting straight to work, making her sheep's cheese.
I've just heated the milk over the fire next door, bringing it up to blood temperature. And now I'm going to settle it in wooden bowls. And I'm doing that because I don't want it to cool down too quickly. I want the wood to insulate, to keep my milk as warm as possible.
Ruth adds rennet to the sheep's milk. Rennet is an enzyme extracted from a lamb's stomach, and it will coagulate the milk into solid curds and a liquid called whey.
Having stirred it, I now want to leave it very still. And if I've got the right temperature and the right strength of rennet, over the next sort of half an hour or so, it will set into curds and whey.
Seemingly simple in construction, Tudor dairies were cleverly designed to regulate temperature, vital, especially in the summer months. The dairy is attached to the north-facing side of the farmhouse, so that the main building shields it from the heat of the sun.
Then you'll notice the windows. You can see that they provide loads of light, but more importantly, they provide ventilation. I've got a through draft. The next thing to look at is the floor. Tiles. These tiles are not glazed, they're porous, which means that they will hold water, and that is really important. That's where the clever bit comes in. Here we go. The water sinks into the pores of the tiles and sits there. And then gradually, over the next few hours, it quietly evaporates. And as it evaporates, it cools the room. And with my strong cross draft between my north and my east windows, it's drawing that damp air out all the time, allowing more to rise and fill its space. This room will sit at between 5 and 6 degrees, almost regardless of what the weather does outside.
Oh, wow. The heat coming off this is intense. We're pretty much ready to steam our wood. Ah, dear. Either that, we're going to set fire to our straw, and then we'll have to start again.
Peter is soaking his straw in hot water to ensure it's saturated.
On it goes.
It's this water that will be turned into steam by the heat of the fire stored in the stones.
There we go. Right. I think I've got to be pretty fast with this. You can already see the steam coming up. Some sort of vision of hell. There we go. Wood in. And of course, this isn't going to catch fire because fire needs three things. It needs heat, which it's got. It needs fuel, which I'm giving it. But it needs oxygen, which I'm about to take away.
This technique dates back to Anglo-Saxon times, but would still have been used in the Tudor period for the production of ships, weapons, and tools.
The reason why I have to work so quickly is because already you can see the steam coming up, and I've got to keep that steam in there, because otherwise the straw will dry out and there won't be the moisture to steam my wood.
Every inch of the wood's diameter needs an hour of steaming. For the next 2 hours, all Peter can do is wait.
OK, oh, that's a good set.
After sitting for half a day, Ruth's milk has transformed.
Really pleased. They've all set beautifully. So now I have to start separating out the whey from the curd. You can see little bits of it are already here, this very pale, greeny yellow liquid. That's the whey. And the next stage now is to cut it and to try and drain some of that whey out. In later centuries, you'd use, fancy knives to make perfect cubes of curd. In 1500, you use these.
Ruth transfers the curds and whey to strain through the cheese mould.
Right, now if I just pop that up on the draining stool, you should start to see the whey is dripping through.
Once all the whey has drained, Ruth can salt the cheese and start pressing it.
Hopefully, this has had enough steaming time. Off it comes. Oh, look, you can still see a bit of steam there. That's a good sign. Right, let's just get it in here. Yeah, and there it goes. That is pretty hot, actually. And there we go, we've got our two sides of our shearing bench. Brilliant.
Tom is also preparing for the upcoming shearing. He's using a Tudor recipe to make a sheep first aid kit.
What I'm doing is making a salve for our sheep, just in case of nicks or cuts. It stops the parasites getting in there, prevents things like maggots, which will obviously harm the sheep, but also affect the quality of the wool.
Normally, shearers would use tar to seal any wounds, but Tom is making a budget alternative.
Quite simple. Just, here we go. To make broom salve. 4 ingredients: broom, which is what I've just been cutting up. I need suet, I need brine, and I need urine. I'm just going to finish off this bit of broom here.
Most parts of the broom plant have a medicinal use, for everything from curing a hangover to clearing the skin of parasites. But the salve's crucial ingredient is the urine.
And the reason the urine works well, if you leave it 3 weeks, it reacts with the air, creating ammonia. And ammonia is what actually gives our salve its healing and cleansing properties. Mix it together. Okay, see that out. Interesting thing is, quite often they were using things and they weren't 100% sure why they worked. I mean, it's acts of faith.
The mixture will solidify as it cools.
A lot of me in this, and hopefully it works.
So this one now has had a full press on both sides. It should be ready to come out of its cloths. Let's have a little look. In she comes. What I'm doing now is maturing it, and I need to sort of develop a rind on the cheese, so that's where the salt comes in. From today onwards, I'll wipe it down each day with brine, and then tomorrow, the next one will join it on the shelf. And at the end of the week, there should be 5 or 6, ready for Whitsun Market.
It's the 19th of May, St Dunstan's Day, and it's time for spring cleaning. Ruth has made herself a brush from butcher's broom, the same plant Tom used to make his salve.
Works really well, this broom. This seems to get everything out of all the little crooks and crannies. Oh, I might stick a bigger, longer handle in it.
The geese are fattening up nicely for market, but there's some bad news about the eggs.
I'm having a look around, and there's just no evidence whatsoever of any eggs hatching. I've got a goose here that's sitting, but it's over a month now and no sign of any goslings. And that means we can't actually increase our gaggle. It's not the end of the world. However, we want to make money. I mean, this is why we have them. This is why we're feeding them, looking after them. Best we can hope for, sell them for meat and feathers, and that's about it.
But there's welcome news elsewhere on the farm. After a run of fine weather, the sheep are dry and ready for shearing. In some areas of Tudor England, the right time to shear sheep was determined by astrological signs and the phase of the moon.
Good girls, come on, nice and steady. That's it.
Timing was crucial. Shear too early and the sheep might die of cold. Shear too late and maggots would grow in their overgrown hind parts.
Not going to be easy, is it?
Oh, right, let's get this shearing bench together.
Your Tudor flat pack.
My Tudor flat pack.
It's very impressive, actually.
Right. I look made to measure almost.
Specialist shearers were often brought in to help get the job done.
That's it.
Brilliant. Right, go and get the hurdle.
Ed Noble and Doug Winkfield have come to give Peter and Tom a hand.
You got the front end?
Got the front end.
Ready, 1, 2, 3. Up. And she's down. It's a lovely, rich fleece, and hopefully your shearing bench will be up to the mark.
Monastic flocks were sheared using a production line system. First, the most experienced shearers removed the best wool.
And that is really this, the flanks. You don't want to go too high to the head, and you don't want this belly wool. The other team will get that off.
A second, less skilled team then removed the rest of the fleece. Today, Tom is trying his luck with the best wool.
You're right-handed, aren't you? So you want your left hand and your left arm just to pull the skin tight and try and make the blades. You want to kiss the skin. Remember, this is your high-value wool. You want as much of it as possible. And remember, you're trying to do it all in one smooth motion.
Some bits come off really easily.
Yes.
These blades go right through.
And if you get it right, you will feel it almost fly through the wool. That's it.
Is that far enough?
You're probably going just a little high. Can you see you're a bit higher than me? Remember, this is your high-value wool. You want as much of it as possible. Just get it down as close to the skin as you can. You're doing really well. No, you are, really.
Well, I've got a slight cut here. I'm going to apply some salve to cover that up. Obviously, we don't want maggots and stuff getting in, do we?
No, that's it. Brilliant. Right, well, I think we're about done on this side. Shall we turn her?
That sounds interesting.
And if you bring her up here, I will have a go at shearing a bit of her. Sat down, as they would have done. If you get that other leg, that's it. Onto her back to start with. 1, 2, 3. And then over she goes.
Still lively, isn't she?
Yes, yes.
Shearing benches were designed to protect the wool, but also to save the shepherd's back while shearing hundreds of sheep, only going out of fashion with the advent of machine clippers in the 19th century.
Actually, this is quite comfy. It's well made.
Feels quite sturdy, isn't it?
Yeah. It's coming off quite well.
This method of shearing was the first stage of quality control, keeping the good wool separate from the scraps.
We are.
Go.
Come on. Let's grab another one.
Why not?
Sheep in Tudor England were not yet organised into breeds, so wool buyers used a system of classification based on the quality of the wool, its colour, length and coarseness. Claire is helping Ruth select the best wool to be sold.
Not going to be doing a perfect job as a shearer. There'll be bits of field, there'll be bits of manure or dung.
Yeah, so a bit like that.
That would be hard to pull apart nicely. Get rid of it.
Right, I'm getting rid of it.
The quality of fleece in the wool trade varied enormously. Tudor tenant farmers had a reputation for producing inferior wool, and some merchants even refused to accept fleeces that weren't farmed directly by the monastery.
Why then is it that the monasteries have this reputation for really good wool and tenant farmers have a reputation for much poorer wool?
Money. Money. If you own the land, you put your sheep on the best bits. If you have lots and lots and lots of sheep, you can choose from a huge number for good genetic stock, good breeding stock.
If we're going to send this off to the monastery, we have to select only the very best of our wool in order to meet that quality bar.
Now the wool just needs to be weighed for the farm's records.
So just move it along. No, that's still a lot heavier that side. That level? Yeah, it looks about level. So that's just a smidgen over £20. So for 10 fleeces...
Very good.
That's not bad, is it? They're pretty good fleeces, though.
Any wool not good enough for the monastery is now Ruth's to make cloth for the home. Peter and Tom are ready to take their wool to the monastery. As dominant players in the industry, the monasteries had strong relationships with the merchants, and the boys will need to strike a good deal. $1,500 was a good time to be a wool producer. Under Henry VII, the value of sterling had fallen, meaning British goods were now cheaper to buy in Europe, and the cloth trade was expanding. Not only was English wool fine, it also grew longer than on European sheep, a result of better nutrition from English pastures. Professor James Clark and wool grader Richard Martin will judge its quality. If it was good enough, it would have been sold along with the abbey's wool to the merchant.
What do we actually think about this wool?
Well, you're a big chap, so I think it's absolutely fantastic. When you look at some wool like this, you could judge some of it by just looking at it. You're looking for wool which is fairly even coloured, and then if you feel the wool, there's all sorts of things you can tell about the quality. If you sort of spin a bit of yarn in your hand and you break it next to your ear and it goes ping, then the fibres are strong and the yarn will be strong. But if it pulls apart, the chances are there's weakness in the fibre.
What would happen to it now?
The monastery, of course, is going to look after its own interest, and they are concerned to manage their brand image. They want to collaborate with their tenants, but only if they hold to that quality threshold. If so, then we will include it in the deal that we do with the merchant. And if you produce something that is substandard, we certainly will overlook you.
We could end up with absolutely nothing, all that work.
Yeah.
With wool prices fluctuating constantly, farmers would often delay selling, gambling on when they would get the best price.
Assuming I will pass the test, are we likely to see any money at the end of the day?
Well, don't hold your breath. It's going to take a while. We deal with the middleman brokers a deal with a merchant, the merchant then sells the wool on the European market, and really it's only when that sale is concluded that money begins to pass back down the chain to the producer. You're putting your faith in the whole deal coming off.
Well, I guess the question is, are you going to buy our wool?
I am going to recommend that we put this into our brand wool, as James says.
The one thing I didn't think was I was going to go home empty-handed.
Well, as we say in the monastery, you have to have faith. For the time being.
Faith wasn't just part of business transactions. Religion was a thread that ran through everyday life. Contributions to the church on the main holy days of the year were obligatory and took many forms.
It's just coming up to the Feast of Pentecost, or Whitsun, one of the many religious festivals that punctuated the year. And part of the celebrations, a live dove is released in the church, or in some parishes, a mechanical dove. And I get this year's star prize of making a mechanical dove.
Ruth is using a mixture of soft cheese and lime to fix the feathers to her dove.
The religious calendar, of course, was the calendar. That was the way that people kept track of time, knowing when to plant a crop, when to reap it. Also knowing things like, when you've got a meeting coming up, you'd say, oh, well, I'll meet you the day after St. Agnes Day. All sorts of ordinary practical things were linked and tied and counted by the religious rhythm of life.
Come on.
In preparation for the upcoming Whitsun market, the boys have been nurturing their flock of geese.
I reckon he's the gander. Oh.
It's good exercise for us.
Give me a sheep any day.
In the Tudor period, geese would have been driven many miles to be sold and required protection for their feet.
Good job. Good job.
Yeah, these feet, they're going to have to walk long distances. Well, these feet are designed for swimming, aren't they? Now, that beak's designed for pecking.
Yeah, I appreciate you holding that.
Many Tudor farmers would have used tar and sand to form a hard coating on the feet, but some used cloth or leather boots. Peter and Tom are testing out their own version.
What do you think? Doesn't look convinced.
I'm not overly convinced.
Let's pull that tight and tie that on behind.
But I tell you what, her heart isn't hammering or anything like that. She's perfectly calm.
That one seems pretty secure. Looking pretty good.
Give her a go?
Yeah. We'll stand to one side in case she's...
Oh, boots off. The other one's all right.
On.
No, it's not. Back to the drawing board.
In 1500, manufacturing was the growth sector of England's economy. And at its centre was cloth. Before the Tudor period, England's main wool export was raw fleece. But competition from Europe meant demand for English fleeces had fallen. However, the demand for woolen cloth made in England was growing. English producers made some of the finest woolen fabrics, which commanded high prices on the continent. By the mid-1500s, cloth exports topped £1.5 million a year.
So the first process is to card it. I mean, really, it's a sort of cleaning process, cleaning and organising the fibres.
As a well-off farmer, Ruth would not have sold cloth, but she is processing her wool in the same way as commercial producers to make cloth for the farmhouse.
But I think you can see that already it is starting to look more like soft, fluffy wool.
Once the wool is prepared, it's time to spin.
Some people call this a great wheel because it's big, and others call it a walking wheel because you spend such a lot of time walking backwards and forwards. Indeed, somebody once estimated that it could be about 30 miles a day a really good spinner walked. I'm not quite up to their standards. So a really good spinster, and that, of course, is the female form of somebody who spins. And they were mostly unmarried girls, so you can see why it was that the word spinster came to mean an unmarried girl as well as somebody who spins. Give the wheel one flick and walk backwards, controlling the fibres with one hand, 15, maybe even 20 feet, before I'm moving her arm round and changing direction, giving another flick. The same motion, wound the thread onto the spindle. When you look at the textiles that were actually produced during this period on this technology, it just blows your mind. There are threads produced by hand like this that rival anything any modern machine can achieve.
Wool was not the only source of revenue for wealthy Tudor farmers, who constantly explored other ways to make money. In 1496, Henry VII was preparing to go to battle with Scotland and needed iron for the campaign. He invested in a revolutionary new method for producing iron, the blast furnace. The results were so impressive that Tudor farmers began building their own furnaces, a development encouraged by commercially minded monasteries.
This is new technology. This is the new way to make iron.
A half-size replica blast furnace has been built at the Rural Life Centre in Surrey. Expert Jeremy Hodgkinson is showing Tom and Peter its possibilities.
The charcoal is fed in from the top of the furnace, as is the iron ore, and it slowly descends down through the furnace over the course of time. And as it goes down, of course, it melts, held in the bottom of the furnace in a liquid form, and then you allow it to run out into a mould, right? Have a feel.
That's really solid.
About every 12 hours, you produce a length of iron, probably 10 feet long, weighing about half a ton.
Wow, that's huge.
It is. It's very heavy.
It's very heavy.
The blast furnace produced the intense heat necessary to create liquid iron, which was easier to purify. To generate such heat required oxygen, provided by the bellows.
The key to the bellows, of course, is water power, because what is powering those bellows is a water wheel, so that they pump that blast of air into the furnace.
Hence it's a blast furnace.
It's the blast furnace, yes.
And am I right in thinking that these things ran for months at a time?
Yes, they go into blast, they blow them in, as they would say, blow them in after the harvest, so once your labour force is available.
Yeah.
And then you'd work the iron through the winter, because then you've got a more reliable water supply.
Once the iron was produced, it was remelted in a refinery and any impurities hammered out.
What you get eventually is this, which is bar iron, suitable for blacksmiths to make into objects and ironmongers to sell. Here's a couple of pieces you can take back to the farm.
I'll take this one, it's like me, it's broad and flat, and that one is
thick.
Square and, square and thick.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good to see you.
Pleasure. Thank you. What are we going to make?
This new, plentiful source of stronger, better quality iron opened up a world of possibilities. Without the blast furnace, the Industrial Revolution would not have been possible. In the rapidly expanding cloth industry, loom technology had also been mastered by 1500. With a sharp eye for business, the monasteries rented out commercial premises, reaping the financial rewards of other people's enterprise, including cloth production. Ruth has brought her wool to weaver Diane Wood. The first job is to set up the loom, a craft in its own right.
I mean, we're putting all that yarn that we produced onto the loom, and we start with each thread at that end, and they all have to pass through these here, these shafts.
Yes. The strings are called heddles. They have got two important knots here in the centre, and the knots create a lovely little eye through which every thread goes, and the threads go one thread through one heddle. Yes.
So if we could take that thread there, that comes through.
That comes through
to
shaft
this.
number 1.
The threads are passed through either the first or second shaft, alternating across the loom.
Pull it through the eye there.
That's it.
Or not many to go, but still, let's get them right.
Once all the threads have been passed through the heddles, they must go through a comb structure called a reed. The reed is designed to keep the threads evenly spaced.
We have something like 600 threads here. We need to keep them all under control, and that's what the stages of processes are, putting order into the threads.
Otherwise we just have a giant knot.
You'd have a terrible mess on your hands.
The threads are tied to a beam at the front of the loom, known as the cloth beam.
And just check that the tension is even all the way across.
I suppose this only comes with practice, the getting the feel.
It's the feel, it's in your fingertips, yes, yes.
It is very technical, isn't it? Tiny, subtle changes make the difference between success and failure.
Indeed, they do.
Rods are inserted to spread the threads away from the cloth beam. These threads are known as the warp. The ones that Diane will weave adjacent to them are called the weft.
So you press down on one of the pedals and one of the shafts comes up and the other one comes down. So now we've got half of our threads going up, half of our threads going down, and a gap between the two.
The gap's called the shed.
The shed.
And that's where we pass the shuttle. It's the first thread through, and we pull the beater and beat the first weft into place.
And then you press the other pedal, and the other shaft comes up. So now all the threads that were down were now up, and all the threads that were up are now down. And there we have weaving. That is it, isn't it? In some ways, this is a really simple piece of technology. In other ways, it's really quite subtle and complex, but whichever way you look at it, I mean, it hasn't actually changed that much.
Yes, the only difference is it works a little bit faster. It's just to do with speed.
With the cloth finished, Ruth needs to take it to the monastic mill for a finishing process known as fulling. The monasteries had invested heavily in watermill technology, and for cloth production, the fulling mill represents the first transition from a domestic craft to a factory industry. Miller Dowie Jones is in charge of operating the machinery.
So this needs fulling. What exactly is it the fulling does?
Right, and what will happen now, if we were to go outside and hold this to the light, you see the light coming through the cloth after fulling. What happens, the cloth will tighten down and there'll be no light coming through, and it fats it up, gives a nice softer effect to it.
So we're changing something that looks almost like sacking into something that looks like this?
Probably over time, yeah, we'll change into that.
And we do it by bashing it with hammers?
These two hammers here will do the work for us. Just make sure we don't get our hands caught. It's like this effect, up and down. It'll be quite noisy, so it's quiet at the moment. When the water will be running through and the hammers go, and it'll be quite noisy.
A water wheel is used to power the stocks. Ruth has soaked her cloth in stale urine. Full of ammonium salts, the urine will clean and whiten the cloth.
OK, ready? Out. Woo!
Quite noisy.
It's a really violent process, isn't it? So, I mean, having put so much work into spinning and weaving that cloth, this is a bit terrifying, frankly.
It is a bit, but the end result will be nice. It's worth the effort.
But using the fulling mill didn't come free. The monastery would have charged its tenants.
As a tenant of the monasteries, we were required to use their mill. They had something of a monopoly. If we want our cloth fulled, we have to bring it to the monastic mill. Mills, therefore, were a really important source of income for the monasteries. It's another way, I suppose, of taxing your tenants.
For centuries, fulling was the only mechanized part of cloth production. Wool would go on being carded and spun by hand until the 18th century.
Look how it's changed. Look. It's all gone fluffy. It's all knitted up together. Needs a bit longer yet, but we're definitely getting somewhere.
The fulling will take 6 hours to complete. the final stage of Ruth's cloth production, Peter is putting the iron from the blast furnace to good use by making tenterhooks. The hooks are attached to a frame for the fulled cloth to be stretched across.
You stretch it out on the tenterhooks, get it under tension, which obviously is where, you know, why we say that somebody's on tenterhooks if they're feeling really highly strung, because that's exactly what I'm going to do to the cloth.
Stretching the cloth after fulling is one of the most important parts of the manufacturing process.
If you don't stretch it, you end up with a sort of rumpled effect on the cloth. It never lies flat, it always sort of lies puckered. You also find that you can't abide by the law. Legally, if you're going to sell the cloth, you've got to be able to produce a perfect product, a consistent product. So if your cloth shrank too much, it would be unsaleable unless you could stretch it back out to the prescribed legal length and legal width.
The cloth is stretched under the weight of rocks.
Nice and taut. And when it's dry, it'll have set square.
It's Whitsun morning, the feast commemorating the descent of the Holy Spirit upon the disciples. The team are attending church to see Ruth's mechanical dove, a biblical symbol of the Holy Spirit, take flight.
Yep, I've seen it all.
The cloth is finished.
A chest of cloth like this represents a serious amount of wealth, as, to be honest, to the clothes I'm stood up in.
Ruth has loaded up her cheese. The boys have finally got the shoes on their geese, and they're off to Whitsun Market.
Come on. Come on.
I've heard you to market.
Attended by the whole community, the market was one of the few times in the year when strict trade regulations were lifted and ordinary farmers, rather than merchants, could sell their wares.
We're glad to get rid of these guys.
I know, I'm sick of them.
They're so vicious, aren't they?
Just aggression, isn't it?
Geese for sale, people. Anyone want a goose?
I'm interested in the geese. I'm not so interested in industrial.
What I was going to say, if you don't want a whole goose, we've got parts of geese.
Processed dairy products, cheese and butter, were often traded across considerable distances. Ruth's cheese might even have found its way to the markets of London. With the geese sold, the boys are off to see what their profits can buy them in the market. The Tudor era saw the world begin to open up. Advances in shipbuilding meant people were sailing further, and trade routes to the Middle East brought new and exotic products to England.
All this sort of stuff we take for granted. It would have been new and exciting in Tudor England.
And our most wonderful luxury. Not many people have seen these lemons and don't know what to do with them.
I suppose England's wealth was built on the wool trade, and this is competition coming in right here.
Well, if it brings things like this in, a bit of flavour, something we're not used to, I think it's very exciting.
Yeah. Hi, Ruth.
All right, Ruth.
Hello.
How's your cheese?
I've only got a little bit left.
That's fantastic. Well, it sounds like we've got a bit of time for a bit of fun. Bit of Morris dancing.
Bit of ale.
Bit of ale. Bit of music.
Bit more ale.
Let's go.
Folklore historian Professor Ronald Hutton has come to join the festivities.
Whitsun around 1500 is party time for two reasons. The first is it's a gap in agriculture. You've done your ploughing and your sowing and your weeding, and there's a bit of a space in which you can relax and actually have some fun. Other reason is it's warming up.
Yes.
Around about 1500, ordinary people have a serious shortage of indoor spaces which are warm, where they can gather in large numbers. The church is usually off limits because it's a sacred building, so you can't party in it. But come Whitsun, usually England's warm enough to be able to get outside. And in the open spaces, you can have as many people as you like.
The maypole was a central feature of Whitsun's celebrations. Decorated with fresh foliage, it symbolised growth and new life, particularly significant in agricultural communities. But while young people still danced in this traditional way, there was also a new craze sweeping the country.
The Morris dance is really, really hot and new and exciting around about 1500. It's a courtly dance, and it's leaking out into the villages around the royal palaces. In the original courtly form, it was an elaborate game by which strapping young men competed to show how far they could leap in the air, to dance with and woo a lady.
Well, quite fashionable, though.
Very, very much so, cutting edge.
By Tudor times, Whitsun had become one of the most popular feasts of the year, where people let their hair down, indulging in revelry and merrymaking.
The church initially was rather worried about this development because alcohol plus crowds equals misbehaviour. But then it learned how to cash in. So the church ale was invented, the Whitsun ale, which is this wonderful arrangement whereby people in the village would provide the raw materials for the food and drink. And then the villagers, when all this was ready, would pay an entrance fee. And the church would take the profits to supply its parish needs for the rest of the year. And everybody was happy, and it worked like an absolute dream each year.
This complete intertwining of social life and religious life and economic life is so typical of this period, isn't it? Everything has a religious element to it. It's sort of almost like the air you breathe.
Yeah, and pretty free of tension. On the whole, it had got it right. It had created a perfect medieval society. In many ways, too perfect. People began to worry there might be something wrong in the middle of all this. I mean, you sleep on that for a bit, you get a reformation.
Yes.
So we should enjoy the calm now before the storm begins.
But this is merry England, for heaven's sake, so to speak. Let's enjoy it.
Yes.
Next time on Tudor Monastery Farm, the team learn about the rhythm of life.
Little ones are ready to go, get the boar in, get them pregnant, carry on.
What sustained people.
I'm looking forward to this. It's going to be a proper treat. That is fantastic, that.
And how to celebrate summer. "500 years ago, England was emerging into a new era. After years of war, plague and famine, the kingdom was enjoying peace and prosperity under the reign of the first Tudor king, Henry VII. A new class of business-savvy farmer was thriving, boosting food production.
And then over she goes.
While wool from their sheep was generating half the nation's wealth. Many of the nation's farms were under the control of the biggest landowner in England after the king, the monasteries. Their influence could be felt in every aspect of daily life. They were not just places of religion, they were at the forefront of technology, education, and farming. But with the daily lives of monks devoted to prayer, they depended increasingly on tenant farmers who worked and tended their lands.
Steady, girl.
Now, historian Ruth Goodman and archaeologists Tom Pinfold and Peter Ginn are turning the clock back to Tudor England, here at Weald Downland in West Sussex, to work as ordinary farmers, under the watchful eye of a monastic landlord.
That's the way. Nice.
To succeed, they'll have to master long-lost farming methods.
Watch those flanks. They're going again.
and get to grips with Tudor technology.
Quite noisy.
It's a really violent process.
While immersing themselves in the beliefs, customs, and rituals that shaped the age.
This is merry England, for heaven's sake, so to speak. Let's enjoy it.
This is the untold story of the monastic farms of Tudor England. It's late spring. The team have been running their Tudor farm for 2 months. They've set up a pig enterprise, breeding Tamworths to pay rent to the monastery, sheared their Southdown sheep, and sold the fleeces, a big earner for the monastic farmer. And they've mastered driving oxen, the tractors of the age, to sow a pea crop.
They're fast. They're faster than I thought they'd be.
Now, they're turning their attention to making the staple foods of everyday Tudor life, bread and ale. Records show that it wasn't unusual for a person to consume a £2 loaf and 8 pints of ale a day.
It's amazing how much of the diet bread and beer made up.
Yeah. 80% of Britain's total calorific intake was between bread and beer. You know, grain-based, which is quite, that's just one, really, it's just one little tiny group of foods providing the main
But it's your carbohydrates, isn't it? That's your energy to get through the day, doing everything you need to do, and it's going to be cheaper than proteins. There's meant to be the same amount of calories in a pint of beer as half a loaf of bread. So when you think of it like that...
That is a third of your calorie intake, isn't it? Which, when you consider that many people are on the edge and that's pretty much all they're eating, that's an enormous part of the diet.
Tudors drank ale not just for the calories, but because water from wells was often contaminated. The alcohol killed any bacteria, making it safe to drink.
Dietitians sort of analysing this these days would say that the only thing that's missing from this diet is a bit of vitamin C. But it doesn't take much. You only have to have the occasional leaf now and again from something edible, you know, the odd apple, the occasional bit of cabbage, and you've sorted that problem out.
To produce a daily ration of bread and ale, 6 acres of wheat and barley were required per person per year. Failure of these crops could quickly result in famine, and in Tudor England, 1 in 4 harvests failed. People had little understanding of agricultural science, so to ensure a good harvest, they were guided by age-old superstitions. But most of all, they turned to God.
Prosper the work of those who enable us to supply the resources of our small world.
Amen.
Right, onwards and upwards.
It's 40 days after Easter, Rogation Tide, when farm workers processed around their parish boundary, praying for a successful harvest. It was known as beating the bounds. But there was another purpose to this ritual. In 1500, parish maps were virtually non-existent, so beating the bounds reminded everyone of landmarks that divided their parish from the next. Folklore historian Professor Ronald Hutton has come to partake in the ritual.
We have to pass the knowledge down to the younger members of our parish. How do we get these guys to remember?
Here's the bad news. It's a mixture of pain and pleasure to make it memorable. Pain because young boys are regularly beaten or hung up and down by their legs and bounced on the ground. And then when you'd made them remember bitterly what this place was and why it was special, you'd give them treats like cakes afterwards to cheer them up.
Now, young Edmund, come on. Right, this has happened to every parisher, male parisher in the past. They need to remember this tree. Don't drop it.
Look, I'm being dangled upside down.
There's the tree. See the tree?
Oh, yeah.
See the landscape? Yeah. Tree. Gonna remember? Yes, that's the right answer.
We think he remembers what's going on. What's the payoff?
The payoff is cake.
Ooh.
It's fruit cake.
That's yummy.
Another generation sorted.
The better off supplemented their diet of bread and ale with meat. The Tudor age saw tenant farmers begin to breed pigs commercially for the first time.
For farmers under the control of the monasteries, these pigs represented essentially a pig factory. Little ones are ready to go, get the boar in, get them pregnant, carry on. No longer are we subsistence farmers, we're now business farmers.
The farm has 2 sows that will produce around 12 piglets a year between them, a useful addition to the farm's income. The piglets are 10 weeks old and should now be ready to wean from their mothers. Once the sow stops producing milk, she'll be ready to breed again.
Hi guys. Yeah, we're good, thanks Neil. How are you? All right?
Yeah, not bad.
Right.
How are you?
You ready for it? Pretty much.
Farmer Neil Careswell is helping the boys lure the piglets away from the sows and into the sty.
The secret to any wean is not to get them too stressed. If we're calm, they'll be calm. Come on. Come this way. Georgie, come on.
Look, it's home. What's in there?
In.
4 in.
Don't even try and bite.
5 in.
Oh, come on.
6 in.
Yes!
Yes. 6 small pigs in there. 2 big pigs out there.
But their joy is short-lived.
Come on, escapee.
Yeah, you
Oh
stay there.
no, boys! Our little piglets have found out that they can burrow under our makeshift hurdles. Oh, no, another one. It was close. We almost got there. My mistake entirely.
It's always like this, Peter, and don't worry, it never ever goes to plan. And do you know what? There's always one.
Look, I'll reason with it. Look, you're currently marking your cards as the one we're going to eat. You know?
That's not reasoning, that's threatening.
You really want to go in there.
Yeah.
Finally, after much cajoling, the piglets are separated and taken to the woods.
Come on, piggies. Come on, pigs. Come on, pigs.
In Tudor England, piglets were often fattened on common land, in forests. Here they could eat fallen acorns, beechnuts and chestnuts. This ancient rite was known as pannage.
Keep calling. I'm over here. You're not lost. Tudor farmer putting his pigs in the woods. Not only are you clearing that land out, it's essentially all for free to put on the weight to these guys.
But it's exactly what they need. They'll be up here about, I don't know, 3 months or so.
Yeah.
Get them right up to weight, and they'll absolutely love it. There's loads of things for them to explore. Come on then, guys. Come on.
Come on. Up you go. Come on, greedy pig.
As tenant farmers, Tom, Peter and Ruth would have employed workers to tend to the animals and crops. It was the farmer's duty to accommodate and feed his staff, and the farm would have produced its own bread and ale. Essential to both was yeast. It made the bread rise, and in ale turned sugar to alcohol. It was made by capturing bacteria from the air.
Come to see how my plan to capture some wild yeasts is going, and it looks like I might have some success. The idea is that I'm trying to harvest the wild yeasts that are in the air all the time. I mean, they grow naturally on grain. They also grow on the skins of fruits. And these can start you off in your brewing and your baking. So I've got a bowl of flour and water, and there's tiny, tiny little bubbles, which suggests that fermentation has begun, which means there must be yeast present.
Making money from the pig enterprises relies on a continuous supply of piglets being bred. With the last litter fending for themselves, it's time to reintroduce the boar to the sows.
He is huge.
He is a big boy. He is a big boy. However, he is only 18 months old.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow. Yes. He looks very different, though. Is he a Tamworth? No, he's not a Tamworth. He's still a very old English breed. Yeah. A breed called Oxford Sandy and Black. Now he's in the pen, you might find there's a bit of scrapping, a bit of fighting going on. It's just them figuring out who's boss. They'll figure out very, very quickly that he's the boss. And then once these girls are pregnant, it's going to be, what, 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days? It is, yes, it is. Now, she's obviously only just weaned. She'll probably take about 3 to 5 days to come back into heat. And once the boar takes an interest in her, which he certainly will once she comes back into heat, yeah, I think we're looking at not very long. 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days. Fantastic. You'll be a proud father.
A farm this size would have employed around 10 workers, together drinking up to 300 gallons of ale a month. The job of producing these vast quantities often fell to women. The raw ingredient was barley. The first stage was to turn starches in the grain into sugar, a process known as malting.
Seeds store their energy through the winter as starch, but come the spring, a new process begins inside the grain, and those starches get transformed into sugars, and it's that sugar we want to capture. So we actually need to start this grain growing, but only just so far, and then we'll kill it and use that sugar to make our beer. But I think we've still got a lump there, look.
You're a perfectionist, aren't you?
I am a perfectionist.
Put me to work here.
Water stimulates growth in the grain.
Having let the grains swell, now what we're trying to do is sort of, I don't know, recreate the conditions of spring. They've got all the water they need, and then they need a little bit of warmth.
Over the next few days, the barley is heaped into a smaller, deeper pile to contain the heat.
And you can feel the warmth in it, can't you? And that smell.
Yeah. Almost like you start thinking now about what you're actually making when you get that really pungent now.
Absolutely.
Making ale was a time-consuming job that had to be fitted around tending to the crops and livestock. Despite this, most Tudor farmers had little real concept of time. They simply worked from dawn till dusk. Life in a Benedictine monastery, however, was based around a strict routine. Tom and Peter have come to meet Abbot Aidan Bellinger to find out how time was managed.
What would a typical day be like for the monks?
Every day of the year, the monks gather and have 7 services during the day and 1 at night. So one would be talking about getting up in the morning as soon as it's light, and then carrying on until dark, and then getting up once during the night for a night prayer, which is the 8th prayer of the day. There would be time for silence, time for reading, time for eating, even time for talking.
So I suppose a time measuring device is actually almost essential.
That's right, yes, because one of the things that St. Benedict says that the abbot has to do is keep everything regular.
To remind monks when to pray, a bell rang out across the monastery, dictating the rhythm of life. Monasteries often had their own foundries where bells were cast. Tom's come to the foundry to help Andrew Lacey make a new bell for the monastery. He begins by making a mould.
First, you've got to design the shape of the bell. So to do that, we cut a shape like this. Okay, so you can see the design of the outside of the bell. Just cut into a piece of wood. Put it onto a blade like this, which is strickle, and you literally get some daub, which is clay and hair and sand, and then just keep swiping around until it makes the right shape.
This forms the inside of the bell. Then Andrew builds up layers of wax, which, when smoothed off with a larger strickle, forms the outside.
So the wax is on top of our initial round of daub.
Yep.
We're going to put more daub on.
Yep.
So the thickness of the wax is effectively the thickness of our bell. The wax will be melted and replaced by our bronze.
That's exactly it. Everything that's wax now is going to be bronze later. This is the lost wax method, and it's typical of the Tudor period.
The wax is covered in daub, then fired in a kiln. This not only hardens the daub, but it melts away the wax, leaving a bell-shaped cavity.
This is the mould, this is the bell mould, and it's quite a heavy lump. So all the wax that was in there that made up the bell has been drained away.
Right.
So there's now a cavity where that wax was.
Where our metal will go.
Exactly.
Bell metal, a type of bronze, has been around for over 3,000 years and is an alloy of tin and copper.
What kind of composition are we looking for?
Well, ideally, it's going to be 20% tin, so the rest of it's going to be copper. And when you mix those two together, you get this lovely bronze.
What kind of temperature are we going to get to?
About 1,100.
Serious heat, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I think we're ready to pour. I think we're totally there. It's spot on.
Andrew has just one chance to get this right. An air bubble in the bronze will ruin the bell.
Bells were so central to religious life that the abbot would actually come onto monastic land where the bells were being made and bless the kilns. It shows how important these items were.
Yeah. I'm hoping that's perfect. It felt good. When it feels right, it kind of intuitively it is right.
Knowing when to ring the bell was vital. Early medieval monks relied on sundials or water clocks to tell the time. The problem was, someone then had to ring the bell by hand. What was needed was a way of automating the process. And it was in a 13th century monastery that a mechanical clock was invented. Peter's meeting Alan Middleton from the British Horological Institute to see how it worked.
I suppose we take measurement of time very much for granted, but this must have been amazing at the time.
It was an enormous breakthrough, the mechanical clock. Before the Industrial Revolution, clocks were the most complex mechanisms ever made.
But of the time, it would have been miraculous.
Completely miraculous, yes.
The key to the mechanical clock was a device called the foliot. This ensured it ran at a constant rate, so time could be measured reliably.
The foliot is mounted on what's called a staff. The staff has two flags or pallets on it, and as the tooth of the escape wheel drops off one pallet, it lands on the next one, and so it goes backwards and forwards. And this controls the rate at which it unwinds.
If that wasn't there,
the wheels would spin around at high speed and the clock would stop in a couple of minutes.
But there was a complication to this system. In monasteries, religious services were split between those observed in hours of light and those during hours of darkness. So day and night had to be divided into 12 hours each, regardless of the season. This meant summer daytime hours would be longer than 60 minutes and nighttime hours shorter. In winter, the reverse was true.
This is the genius of the foliot up here, because you've got these two weights on it here. As you can see, this is for either a long summer's day or a long winter's night. It goes quite slowly.
By moving the weight in towards the centre of the foliot, the clock runs faster, making each passing hour shorter for a winter's day or summer's night.
That is quite a strange concept to me, in terms of you are actually altering your clock in order to delineate time based on the seasons. You're still
You are doing that, yes.
quite tied into those seasons.
This is the way in which they operated, and their clocks had to work to that standard.
It's amazing to think that need to regulate prayer throughout the day, the impact that has had on future societies.
It's absolutely crucial. It's one of the greatest machines ever devised.
Peter's installing a mechanical Tudor clock at the monastery to call the monks to prayer.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
He's setting it up to automatically ring Tom's bell.
But hopefully, it will sound amazing when it's struck. I'm really pleased with this, to be honest.
As this goes round, it's going from the 1 to the 2, but then it just kicks the arm down, which rings the bell.
Close to the...
But Peter's installation has disengaged the all-important foliate.
You might be calling, oh no, the monks to pray out a little more often than they want. Calm down, it's very temperamental.
After some adjustments, the clock is running properly.
That's good. When this clock is set now to ring 8 times a day, calling the monks to prayer. So 7 times during the daylight hours and once at night. I mean, that is such an important development, isn't it?
But it all started in the monasteries.
Mechanical clocks spread from monasteries to church towers across the nation. And time became fundamental to people's lives. Back on the farm, Ruth's producing ale for the farm workers. The barley's been malting in warm, damp conditions for a week.
Well, it's happened. The barley is sprouted. I need to stop this straight away before it sprouts anymore. But the smell has changed too. That is ready for the kiln.
The malting process has turned starch in the grain into sugar. To stop the process, Ruth's heating it in the bread oven.
I haven't got my oven as hot as I would for bread. Don't need that sort of temperature. I just need to dry out the grain, to kill all that shoot.
The sugar-rich barley is ready to be turned into ale.
I'm not making beer, I'm making ale. Beer is technically ale plus hops, and there's going to be no hops involved in this. Beer was a continental, particularly a Dutch thing, that eventually comes over to Britain. But in 1500, almost all of us are completely drinking ale.
Next, the malted barley is boiled in water to release the sugars. Water from wells was often contaminated and dangerous to drink. But this process made it safe.
Now, this has to come up to the boil and then simmer for about half an hour. And this, of course, this boiling is what makes the beer so safe to drink. It's sterilising the water. And then the alcohol that we're going to produce will keep it sterile.
Farmers provided food and drink for their small workforce.
Pop the lid on. Come back in half an hour.
Monasteries, on the other hand, had to cater on a much larger scale, not just to monks, but all the lay folk who worked there. So their brew houses and bakehouses produced vast quantities of ale and bread. Peter's helping out in the monastery's bakehouse. First, he's sourcing the main ingredient, wheat flour.
Hi, Peter, you all right?
This was ground on demand at one of the monastery's mills.
You wouldn't mind just holding that while I shin up?
Rather you than me.
Peter's come to High Salvington Windmill in Sussex, where miller Peter Casebow begins by setting the sails.
Tie on there.
Although this mill dates from the 1750s, it's of similar design to a Tudor mill.
That's it. So we've got it nicely spread, OK?
Yeah.
And that should now catch the wind nicely. Trouble is with the wind, is it can be... I've just taken the brake off now, OK? And we lost the wind.
Well, I suppose you're at the mercy of the wind.
We'll have to turn the mill round and see if we can find some wind from a slightly different direction. So what we're going to do now is to lift the steps of the mill.
Right.
So I do that by pulling up this lever, which will do that.
Wow.
And the steps are now clear of the ground.
So this whole building
lot's
is
going round.
It's just balancing on a post then. Well,
That's
hence
right.
post mill, I suppose.
We're saying about 26 tonnes, you know.
26 tonnes.
See if we can get a bit more power out of her. She's going quite well now.
Yes.
The wheat is carried up to the grindstones by a winch powered by the sails.
take that off and you can see the stones underneath there. You have one at the bottom called the bedstone, and that's wedged tight into the floor.
So that doesn't move?
So that doesn't move, because there's quite a bit of friction when you're grinding. And then you have the runner stone, which is the one on the top, and that runs over the slight gap above the bedstone.
The surface of a millstone is carved with deep furrows.
Now, the bedstone has them cut in the same as the runner stone. And when they the two come together, you can imagine they act rather like a pair of scissors, and they shear the grain and create the flour that way. It's supposed to be better than, you know, crushed like the modern mills.
A miller was at the mercy of the wind, and so far there hasn't been enough to grind. But Peter's sensed a change in the weather.
Let's get this thing going, shall we?
OK.
Put the brake on.
And that will enable us to then put this in gear.
That's right. OK, here we go. Come on. Is that in?
Yeah, that's in. I'm just doing up the sprattle.
Cool. It's actually, you're going to grind. We're going to grind on this. OK, brake's coming off. Yes, she's running. We've got some stuff coming through now.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. Oh, look.
And we'll actually test the quality of the flour by the rule of thumb, OK?
Yeah.
I can tell whether it's the right sort of consistency.
So that's where the saying comes from, the rule of thumb.
Yes. And if it's fine enough, then that's it.
I'm no expert, but it feels fairly fine to me. A little bit of...
It's not too bad.
The odd bit of granular... I mean, it's like a wholemeal, isn't it?
It is wholemeal, yes. As we say, mice and all.
Another commodity required by the monasteries was wax, essential to make church candles. Candles represented the light of God, and those made from beeswax rather than animal fat were particularly special, as they burned with a pure, clean flame. To produce a continuous supply, monasteries kept their own bees. Tom's helping beekeeper Paul Hand harvest the wax, which came with a useful byproduct, honey.
The honey was the only form of intense sweetener that they'd got at those times, but the beeswax is the only form of wax. Today we've got paraffin wax and lots of different kinds of wax, but then for making ink, for lost wax casting, for jewellery, for all sorts of little processes, that was a major industrial product.
You've given me some gear here.
A little bit of protection?
A little bit of protection. This is my my overalls, is it?
So that will cover everything, including your codpiece, so that was sort of the... And you've got a wicker mask on there, which I'm not sure how much you'll see. But your face is obviously the bit that you want to protect more than anything else. We'll just turn them up gently.
Tudor bees were kept in skeps, upturned wicker baskets.
Oh, I mean, visually, that's amazing.
This was the way bees were kept for over 2,000 years, until the invention of the modern beehive in the 19th century.
You can see they're really quite dark bees, almost you'd say black. But this is the British black bee. This would have been the bee in Tudor times.
All right, so this actually has a heritage.
Oh, definitely. And it was only in Victorian times that people went off to Italy and round on their grand tour and saw the golden bees out there and thought, oh, we'll have some of those. And then we've got different kinds of bees now. But people are keen to get back to the original Tudor bee because they're very suited to our climate.
The bees build wax honeycomb to contain their larvae and stores of pollen and honey.
That's incredible.
Goose, just to sort of brush them off.
And the goose feather basically is like a very safe way.
Well, a brush, they might get their legs stuck in it, so if it's hairy, this has got nothing to catch for the bees, so we'll pop that on there and let's see if we can get a little bit more.
So why do bees make honey and wax?
Well, this colony and the queen in here, she could live for as long as 9 years. So they've got to have enough stores for the winter. So the honey is their food for the winter. But bees, they're geared to produce lots of honey, and if you give them space, this colony go on and produce maybe 40, 50 pounds of surplus honey in a year.
Once the honeycomb has been extracted, the two products, honey and wax, must be separated.
Just break off the comb and pop that into here, and then you crush that with your hand.
It just runs out.
Yeah.
I just want to taste some.
You can see the little caps on there. That's sealed, proper honey. It's still warm from the hive, and to me, that's the best way to...
That's amazing. My lips have almost stuck together, but...
Because sugar's lovely and sweet, but honey has an amazing flavour with it as well, something really quite magical.
Mm.
It is fairly stunning stuff.
It's so good.
Hi, David. You all right?
Peter's brought the flour to David Carter in the monastic bakehouse, where 3 types of bread were produced. Unleavened communion bread for use in church, fine white bread for the abbot, and masseline bread for the monks and lay people.
Masseline is a derivation of the French masseline, and that means a mixture. And hence what we've got here is a mixture of flours.
To Peter's wheat flour, barley and rye flours are added, then mixed with salt. Salt not only flavours and preserves bread, it works with gluten in the flour to give the dough strength and elasticity.
So pop it into the middle.
To make it rise, they're using Ruth's yeast, produced in the barley field.
In Tudor times, yeast was regarded as something really quite magic. Nobody really understood what it was or why it worked. And in fact, in a book from 1469 called the Brewer's Book, yeast was referred to in a single word, God is good. And it wasn't until the 1800s that yeast was fully understood as an organism on its own.
On the board?
The board, yep. Length.
Yeast reacts with sugars in the flour to produce carbon dioxide gas. This is trapped in the gluten of the dough, making it expand and rise.
If it fights back, show it who's boss, Peter. You're going to eat the bread's not going to eat you.
The dough is left to rise, or prove, then knocked back to redistribute gas bubbles produced by the yeast.
Just liberally dust the top with a bit of flour. I like that flourish. It's a sign of a good baker, a good flourish. Great. Lovely. 1, 2, 3, out.
After it's proved a second time, it's ready to bake.
Unveil the magnificent loaf. Hey, wow, look at that.
I'll scrape out the oven.
You scrape out the oven. I'll bring the magnificent loaf.
The oven is heated by lighting a wood fire inside. Once it's up to temperature, the fire is scraped out.
Let's get it in the oven.
And the bread bakes using the residual heat.
And we're going to give it a push and a pull.
Oh, nicely done, nicely done. Let me... Oh. My feet are hot.
At the farm, Ruth's following an ale-making recipe that goes back to Neolithic times. The malted barley has been boiled to produce a liquid rich in sugars known as wort.
And I can draw this first batch off. So this batch of beer will be the strongest. And once I've drawn all this water off, I'll put another load of water on the same grain and boil it up again. And that will make a much weaker beer. So this is more your sort of evening drinking, getting drunk beer, and the next batch will be your sort of daytime drinking beer when you're thirsty, but you need to still have your wits about you. Now it's time for the flavourings. So in goes my elderflower, and in goes a small amount of honey. Just a little bit. Stir that through. Now, while the beer's still hot like this, flavours of the herbs will be drawn out into the liquor. now that it's cooled, I'm just straining. Because naturally, I don't want any organic matter which would introduce bacteria into the beers.
Finally, ale balm, a yeast, is added to turn the sugar from the malted barley into alcohol.
So a little bit of my ale balm from the last brew into that pot, and the alcohol within the liquid will keep it sterile.
At the monastery, the beeswax has been separated from the honey and melted, ready to make church candles. Paul starts by making the wick.
If you go into church and you're seeing these impressive candles that, you know, don't smell bad, they last. Yeah.
And a beautiful, clean, white light.
Yeah.
I mean, to us they may look slightly, but compared to, say, LEDs or something, but compared to yellowy, sputtery tallow candles, a clean light of a beeswax, it was very, very clean and very bright.
Yeah.
The wick is repeatedly dipped into the beeswax, slowly building up the layers of the candle.
Is it dripping there?
Yeah.
That will solidify fairly quickly.
And we want it as straight as possible because that's the centre, the core of our candle.
It is, it's the centre, and if it burns off, then it'll drip down the side. So if you get it nice and straight, then you get a nice, clean, even burn. So that's now almost solid. So then we can dip again. Pretty well enough for a light read.
So that'll be good enough for the monastery?
Yeah, I think so. They'd get through a chapter, perhaps.
Finally, the ale is stored in butts, where the sugar will continue to ferment.
Another batch in the butt, in its butt, in the buttery. And that's what this room is for. It's for storing all my ale and everything to do with drinking. So all the jugs and the cups and everything come in here. And then next door is my pantry. And that, of course, is where we store all the bread and things to do with eating, you know, bowls, spoons, napkins, candlesticks, that sort of thing. Together, they form the sort of service end of the house.
Ale brewed with malted barley was drunk by everyone. But the type of bread you ate was determined by social status. At the monastic bakehouse, Peter's making some of the finest quality loaves exclusively for the abbot, manchet bread.
This is going to be made with white flour. It is exactly the same as the wholemeal wheat flour that went into the last loaf, except it's been sieved or bolted. And it was that sieving process that in fact made the flour so expensive, and that is why it became associated with high status.
Now that is so much finer against my fingers. It's like mixing a cloud.
The whole thing about manchet loaves was they were very much lighter, they were greater in volume, they were softer and not as hard to eat as the maslin loaf.
This time the raising agent is ale balm, the same yeasty foam Ruth used to ferment the ale.
Often the brew house and the bakery were next door to each other because the baker would rely on the brewer to provide him with the balm to make the bread.
It is such a tactile process.
It is such a tactile process.
After proving, the dough is cut into portions for baking.
Do you think this is ready then?
I think so, Pete.
Looking forward to this. This is going to be a proper treat.
Meanwhile, the brown maslin bread for the ordinary monks has been baking for an hour and should be done.
Oh, that is fantastic. That looks so appetising.
It's a nice, dull, hollow sound. That's definitely baked.
And the baked manchet loaves are ready to be delivered to the abbot.
Fantastic bread. I've managed to stop Tomo eating it on the way.
It looks brilliant. It looks enough for two of us for one meal. Very generous. Looks really good.
Tudors drank ale because water was often contaminated. They also feared washing with water. Instead, grease and sweat were removed from the body with just a dry cloth.
This was an era, after all, in which ordinary people like you and me did not bath. They were scared that if they water washed, that it would open up their pores, allowing infection in. And if you lived in a world where the Black Death and the sweating sickness was carrying people off in droves, you too would be pretty scared about undertaking something that exposed you to disease.
Hair, too, was cleaned without water.
You might think that without shampoo, everybody had filthy, disgusting hair. You would be wrong. This is remarkably effective if used regularly, and that's the point. You do have to comb thoroughly twice a day with a very fine-toothed comb. I mean, that side's all very well for getting out the knots, but it's that side that's going to do the cleaning for me. If you were to do absolutely nothing to your hair, if you were just to abandon it for 3 months or so, yeah, the amount of oils it was produced would slow down, but it would smell disgusting because all this dead skin would be trapped, the oils would be trapped next to your scalp. It's not a good place to go. However, if you don't wash it, but you do comb it, you've pretty much solved the problem.
It's early June. Peter and Tom have returned to the farm. In 2 weeks, it will be the summer solstice, the longest day. Hopefully, the boar has done his job, and the sows are pregnant. The cereal crops, essential to make bread and ale, are also thriving. But all is not well with the peas.
Something's eating our pea crop.
Pretty much everything's had a bite taken out of it. I think we're talking deer here.
Deer? You don't think rabbit?
Well, probably both.
Before potatoes reached these shores in the 1580s, peas and beans were an important source of carbohydrate and vitamins.
Well, what can we do? I mean, in Tudor times, I think you couldn't really do much.
This situation really emphasises the fact that, I mean, you are at the mercy of nature, you are at the mercy of God, and you really have to, there's not much you can do apart from pray.
Tudor trades set up religious guilds to pray for prosperity in business. The team have established their own guild, with St. Benedict, the patron saint of farming, presiding over them. Masses would have been said to pray for special causes, like the success of a crop.
As the service is in Latin, most people couldn't follow word by word what was going on. But if you attend church one day a week, every week of your life, you quickly get an idea of the sort of shape of the service. You know, words you recognise as the cues for when to kneel, when to look up. And you can follow the service in a sort of vague form, even if you don't manage to follow every single word in meaning.
The most solemn part of Mass is Holy Communion. The priest blesses unleavened bread, the host. Medieval Christians believed that this had now transformed it into the body of Christ, a process called transubstantiation. To receive it, you had to be free from sin. Most people felt they were unworthy, so they took blessed ordinary bread, known as panis benedictus. But there was another, more controversial use of the panis benedictus. Records show that some farmers took it from the church and sprinkled it on their crop to ensure a decent harvest.
Accounts at the time thought that this, the panis benedictus, had magical powers. I mean, it could perhaps heal the sick, or it could fend off caterpillars from your garden, or perhaps it could rejuvenate your deer-eaten, rabbit-nibbled, weather-beaten pea crop. Who knows? And as that sun sinks in the west, and there's no more we can do to protect this for another night, I'll take all the help I can get.
Peas were an important food crop, but sheep were the real money spinner for the Tudor farmer.
No. Which way are you going?
Oh, that one. Yep, that one.
Wool and cloth accounted for 75% of England's exports.
Should have had a...
The farm's flock of Southdown sheep have been sheared, and now the boys are giving them a once-over to ensure they're healthy, starting with their feet.
Pack it in!
Right. What I'm trying to do is just where the hoof is starting to fold over, just trying to get rid of that so it doesn't get infected.
Sheep are designed pretty much for living on quite rocky outcrops and nibbling away at the grass that grows there. As soon as you move your sheep into a downland environment like this, they're on quite soft land, so there's nothing to wear away effectively what is their toenails. So this is pretty much a sheep pedicure. Well, if I had a pedicure like this, I'd be demanding my money back. Right, I think it's time to let her go.
Okay.
I'm going out that way there. Right, candidate number 2.
Oh, this is going to work well for us.
The main purpose of breeding sheep in the 1500s was for wool. But any sheep past their prime would be slaughtered and eaten as mutton.
I'm going to roast the mutton. A bit of a treat, that, rather than boiling it. Naturally, I'm boning it out, which is a much more efficient way of roasting. You can roast with the bone still in, but there are problems with it. If you think, look, there's the shoulder, the bones that I've taken out of the shoulder, and you can see that, you know, that constitutes quite a barrier to heat moving through the meat, which makes roasting it evenly a bit of a challenge. If you take the bones out and roll it into a joint, much easier. And that's why traditionally roast meat is a rolled joint. So what I need to do is turn this into that perfect cylinder of solid meat. Could you give me a hand popping this in the spit? Oh no. Okie doke. Push up as much as you can. My spit is on my spit ducts in front of my brand irons where the burning brands are. And I've built a fire which is going to give me a sheet of flame in front of which I'm going to be roasting. If you roast over the fire, the fat from the meat drips into the fire, encourages huge, great fat flames to come up and scorch the outside of the meat. So you're going to end up, or there's a strong danger of ending up, with it black on the outside and raw in the middle. Roasting was always considered to be a really luxury method of cooking because it takes so much time, it's so much labour. To put this much meat in a pot and boil it, well, you know, I could put it on and leave it, couldn't I? I could get on with half a dozen other things. But if I'm going to roast meat, I actually have to be here, casting an eye every now and again, giving a little turn. But I also can use that attention, the fact that I need to be here, to add in flavour during the cooking. And this is the thing that really marks out the good roast meat of old Britain.
Ruth's basting the meat alternately with its own fat and dredge. Dredge was breadcrumbs and flour or oatmeal flavoured with spices.
What I should be able to do is build up a really deeply flavoured, crispy coating around the meat.
It's a week since the Guild Mass for the pea crop, and the boys are curious to see whether there's been any improvement.
I have to say that this pea crop is looking, touch wood, pretty fine.
It's looking very healthy. I think the weather's really helped. But
Yeah.
also, it seems like some of the animals that were attacking it when it was sort of weaker, smaller, they've laid off a bit and we've just got this massive growth.
A little secret, I took a piece of the Panis Benedictus from the Mass and I sprinkled it in tiny pieces across the entirety of this crop. And I have to say, it's worked a treat.
Yes, sun and rain might have been in there as well, but good work.
Let us be thankful. Amen.
Amen.
It's 11 in the morning, and the farm workers have assembled for the main meal of the day. Having risen at dawn, this would keep them going until evening, when they would eat just bread and ale.
Aren't your fault? This mutton is absolutely fantastic.
Oh, I love roast meat.
And here we are at the top of the table.
Head of our household. Good, isn't it? And you'll notice that we haven't got any of the mutton on the other tables.
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet, anyway. So it's up to you, really. If you think somebody deserves a slice of meat, then you send it to them. And it's a really public message. Everybody in the room would notice. They'd all know that not only were you giving a reward, but it's a very public reward.
You could also shun someone, couldn't you? You can make a marked statement in another way. That person, but not the person in the middle.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons why this whole meal is so formal. This is the sort of central ritual of household. You're making a whole load of social statements, and this daily ritual of dining reinforces all those positions.
I think we need to curry favour with all you guys, to be brutally honest. But in the modern vernacular, I am going to say ladies first. So, Helen, if you fancy coming up, please. Yeah, take the whole lot.
Thank you. We've obviously been very good, working very hard.
It's Midsummer's Eve. Tomorrow will be the longest day, and the sun will be at its highest point in the sky. For thousands of years, this has been regarded as a special and mystical time. Peter, Ruth and Tom have come to a nearby hill to celebrate. They're joined by people from their parish and folklore expert, Professor Ronald Hutton.
The sun rises and sets at different points in the horizon through the year, which is why days get shorter and longer. But it slows down at midwinter and midsummer, and for a few magical days, it appears to rise and set at the same points in the horizon. So the laws of nature and the divine are suspended. Human beings can become magical. The fairy folk can wander among us. Potential is limitless. Tonight, the last night of the solstice, Midsummer's Eve, you, Tom, can find a fairy mistress. Tonight, Ruth, you could find your divine opposite number. And you, Peter, and I can enjoy a drink.
Fire was at the heart of midsummer celebrations, and jumping through flames was believed to bring good luck.
Ruth, would you do me the honour of leaping the midsummer fire with me? The rest of you will get back a bit. Goodness. 1, 2, 3.
It was believed that at midsummer, evil spirits roamed free, and fire would ward them off. In truth, it wasn't evil spirits in the air, it was disease.
Back where we are now, the Tudor period, this is the time when fleas breed, and fleas brought bubonic plague. This is the time when mosquitoes breed, and they brought malaria. Lice brought typhus. The corn is growing, it can now be flattened by storms or catch disease. And it's the time when the sea is calm, the rivers are low, the roads are dry, which means that armies and brigands can move easily. We are in danger of being plundered. We're looking at stark, lethal danger, and fire will keep us safe.
There was one fire that was especially effective at warding off evil: the bonfire.
A fire made entirely of bones is a bonfire, from which we get the word bonfire. They smell dreadful, and the pungent smoke drives away evil spirits.
So Peter's convinced, after a few ales, he's actually seen a dragon.
Certainly scare away evil, traditionally. And as for...
History Hit is like Netflix, just for history fans. With exclusive history documentaries covering some of the most famous people and events in history, just for you. There's a great collection of religious history content available to History Hit subscribers. From the Crusades to the birth of Islam. There are plenty of topics to choose from for your next documentary fix. And it's not just documentaries either. We have a network of incredible history podcasts bringing you new episodes every day. Sign up now for a 14-day free trial, and Parable fans get 50% off their first 3 months. Just be sure to use the code PARABLE at checkout.
500 years ago, England was emerging into a new era. After years of war, plague and famine, the kingdom was enjoying peace and prosperity under the reign of the first Tudor king, Henry VII. A new class of business-savvy farmer was thriving, boosting food production.
And then over she goes.
While wool from their sheep was generating half the nation's wealth. Many of the nation's farms were under the control of the biggest landowner in England after the king, the monasteries. Their influence could be felt in every aspect of daily life. They were not just places of religion, they were at the forefront of technology, education, and farming. But with the daily lives of monks devoted to prayer, they depended increasingly on tenant farmers who worked and tended their lands.
Steady, girls.
Now, historian Ruth Goodman and archaeologists Tom Pinfold and Peter Ginn are turning the clock back to Tudor England, here at Weald Downland in West Sussex, to work as ordinary farmers, under the watchful eye of a monastic landlord.
Here we.
That's the way. Nice.
To succeed, they'll have to master long-lost farming methods.
Watch those flanks, they're going again.
And get to grips with Tudor technology.
Quite noisy.
It's a really violent process.
While immersing themselves in the beliefs, customs, and rituals that shaped the age.
This is merry England, for heaven's sake, so to speak. Let's enjoy it.
This is the untold story of the monastic farms of Tudor England. It's July. Ruth, Peter, and Tom are more than halfway through their time on the farm. The pea crop has flowered, and very soon it should be producing a harvest.
I am flabbergasted with just how many peas are on each plant. It's staggering, isn't it?
The barley cereal crop is also thriving, as are the sheep and the pigs.
Are you all right?
Yeah. But farming was not the only way monastic land was exploited to make money. The monasteries encouraged other enterprises and would send representatives to meet with tenants who wanted to expand into new areas. Professor James Clark, an expert in medieval history, has come to meet Tom and Peter to explain the abundant opportunities on the land.
Of course, it's important to remember that the monastery's economic interests are not just confined to farming. The monastery owns a huge diversity of landscape, and it's especially interested in the natural resources that landscape contains. And perhaps the preeminent interest in this period in that regard is lead mining.
Would farmers like us be involved in these commercial processes then?
We know that just prior to the dissolution, a number of tenants are beginning to branch off into those areas. They can't rely for a secure income on the produce of farming alone.
The church imposed itself on the landscape of medieval England. Great abbeys and cathedrals were built to stamp the church's authority across the country. Vital to their construction was lead. Its malleability and resistance to corrosion made it perfect for roofing, guttering, and windows. This created huge demand for the material. Following in the footsteps of Tudor farmers, the boys are heading off to mine their own lead. Areas around the Pennines, Derbyshire and Shropshire were the biggest centres of lead mining in the Tudor period. The mines are now long abandoned and overgrown. Tom and Peter are meeting with experts Colin Richards and Nick Southwick to reopen one.
Right, Peter, here's your lead mine.
Oh, brilliant, Colin. It looks a bit more like a rabbit warren or something.
Yes, we've got to do a little bit of digging to actually get into the mine, but the mines in this area haven't been operated for 130 years.
Would farmers be doing this sort of thing?
Oh, yes, because in any age, if you could sort of gain extra money, you could improve your life. You could get a better horse, better clothes, better wine. So it could make all the difference between a subsistence existence and one where you could have a few luxuries.
I suppose it was a metal very much in demand, especially with the monasteries and what they were using it for.
You could sell all you could extract. So, you know, you could turn your labour into money very easily.
Farmers who turned their hand to mining in the summer months could earn up to £4 in extra income, the equivalent of buying 80 extra sheep for the farm.
I think it's getting big.
Shovel this out, Pete.
Yeah.
Then I think we can get a body in.
Shall I do that? I'm a bit svelter than you are, Peter.
You are a little homunculus, Tom. We'll get you down there. Here he goes. Give him a push. He's going.
All right, opens up quite a lot, actually.
Yeah, it should do.
Is there room for another one?
I reckon. Just follow on.
Oh, dear. It widens out a bit, so we could probably fit that wheelbarrow in, if you like.
No.
Thank you. All right, here we go.
You lads okay?
As one of the kingdom's largest landowners, Monasteries owned vast waterways that were full of another valuable resource, fish. The church encouraged people to fast from meat 3 days a week, creating a high demand for fish. Ruth's setting out to catch one of the most popular fish of the day, eels. The first job is to make an eel trap, with help from basket maker Simon Cooper.
Whoops, I nearly lost that. Lovely and soaked and bendy.
Well soaked enough.
Yeah, nice and bendy. Look at that.
They're using willow, a tree commonly found beside streams.
So we're using the twinning technique, which means we're using two at once, yeah?
That's it. Woven one over the other around
and we twist them each time. They go around.
Go around. Stave, yes. Just get it tight, otherwise we'll lose anything we might be catching.
The traps are made from 2 woven cones, one slotted inside the other.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you can see it in that one, can't you?
This is a very open design one, and you can see the eel will go in through the front here.
Right, so the eel swims in, gets through that gap nice and easily, but because it's all spiky, you can't turn around and go back through it.
You can't turn around and go out, no.
This method of laying traps for fish is a technique that goes back thousands of years and is even mentioned in the Magna Carta.
And of course, one thing with the eel as well is very easy to keep alive out of water, as long as it's damp.
Yeah, so you
cool.
can transport them in damp sacking.
Sacking or straw, yes. You didn't really need refrigeration because they almost can almost breathe through their skin. This then is going to be dropped into here.
Yeah.
And then we need to
try and weave the whole lot together.
Weave the whole lot together.
Yeah, I see what you mean about needing to be really firm with
yes,
this.
we hope our basket work isn't too open, so the eel will find a way out, because they're very, very good at finding little holes.
With the mine reopened, the team are navigating the passages that should take them to the lead ore. Monasteries granted leases to those who wanted to mine for lead on their land.
Come to a mine, you said, Tom. It'll be fun.
So, Colin, how far are we going in at the moment?
Well,
need to go in about sort of 300, 400 yards.
Whoa! That is fantastic.
This is a lot bigger than I thought it would be.
So when it was in sort of full production, there would have been men on platforms all over this space.
This is the first time the mine has been worked for over a century.
So what are we actually looking for, Colin?
You're looking for those silver specks in the rock, which are the sort of galena, the lead, to see where you've got a concentration, where you've got the richest ore deposits, and then work from there.
Miners worked in pairs and removed the lead ore by hand using hammers and chisels.
The skill is hitting the chisel without hitting the holder.
Oh.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Ooh. Remember, it's not a race.
I'll way down.
The veins of lead ore were often set at 45-degree angles in the rock, making for tough working conditions.
I feel like we're going quite far in. Is this?
Yeah, I think you've broken off a decent piece there.
The weight of the rock was the key indication of lead ore being present.
What are we thinking, Tom?
How does it feel weight-wise?
No. Have a feel. It's like a feather. I don't think we'd have made very good miners.
We're just getting our eye in.
Oh, look at that. That's actually a lot heavier. Feel that?
You can feel the extra weight, can't you, compared to the other bit? What's that look like?
Oh, yes, that's what we're looking for.
Are we finished then? Is that enough?
You know, when you're looking at about 50 barrow loads a day, we've got one lump in the bottom at the moment.
Better pick up the pace.
Let's give that a go. Oh, now that's what I'm talking about, Tom. Look at that. That is a piece of lead ore. Soft lead.
Whole families often worked in the mines. Every day they faced dangers from flooding and long-term inhalation of poisonous lead dust.
Every little bit counted. So, you know, the small children would be down here, sort of as bits were flying off, putting them in the barrows and taking them to the surface. There was, you know, nothing wasted.
Lift with your legs. Straight back. Was that the creak in the barrow or you?
It's amazing how much they must have had to have shifted, Colin. This is hard work. That's why I'm doing it, not Tom.
To exploit their natural resources above ground, monasteries leased out the fishing rights on rivers. Their traps complete, the next job is for Ruth and Simon to set them in the water.
It's best to set these traps in the evening because the eels, through the heat of the day, they tend just to lurk in the shadows and in the cool because they don't like getting too hot, really. So
Right, so that just drops in on the side.
that should drop in, and we need to just tie a mark to a reed somewhere.
Eels are drawn to dark places, so the traps must be left in the shade.
I wondered if we perhaps headed off over there to under that shady tree, 'cause it looks sort of, you know, a good place which eels might lurk.
So we weight this pot so it sits on the bottom, yeah?
Yes, so that the eels can swim straight into it. That's it, parallel to the bank, that's lovely.
The ends of the traps are filled with dead fish, an eel's favourite food.
Nice stinky fish. Stinkier the better, so they can smell it. Oh, my good old
That'll
distance.
attract them.
Wet hay. I'll just plug up the top so that the fish can't get out.
It's not just to keep the bait in, but it's to stop the eels getting out.
I always want to call them pots, but that's not the right name for them, is it?
Down here, we tend to call them putchins, but I know all around the country there's grigs, wheels.
It's almost an indicator, really, of a truly ancient craft, isn't it, when the tools have all these regional names?
Of course, they all had different shapes as well, depending on the maker, really.
Down you
it's
go.
going to sink.
Is this branch going to hold it? I think so.
The lead ore has been brought to the surface of the mine. Now it must be smelted to extract the metal from the rock. This is done by heating the ore to 600 degrees Fahrenheit. To achieve these temperatures, the Tudor smelter would make use of their natural environment. Furnaces were placed on windy hilltops to help fan the flames. A superfuel known as white coal was used. It was made by simply drying out wood in a kiln.
So it's like any kind of oven, really, like, you know, a bread oven or anything?
Very much. It's very similar to a bread oven in that you heat the stone up, and then it's the heat in the mass of the oven which dries the wood.
Heating the wood removes moisture and impurities, allowing it to burn hotter.
That's the one we've been looking for.
The kiln must be airtight, so gaps are filled with clay.
So I'll put a little fire in here, and then if it's completely sealed, the only smoke will be coming out the entrance. Right, if I was you, Tom, I'd get a handful of clay.
I'm not sure I need to, but sure. I'll indulge you, Colin. OK.
I think we get a few gaps here, Tom.
But I can still rescue this quickly. It's very atmospheric. I might owe you an ale.
The best wood to convert into white coal is oak.
That was almost my fingers.
Got plenty of wood there, I see.
Here we go. Is this going to change much, Colin?
No, it won't change appearance much, but any residual moisture will be driven off through the heat in these stones.
To help the lead melt more quickly, the ore is smashed into small pieces.
Give it a whack. Put your arms into it while you have to smelt it.
There we go.
See? There you go, brilliant.
So how much of this is going to be lead?
80%.
That high?
That's that
brilliant.
high.
So it's a good return on our effort.
Absolutely, very good, very good.
The wood, having dried for 4 hours in the kiln, is now white coal.
Is it hot?
I'm not going to lie to you, it looks pretty similar.
Well,
it's incredibly dry.
The next job is to build a furnace to smelt the lead ore. At the base, Colin is making a hearth where the lead will collect.
So we just need to spread it so that it goes up the slope a little bit more. So this clay lining is going to firm up during the firing process, and it will actually be our bowl of lead at the end of the smelting.
On top of the hearth, a fire is built by stacking layers of timber.
And we'll lay these as close together as we can.
Right.
The furnace is finished with layers of hot-burning white coal, onto which the lead ore is placed.
It's all our
Freshly crushed ore, yeah. OK.
That's pretty heavy.
Excellent. Well done, lads. Gosh, there's some weight in that.
Should we just leave it in the sack?
Yeah, look at that glinting in the sunlight. We'll fold this over and we put the white coal over the top. And that heat wrapped round our ore is going to be the final sort of almost turbo boost to smelt it and melt it and be the conclusion of this big inferno.
Eels were a staple food in monasteries that owned rivers. But for lay people who needed permission to access these rivers, they were a luxury. Simon and Ruth are heading out to check the traps.
Do you have to change the places you put the traps, or do you just use the same spot?
If it hasn't caught anything for a day or so, we look for somewhere else, because after a while, you tend to find the places where the eels like to run.
No, I can't see anything there.
Nothing?
I'm pretty certain that's empty.
One down, 6 more to check. Let's hope we have a bit more luck on the next one.
Fishermen were expected to give a proportion of what they caught to the monasteries. Anything else they could keep.
Just there, I can see the string entering the water there.
We're going to be lucky this time, I think.
Yeah, well, that's my hope. Oh, gosh, there are.
Eel.
Yeah. Come on, out you come.
Are they keen?
There's one. There it is. Look. Gosh, it's hard to see. There's one. There it is. Yes, there's two.
Oh.
Three. Oh my goodness, three.
Is he safe in there?
I need something to knock him back in with. If it does, I can't. I'm sorry, it's too snake-like. I can't. I was going to try and be all hard. Oh, there you go.
He was quite sweet when he came out.
No, there's nothing sweet about it.
He liked you.
Oh, my toes are all curled now.
So you're looking forward to catch some more now, are you?
We've only got 2 more pots left, haven't we?
I think so, yes, yeah.
Tudor farmers relied on the landscape to provide them with their tools. Cotton grass and other dry plants, such as moss, were used for tinder on fires. As night falls, the natural tinder is put to the test on the smelting furnace.
So this can light our kiln, can it?
Well, I would think so. Should we just try it?
Yeah.
Ooh. Whoa! Whoa. Yeah, that will do the trick. Let's put a good handful in there.
Oh, look at that, it's amazing.
It's starting to take hold now, Tom. It's going to go from, say, 20 degrees up to 600 degrees.
Could we achieve that kind of temperature just wood?
Not so quickly. You know, that extra boost with the white coal is going to, you know, be the icing on the cake, really, that final boost to take it from a rock to a molten metal.
As the temperature rises, the lead should melt from the rock and trickle down into the hearth at the base.
Tell you what, this is fierce. This is one of the fiercest fires I've ever felt. When you're smelting, can you tell from the colour of the flame what's happening to the ore?
Yeah, very much so. As it starts to drop down, you know, the various gases come off it. Can you see that blue?
Oh, yeah, just forming up on the right-hand side, yeah. It's really visible, actually.
But after a promising start, things begin to go dangerously wrong.
That wind coming up the hill, it's making the fire burn hotter on one side and it's starting to tilt. We're trying to rectify it with a couple of timbers, but we may not end up smelting all our lead.
If they don't work fast, all their hard work will be destroyed.
Whoa, 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 don't disturb the top. Nice one.
The fire has been rescued. For now.
You know, it's collapsing, but more or less within its own footprint, which is what we wanted.
It's definitely reducing as well, isn't it?
As they reduce in size, there's greater opportunity for the lead to actually go through the gaps into our bowl that we created. At the moment, you know, I'm quite happy the way it's going.
The fire will continue to burn overnight. Only in the morning will they find out if it has worked. Lead was one of the most important materials in building medieval cathedrals and churches, and integral to making stained glass. Christians saw light as symbolic of God's power and aimed to build churches that would be open to as much light as possible. Ruth's come to Lincoln Cathedral to meet glazier Richard Still, who's making stained glass.
Let's play about with this piece.
Right.
The first thing that they did was score the glass with a flint. So we've got a bit of wood, we've rubbed it with powdered chalk, and the design's drawn out with just some charcoal.
So you can just trace through, because glass being so helpfully see-through.
It's very crude and hard to control. And then some little sort of moon-shaped cross-hatching, just to encourage the glass to break where we would like it to break.
OK. So lots of little nibbly sort of...
And actually, when glaziers' workshops have been excavated, they've found fragments of glass with these little crosshatch marks on.
Have they?
So we can be quite
Quite
sure
sure
that
this really is the technique
yeah,
that was
it really
used.
happened.
Okay.
The next technique is even cruder, and it is simply breaking the glass. And it's a case of using this tool. This is a grozing iron. Grozing meaning to crush. And that's really all we're doing is crushing the edge of the glass.
So we're sort of nibbling away at it.
Nibbling away.
And that way up.
That's
so
right.
More
Fingers
close.
close.
Finger is in close to the edge
Yeah.
that we've marked and just nibble.
Glass was expensive in Tudor England because producing it was so slow and labour-intensive.
I'm doing very tiny nibbles because I'm scared stiff.
You're right to be scared.
You can't really put it back once you take it away, can you?
You can't. It's a once and forever process. It's so unpredictable, so hard to control. A lot of glass must have been broken where you didn't want it to be broken.
I can imagine many an apprentice is getting a severely clipped ear.
Yes.
For breaking an important piece.
Yeah, and it always breaks just right at the last minute when you think everything's almost perfect. That's looking pretty good, isn't it?
It was slow, but it is...
But it is a slow process. I'm pretty impressed.
In the 1500s, England was producing up to 500 tons of lead a year. Tom and Peter are returning to see whether the smelting fire has been successful in producing lead.
Ah, wow. Steady. Yeah. Well, this is the remains of our kiln. It's just burnt down to ash.
I mean, our clay bowl at the bottom, I thought it was going to break up in the heat, but that's actually just gone solid. That's amazing. Look at the colour.
That is metal. Oh, look. Oh, look. We've got loads of lead there, Tom. Have you got a bag there, have you?
I have. I came prepared.
So at least one of us did. Whoa, look at that. Look at that.
Get that down. Get it in the middle.
The lead must now be refined. Colin has made a refining kiln in the woods. This process requires a much more controlled temperature than smelting, so it must be sheltered from drafts.
Okay, just tip it in.
Yeah. But these are called black working hearths or black working ovens because the lead that you brought has got a bit of ash mixed in and there's a sort of dark tinge to it. You know, the first burn is taking it from the rock. Here we're getting rid of the impurities.
The main impurity that's removed is sulphur, driven off as hazardous fumes.
Okay, Colin.
Moment of truth, eh?
Right. It's like Christmas as I unwrap it here. Okay, here we go.
Nice.
While the lead is being refined, the team make moulds for ingots using wet sand.
So I'll be gentle, yeah?
Yeah.
Tomo's pumping the bellows and we're taking it in turns to just get this furnace absolutely raging. And the lead, it's coming out the bottom. You can just see it is trickling out like a silver stream, and he's collecting it in an iron crucible. And he's just about to pour it into the moulds.
So you don't want it spilling all over the place because it burns and it sticks as well. So not wishing to put any pressure, but you're in the hot seat.
Right. Okay, there's feral weight in this. In there.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh!
Yeah.
Fast and loose with our lead.
Put the rest in there?
Yep.
The quality appears so much better. It looks cleaner, looks more polished even than it did before it was refined.
I know, in my mind, lead is not silver. Lead is a kind of dull colour, but I suppose that's oxidisation with the air, isn't it?
It is. And looking at this, though, it's shiny and it's bright, and it looks like it is worth money.
The ingots will weigh just over 2 pounds and will go towards making a fother, the unit for just over a ton of lead. It was worth up to £8.
Right, I suppose take our ingots out. Oh, they might actually be cold.
Yeah, it's kind of warm.
They're warm, but...
We've got that kind of rough sand indentation on the sides.
This is one of the characteristics of sand-casted metal. You get that sort of indentation of the sand, which gives it a slightly rougher surface, and it's one of the means of identifying, you know, sort of medieval leadwork, really.
That has come from that.
I know. That was hard work. These were tricky, but ultimately a success. I think we need to get this to the monastery.
At the cathedral, Ruth's shaped the pieces of stained glass and is returning to complete the panel. Some of the largest and most elaborate windows were commissioned during the medieval period, all held together with lead. A survey at the time estimated that monasteries held some 20,000 fothers of lead. In the 1530s, Henry VIII targeted this valuable material during the dissolution of the monasteries. It was ripped out, melted, and sold.
So here's the panel that we're working on. We've got our horseshoe nails around. You've cut this piece, this last piece, to go in beautifully, I have to say. So what you're going to do is take a piece of lead, and this is the scaffolding that holds the window together.
Strips of lead made from ingots were then melted and poured over reeds.
This is called
so
lead came, C-A-M-E.
I know this sounds odd, but it's like modelling in marzipan.
Yes.
It's sort of got that same... When marzipan's cold, it sort of seems to behave in much the same way.
There's a resistance.
There's the resistance, but not that much.
Yeah.
So presumably I need to get an angle on that corner
you need
first.
to take an angle of 45 degrees.
Just there.
Yep.
And then in. It is just so soft. Is that close enough
That looks
as a fit?
fantastic. Now, what we need to do, let me help here, because I'll put a finger there.
Right.
And what you're going to do
nails, yes.
is use a couple of nails.
To hold.
Just to hold. Yeah.
And then we have to solder it?
We have to solder it.
To fuse the lead together, it is soldered by melting another metal onto the join. Animal fat, known as tallow, is applied to the joints first.
Yep, perfect.
Gosh, it's not much, is it?
It's not much. It's just enough for the tallow to melt and form a layer between the air and the lead.
Okie doke.
You'll probably
so
find
a little bit of warming.
Yeah.
Then touch and let it melt through. Ooh,
that's it.
That melted through fairly quickly.
That's
Hold
nice.
And come straight up.
Straight up. That's beautiful.
Okay.
Fantastic.
And back in the fire. Oh, that's made quite a nice little round bead, hasn't it?
Yes. So what you've got to remember is that this joint is an integral part of the structure of the window. If this comes apart in 5 years, or 10 years, or 50 years, or 100 years, the window falls apart.
OK, moment of truth, I suppose. Ooh. Is it actually going to hold together? Yeah, and there we go.
What do you think? Do you like it? Is it a thing of beauty?
Well, it's funny, isn't it? Down flat on the board, it looks rather dead and plain. But as soon as you've got light coming through it, it seems to sort of come to life.
Comes alive, doesn't it?
It does. It's completely different.
And this handmade glass with its ripples and its bubbles and its imperfections are a part of that.
Yeah.
It's not just a slab of transparent stuff. And that's the beauty of the material.
After 3 days away at the mine, the boys are returning to the farm.
That lead mining's knackered me. I'm a broken man.
Well, yeah, you and me both. Over we go.
Over.
Okay.
Good girls.
On long journeys, travellers would stop to spend the evening at an inn, where their animals could also be housed for the night. Monks saw it as their Christian duty to provide hospitality to travellers. Monasteries with land on major pilgrimage and trade routes also seized this as a business opportunity, building inns which could be leased out for revenue.
Ah, welcome to the inn. What's your drinks order? Water? 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 Ale.
I think I'm going to have to come in with you, aren't I?
You are.
OK, girls, you've done well. We'll be back in a bit.
And see how much parking costs.
I don't think so.
Inns were busy places, bringing together the old and the young. Sometimes preachers could hope to capture an audience.
Priests give themselves to feasting and banqueting, spend themselves in vain babbling. Woe unto them, for they have gone in the way of Cain.
Inns like this were originally designed to be accommodation blocks. But having built them for that purpose, they quickly became spaces that really lent themselves to public speaking, such as our friar is doing, and to entertainments too. And this shape forms a sort of natural auditorium and informs the architecture of theatres for generations to come.
Drowned in the delights of this world, patronise those who cater for their pleasure.
A wide range of social functions would take place at the inn. From religious to commercial, it was a microcosm of Tudor life.
Cheers. Cheers, Ruth.
Cheers.
Well, it's good to be in a pub.
It's such a familiar sort of thing to be doing too, isn't it? It's like going to a hotel and a pub all sort of rolled into one. I mean, if you could hire a room at a place like this for your private party, you could have your wedding reception here, you know, or a christening party, business meetings. Loads of people came to inns for business meetings, which really makes sense, doesn't it? You know?
Well, I guess they're on the same routes as trade routes, roads.
They're on all the major roads and they're in the
constant.
hearts of major towns and market centres where people are coming together anyway. So, of course, you have your business meeting at these sorts of places. It's a conference centre.
Inns were also places to have fun, and drinking games were popular, such as the Puzzle Cup.
Can you drink out of that without spilling it? It looks like men's work.
For a second there, I thought it was amazing.
You have a go, you have a go. Oh! No. Is there a hole under there as well? Already used.
Okay, so these puzzle cups.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
A little hole. Just
Yeah, I found that bit.
You have to cover up with your hands.
I managed to do that.
Vacuum.
Yeah.
And then, ready? We're ready.
You as well!
Epic fail.
Oh, beer everywhere now.
Bring us in good ale, for blessed lady's sake. Bring us in good ale, bring us in good ale, bring us in good ale.
Push you off the tire.
Accommodation could vary depending on your budget, from communal rooms to private suites.
Well, this is nice.
Oh, no.
I'm having a little bit.
One's big and one's little.
Most inn rooms were crowded places. If you were a single chap travelling, you would expect to share the bed with somebody else, who might be a complete stranger.
If only I had that luxury.
They're not exactly bouncy, are they, these beds? They're all right, though.
So what kind of quality are we dealing with?
This is pretty good for an inn, this is.
How many stars are we looking at here?
4.
4.
I can see him through the roof.
No, go on. Move over. Move over. Very Morecambe and Wise.
Make a wish, Tomo. It's your lucky night.
Peter, get your knee out of my back.
Shut up over there!
It's late July, a time when farmers need to keep a close eye on their crops as they neared harvest. Tudor farmers would also use this time for haymaking, weeding, and checking the progress of young animals who would provide valuable income later in the year. The woodlands owned by monasteries were a perfect place to rear young pigs. Tenants would seek rights from their monastic landlords to pasture pigs in the forest, known as pannage. The team's 6 piglets have been foraging in the woods for a couple of weeks. Peter and pig farmer Neil Careswell have come to check on their progress.
Pigs! You reckon they'll come to our call?
Oh, I think so.
Hey, piggies!
There we go.
Piggy! Piggies! Pigs!
Right there. Look how big they've become.
They have grown up fast.
Fantastic. God, they've done well.
They've done a good job of clearing this woodland.
Not only do the acorns and roots provide rich sustenance for the piglets, but their foraging also clears the undergrowth, allowing young trees in the woodland to thrive.
But that's what they would have used them for. They're fantastic excavators. They would have pushed them into sort of land like this, and you've noticed they've not touched any of the coppicing wood. So they'll clear everything else, and then the woodman used to be able to come in and it was ready for them.
Pork was in great demand by both the monasteries and the lay community, as pigs were inexpensive to keep and the meat easy to preserve. Keeping pigs was a useful money spinner for the ambitious Tudor farmer.
Our Tudor farming Bible.
So you got your Bible?
A book of husbandry.
What does it say then?
Well, you tell me. I find it hard to read.
Right, OK.
For it is an old saying that he hath both
sheep, swine and bees.
Sheep, swine and bees. Got. He may thrive because he hath these things that most
profit of in shortest space of time.
This is basically saying we'll get the most amount of profit out of these guys for the least amount of investment.
By scavenging like this, a piglet could grow quickly, allowing the farmer to slaughter them young.
So a Tudor farmer couldn't sustain these pigs through winter on feed, but a Tudor farmer could sustain himself, I suppose, on the meat from the pigs.
Definitely. They would have looked at trying to get as much slaughtered and as much preserved, dried, smoked and stored, ready for the winter, rather than feed the animal through the winter.
Yeah.
Definitely.
These guys, I mean, are they ready to slaughter yet?
You can check. You can have a feel of their spine. You go along their spine and just have a feel of the 2 fillets either side.
Yeah.
If the spine's very, very protruding, then you know it's underweight. And these guys are fine. You know, there's no bones sticking out.
Yeah.
They're good size. They're very very boisterous. That's always a good sign. But no, I think we've got a while to go yet.
Ow.
Obviously still hungry, though.
I feel a bit like the witch out of Hansel and Gretel. How fat are you?
I call it going on holiday, so we'll maybe use that term from now on so they don't hear us.
Hey, chaps.
But I think we're really, really on target. They're looking fantastic.
The farmhouse was not just where the farmer, his family and staff lived. It was also a business centre where deals were made and meetings were held. So Ruth's considering some home improvements. Appearances were important, and aspirational farmers would want to emulate the tastes of wealthy Tudors through their decorations.
At the top end of society, people really enjoyed bold, strong colour and pattern, and they covered their walls in fabrics, in paintings. The most expensive thing that you could have in your palace, in your castle, in your abbot's lodging was a tapestry. So, as somebody of more modest means, imitating tapestry was a really socially, upwardly mobile sort of thing to do. So many people went to the painters or stainers in order to achieve it. And a stainer is somebody who paints on cloth.
To produce a wall hanging for the farmhouse, Ruth's visiting artist Mark Goodman in his workshop. The materials used by stainers were sourced from their surroundings.
So the pigments, they vary. So you've got cheap ones. For example, that's just a red ochre. That's just a clay. That's actually just dug out of the ground. It's relatively cheap.
So I can have any sort of brown colour for very little.
Yeah, reds, browns, yellows, those sorts of colours. And the more interesting one is lead white. And so obviously lead mined. But then to get it into that form there, soaking it in vinegar and then making sure it's coated in vinegar steam for about 3 to 4 weeks. And then
you get those little white crystals on the top.
Pigments were mixed with glue made from boiled animal fat, known as size or distemper. Once the paint has been made, it needs to be kept warm to prevent the glue from solidifying.
Seems really weird, doesn't it, having to keep your paint hot?
Yes. And you notice when it's not, because it just doesn't work.
Doesn't flow, does it? You are just sort of more or less putting one layer on and staining the canvas. You're not sort of building up layers like an oil painter would do. So these can be just churned out.
These can be created very quickly.
Scenes from mythology and folklore were popular on wall hangings. Ruth's helping Mark produce a stain of George and the Dragon.
It's a bit paint by numbers, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a cartoon. Yeah, but we're not going to do it, so we're not going to try and make it realistic or put a lot of effort into making it realistic. That takes time, obviously, and hence costs more. So this one's just going to be some nice bright colours. We'll put a little bit of shading in various places, and that's about it, really.
In the 1500s, portraiture was moving away from stylised caricatures. This period saw a transition where more realistic art developed and flourished during the Renaissance. It also brought about advancements in technology. Changes were made to the ancient camera obscura. Tom is sitting for the artist Sigrid Holmwood to experiment with this technique.
OK, Tom, so I think you might have to come a little bit closer, if you can.
A little bit closer?
Yeah. Oh, no, too close. Bit further away. That's it. OK, great. Stay still. OK, so what you need to make a camera obscura is firstly a darkened room. Camera obscura actually means dark room. And then you block out the window and you put a hole in it.
Daylight bounces off Tom and passes through a lens which flips the image upside down onto the parchment. Early camera obscuras used a pinhole to project the image onto the canvas. But in the Tudor period, lenses were adopted for the first time, making the image brighter and clearer.
Even the tiniest movement shows up a lot on this. I'm going to see how this looks soon, but I've got a feeling we might have to try it again. OK, Tom, the thing is, you moved a bit.
Move now.
Yeah, you can move now.
Just
so
checking.
you didn't manage to get your nose that's gone all weird.
Yeah, looks a bit like
also,
a witch or something.
Yeah, exactly. And your whole head's a bit compressed because you probably moved in one direction after I'd done that. So
I've been trying to lose weight, so...
this isn't the way to do it.
They need a way of keeping Tom still.
And we're sure this is my fault, this went wrong.
You need to... It's just like Victorian photography. You need to be as still as possible. OK, great. That's looking much better now. OK, keep still. It's like a race against time. OK, so in this case, we've got his nose and his eyes and his mouth really nicely in focus. But actually his ear and the top of his head and his hat are kind of receding and quite fuzzy. You've got this area of focus in the centre, and then you've got this area around the outside which gets out of focus, and this creates distortions in scale. It's quite controversial amongst our historians how much the camera obscura was used by artists in the past. There's a lot of resistance to the idea because people think it's cheating. I certainly feel that it was used more than people think.
This is a bit like being at the dentist. The moment you're told not to move, everything itches. You can feel insects on your face that probably aren't there. You want to cough, but yeah, it's nice to sit down on the farm rather than be working, sort of.
In the last few weeks, the farm's kitchen garden has burst into life. But unlike modern gardens, the Tudor farmer would have let the weeds thrive as well, because they too had their uses.
Now this little patch here is actually my crop. It may look like a weed patch, but it isn't. This is cleavers, and I'm deliberately growing it. I know for many people who spend half their lives trying to take it out of their garden, this may seem madness, but this is my cleavers crop. And it's useful because, well, you can eat it. Again, it's not delicious, but it's all right. But it's also really useful as a filter or sieve. If you lay the stems one way and then you lay them the other, you get a really useful filter, which you can use in the dairy, you can use in your brewing, use in your kitchen.
Ruth is also letting the weeds flourish amongst her vegetables.
Think about
this lovely set of beans. If only half of them had germinated and I'd done a really good job of the weeding, I'd end up with some empty, dead ground. But I need to eat all year. I need a meal out of this patch every single day of the year.
Many of the weeds that have grown are edible, particularly important to the Tudor farmer when the main food crops aren't yet ready to be harvested.
The fat hen. This one's not just put-upable with. This one's actually quite nice. I quite like fat hen. There's also land cresses in amongst all here. Quite a lot of land cress, actually. And the point is that early on in the process, I allow the weeds a little bit of leeway. And only when I know I've got an established crop will I start taking them out.
The land cress and fat hen Ruth's picking will become a Tudor salad. With the outline of the image completed, Sigrid can now paint the portrait.
If the camera obscura doesn't actually give you the whole picture, as it were, how come you don't just paint me from scratch?
Well, it's a lot easier to correct something that's already down there than start entirely from scratch. But most importantly, it's the relationship between your eyes, your nose and your mouth and the very subtle little shapes there which really make the difference in getting a likeness.
So the camera obscura is almost like a stencil from which you start your work.
Yeah, it's a starting point. You really need to still have lots of drawing skills, lots of artistic judgment to be able to use it properly. It's not like taking a snapshot. It isn't that easy to use.
Painting was viewed as a craft rather than art in Tudor England, but that would change with the influx of artists from Europe.
So would artists travel from like village to village looking for work, or?
In terms of portraiture, there would actually be artists who would travel from country to country. So there were a lot of artists from the Low Countries that travelled to London and were commissioned to do portraits. So an example is Holbein. So he's a little bit later than our period, more active around the 1530s, but he was from Germany and came to London. And when I look at Holbein's drawings, I think they probably were done using a camera obscura. There's little telltale signs. For instance, there's a very large head and then with incredibly small shoulders coming off it.
During this period, the Mona Lisa was completed. And artists strove to mirror the soul of the sitter in their work.
During this time, you start to get a shift towards the more humanist philosophy, where you start to look for God in nature and start to look for God in man. And so therefore it becomes much more important to try and capture what things look like naturally. It's actually much more people's views changing, and then it makes their art change.
Art would decorate the walls of Tudor dining rooms, and fish would dominate the tables. Ruth has brought her eels back to the farmhouse to make the most of this delicacy.
So I've got to get the slime off my eels. Like all freshwater fish, they have a sort of protective slime coating. Salt, rubbing and water. I hate this bit. I don't know why it is, but the slime on freshwater fish makes me more squeamish, I think, than anything else. Look at that. Ugh.
Freshwater fish was hard to come by for people living away from rivers and was only eaten on feast days.
It's one of those differences, really, between the monastic community and the lay community. People like us, eels are an occasional treat. In the monasteries, they're almost a staple. For us, fish means salt fish, salt cod. It means pickled fish. It means pickled herring. In the monasteries, fresh fish is possible and indeed quite probable on a daily basis.
Ruth is cooking the eels as part of a stew known as Brewing. She makes a sauce from parsley, breadcrumbs and beer, which gives the dish its name.
Getting the texture right is half the battle.
The eels are cooked separately and added to the sauce later.
Cooked like this, you can see why I've left the skin on. It gives me perfect, organised little gobbets of meat. I love that word. It is the period word.
The stock from the eels is added for flavour.
It does upset me that when you're watching this, you'll be judging it entirely on what it looks like, as opposed to what it tastes and smells like. This isn't posy telly food. This is real food, and it tastes great, and it smells fantastic.
Fresh fish may have been a treat for the farmer, but pork was widely eaten at both the top and bottom of Tudor society. Fat was an essential commodity, particularly for monasteries that used it for cooking, candle making, and even shining their shoes. To make money and keep up with demand, the farm must have a continuous supply of pigs. A few weeks ago, their boar Turkish was introduced to the sows.
Does Turkish here have to fancy the pigs he makes with?
No, not necessarily. A boar will follow his red-blooded primeval instincts.
A sow would be introduced to a boar before reaching a year old, and a farmer would regularly check for signs of pregnancy. A positive indicator is when she doesn't show signs of wanting to mate. This is easily tested by the farmer.
There's the standing heat test.
Right.
Do you know anything about
No.
that? Which is putting all your weight on their back hips, which sort of simulates mounting of the boar, and they will stand, so they will sort of position themselves, get themselves in a position where they're ready to be served. So should we give it a go?
We can give it a go, yeah.
You're comfortable with that?
So we don't want them to stand if we put our weight here.
Yeah, if you put their weight there and they... Oh.
See, I don't think she is. I mean, she's... Oh,
No,
sorry.
she's not comfortable.
She's looking for her food.
Yeah.
She's not really interested in what I'm doing.
Have a go with Georgie, because I think Georgie's looking a bit more of a surefire. Are you all right?
Yeah.
What do you think about that, then, eh?
I'm after your women, Turkish.
No, Turkish is a bit confused now. Competition.
A sow is pregnant for just under 4 months, and the farmer would want her to give birth before winter to give the piglets a better chance of survival. Timing was critical.
Oh, no, he's a good boy, and I think you're probably right. I think he's done his job.
Yeah.
I think he has done his job. Keep an eye on it.
After all their exertions, the team has returned to the newly decorated farmhouse. Supper was usually served at 5 p.m. and was normally a simple affair of pottage with vegetables. But tonight, the boys are in for a treat.
Here we go, a bit of a treat. Eel. Look.
Freshwater fish.
Freshwater fish.
I'll get involved. Good source of protein, good for the brain.
Yeah.
Eel. Something of a luxury. There we go.
And this is lovely.
Like
Yeah,
this.
got a
It's
bit of
good,
zing.
isn't it?
Yeah.
It's good. I like Brewing.
It's a nice change.
It is a nice change, and it also represents quite a luxury dish, really, for lay people. Because to own the fish, you have to own the rights to the ponds and the rivers. And tenants very rarely do. That's all landowners, not tenants like us. Don't you think, everything we've sort of done in the last couple of weeks, it's all been under monastic control, hasn't it?
Yeah, and
even that inn we stayed in was owned by the monastery.
Yeah, well, I thought that was one of the best things we've done. I really enjoyed that. And all these stresses of the farm and the pressure from the monastery wasn't quite there, but we're still part of that monastic picture.
Well, I can't help notice that, while I've been away, you've adorned the place with some beautiful artwork, very effeminate knight there. Is that you?
I think I look noble.
Yeah, well, you certainly, you got that. You're staring off into the distance.
1,000-yard stare.
Thinking about farming.
Next time on Tudor Monastery Farm, the team go to work for the monastery, restoring accommodation,
This is going to be a fantastic floor. I can feel it.
washing their linens,
It's the bashing that does it.
and learning the art of monastic hospitality.
I want to stress, I did not drop the custard castle.
500 years ago, England was emerging into a new era. After years of war, plague, and famine, the kingdom was enjoying peace and prosperity under the reign of the first Tudor king, Henry VII. A new class of business-savvy farmer was thriving, boosting food production.
And then over she goes.
While wool from their sheep was generating half the nation's wealth. Many of the nation's farms were under the control of the biggest landowner in England after the king, the monasteries. Their influence could be felt in every aspect of daily life. They were not just places of religion, they were at the forefront of technology, education, and farming. But with the daily lives of monks devoted to prayer, they depended increasingly on tenant farmers who worked and tended their lands.
Steady, girl.
Now, historian Ruth Goodman and archaeologists Tom Pinfold and Peter Ginn are turning the clock back to Tudor England, here at Weald Downland in West Sussex, to work as ordinary farmers under the watchful eye of a monastic landlord.
Here we.
That's the way. Nice.
To succeed, they'll have to master long-lost farming methods.
Watch those flanks. They're going again.
And get to grips with Tudor technology.
Quite noisy.
It's a really violent process.
While immersing themselves in the beliefs, customs, and rituals that shaped the age.
This is merry England, for heaven's sake, so to speak. Let's enjoy it.
This is the untold story of the monastic farms of Tudor England. In the early 1500s, no help for the poor was available from the state. Those in need relied solely on the charity and hospitality of others. Hospitality was a vital social virtue, the measure by which any good Christian would be judged. And at the heart of this culture of hospitality and giving were the monasteries. Beyond their gates, they ran almshouses, and within the monastery, they accommodated everyone from the destitute traveller to the wealthiest noble.
For what we are about to receive, may the Lord make us truly thankful. Amen.
Amen.
James, can I interest you in some pottage?
Well, I'm sure it's good for the soul.
Monastic expert Professor James Clark is joining the team for a meal.
Did the monasteries do much entertaining or hospitality?
Absolutely. It's really central to the monastery's service to society. That charity, that is, in the strict sense, loving kindness to your fellow man, is really at the heart of the monastic vocation. At the lower end, it would be akin to a kind of backpacker's hostel. But at the other end of the scale, for the most distinguished guests, there would be really lavish accommodation and food would be laid on.
For the monks, hosting an esteemed guest wasn't just hospitable, it was profitable. Entertaining nobility was an excellent way to encourage large donations to the monastery. The nobles believed that supporting the monastery would guarantee that they went straight to heaven when they died. The abbot is planning a feast for a wealthy patron, and James is enlisting the team's help to prepare for the visit.
Well, I have some particular tasks in mind for you. There's going to be a lot of preparing of bed linen, so that does mean laundry. No escaping the laundry. And there could well be need for some assistance in the kitchens, because lavish meals are expected, nice as pottage is.
As well as monks and workers, the monastery also accommodated other members of society on a permanent basis. Part of the monastery's remit was to provide care for some of the elderly, their retired staff, or their most generous donors. James is enlisting the team to renovate a room in the outer precinct of the monastery as part of something known as a corrody.
A corrody is a grant which is really like a kind of pension. It provides an individual with accommodation and food over the course of a year, and the monastery might grant that to one of their long-serving lay servants. And after 20 or 30 years' service, instead of a gold watch, they're granted this corrody, which is really going to give them room and board to live out their days in their twilight years.
So it's going to need a bit of renovation, really. I mean, this floor's in quite a state now.
Yes, this floor is looking past its best. It's worth remembering, of course, that they expect something of high quality. This is a valuable retirement home.
I'll have a chat with the boys, especially about the floor, see what we can do.
Before the boys set to work on renovations, they must attend to an urgent matter on the farm: the pea crop.
Well, if we look closely, we've still got a crop. That is fantastic. Oh, yes, please. That is absolutely beautiful.
How's it taste? Good?
Taste of summer.
Peas were important in Tudor England as both food and animal fodder. Unlike garden peas, field peas were left to dry on the plant until they were harvested. It made them easier to store, but also vulnerable to birds.
This is the thing, if we start drying this crop out here, all the birds are going to be looking at it and going, they've laid on a pea buffet. Let's get in there.
Yeah, it's going to be a proper feast.
Bird control was a serious business. In the later Tudor period, bounty payments of a penny for 3 birds' heads were offered. And farmers often employed children to frighten away the pigeons and rooks.
Tom and I are erecting a bird scarer. We're putting in hazel poles, and we're going to tie some string between them, and onto that string we're going to hang some shells.
Tudor-style wind chimes.
So it's...
Be gentle.
That was
work, that was. So we're taking advantage of the wind, making sure all the shells just bounce off of each other, making some noise.
That's the thing, being a Tudor farmer, or being any farmer, you can't afford to lose a crop, but especially in Tudor times, these peas were your sustenance. Right, I'm going to stick another stake in, Tom.
Am I going to get in trouble if I walk across the pea crop?
If you don't walk, the birds will eat.
I'll be delicate.
Oops. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Ruth has begun preparations for the abbot's feast, starting by making butter for the table.
Now, the reason I've transferred my milk into these dishes is to help the cream separate. Anybody who's a little bit older remembers the days before homogenised milk, and they remember that in milk bottles it always used to rise and you always used to get a bit of cream on the very top. That's what's happening here.
Each day, a new bowl of milk was settled, and Ruth is starting to process yesterday's batch.
Look, see how thick that cream is? Super thick, look at that.
Not only was butter an important source of calories, it was also considered good for the health and a cure for chest complaints.
Lid on to minimise splashing. Hear that? Knowing what stage you're at is all about listening to the sounds that it makes in the churn. And now, it's all a matter of time. A volume of cream like this can turn into butter in as little as 15 to 20 minutes.
Butter, along with other dairy produce, was known as a white meat, most commonly consumed by poorer members of society.
After all, everyone had a cow. The point was you could graze a cow even if you had no land yourself. You could graze it on the common land. You had a right to put a cow on the common, which meant that you had access to some milk. You could make your own butter, you could make your own cream, you could make your own cheese. White meats, therefore, were a very democratic food. Everybody had them. And the rich sneered.
But dairy produce wasn't the preserve of the poor for long. By 1500, landowners were taking back farmland and also common land to establish parks for hunting. It meant peasants could no longer graze their animals for free.
Now you've got to actually rent a field to keep your cow on. And that meant that increasingly, from 1500 onwards, cows and cow's milk became something associated with the wealthier sort of peasant. All feels a little bit stiffer, so I'm really listening now. You can't really predict whether it's seconds away or another 5 minutes. Did you hear? Suddenly it sounds wetter. That noise has changed, doesn't it? Oh yes, look at that. Now that looks good. There we are, look, butter.
The final stage is to squeeze all the butter particles into a solid lump.
Now, obviously, doing this with your hands, there's a problem. The warmth of your hands starts to melt the butter. So instead, one uses a pair of wooden hands.
Once the buttermilk is removed, Ruth adds salt, which is a preservative.
And indeed, if I put enough salt in it, I can even make a product that can survive for a full year in an edible, not necessarily a tasty, but in an edible fashion.
What kind of trouble do you think Ruth has got us into now?
Oh, you never know with Ruth, do you? Oh, dear.
Peter and Tom are keen to get on with their monastic restoration project. And the priority is laying a new floor. It'll be made from a mixture of lime putty and ash, known as lime ash, which was strong, flexible, and a good heat insulator. The boys have come to collect some limestone from the forest to produce their own lime putty.
This is the key ingredient to our floor. It's chalk. We're going to heat it up. That's going to dry off the carbon dioxide. We're going to put that in water. That will turn it into a putty. Then we're going to lay it in our floor. And as it dries out and reabsorbs carbon dioxide, it's going to turn back into chalk, back into a stone, and make our floor absolutely solid.
To turn the limestone into the lime and ash mixture needed for the floor, it must be roasted at a temperature of over 900 degrees Celsius.
Just need to make sure that every piece of that chalk hits that magic number of 900 degrees.
Chalk, or limestone, was hugely popular as a building material in the Tudor era. While the Anglo-Saxons had built with wood, the Tudors needed lime to make mortar for their stone-built castles, city walls, and churches. Lime ash was normally gathered from the bottom of kilns where limestone was burnt.
Lime kilns really take off in the Tudor period, and that's the reason why in 1500 there's a massive surge in the fashion for lime ash floors. However, farmers like us, who might not be too close to a lime kiln, could make their own, such as this. It's a real crossover in technology.
In Tudor England, the shadow of plague and disease was ever present. People worked hard to keep a clean living environment. There were even systems for waste removal. Centuries before germs were discovered, cleaning was a surprisingly rigorous affair, especially in the dairy. With the butter made, Ruth needs to wash her equipment.
A Tudor housewife had 3 lines of defence in her battle for hygiene in the dairy, and not one of them included soap. First and foremost came salt. Used with a damp cloth, it helps to scrub, but it also, of course, kills She then turned to the second line of defence, boiling water. All the dairy utensils were finished off by being scalded over all of their surfaces. And her last line of defence was sunlight. More specifically, the UV element of sunlight. She might not have known why it worked, but she knew that it did. In fact, the UV kills bacteria. So on a nice day like today, you'd have seen a very common sight. Outside any woman's dairy, all her dairy utensils lined up in the sun, getting a good sterilising dose of sunlight.
The limestone has been roasting for 3 hours, driving off carbon dioxide and leaving a highly volatile product called quicklime. It's then put in water for a process known as slaking.
So if we just pop that in. There it goes, look at it. Look at that. It appears to have worked. And if I bring that back up, there we go, look at that. Oh, that's the dangerous bit. So that is lime slaking, and it's turning into a putty. The fire drives off all the carbon dioxide, and it makes the chalk very, very volatile. When it goes in the water is absorbed, and there's an exothermic reaction. So this isn't the heat from the fire that's doing this. This is the chemical reaction that's heating up this water, and you can hear it, and it's slowly turning into a putty. Look at that. That is lime putty on my shovel.
The lime will continue to slake in the water overnight. In 1500, the shape of England's waterways and wetlands was unrecognisable from today. Before the extensive land drainage of the later 16th century, these regions provided a wealth of resources, from fish and wildfowl to peat used for fuel, and something without which no Tudor home would have been complete: rushes.
Hi, Linda. Oh, hi, Ruth.
Ruth has come to meet rush worker Linda Lemieux. The rushes they harvest will be made into floor mats for the room the team are renovating.
Rushes are a rather ignored resource in modern Britain, aren't they? Yeah. You look at the domestic interiors of the late 15th and early 16th century, and you can spot rushes here, there and everywhere.
At Tudor England, they used them for their mattresses, their chair seats, their cushions.
Their flooring.
The floorings.
Hats.
Yep.
Baskets.
Rushes were commonly cut between May and September, as near to midsummer as possible.
Because it's a harvest, we've got to do it in a certain 4 or 5 weeks of the year. That's all we've got.
Oh, right.
So these will all die down. If you come to the river in October, you won't see a thing.
Right.
And you come to the river in April, you won't see a thing. So they all die down right back into their rhizome in the mud.
Before Ruth finishes harvesting the rushes, she'll need a decent floor to put them on. Peter and Tom are combining their lime ash putty with sand, clay and flint to give the mixture strength.
This is really good, our lime putty, mixed with the ash.
The boys are adding a special ingredient to bind their floor.
Whoa.
Curdled milk.
That smell you or the milk? It's a little bit of both, Tom.
I mean, that should go as the floor ages, so we don't have to worry about it too much.
Used in concretes like this since Roman times, sour milk contains a protein called casein, which bonds with the lime to make it durable and waterproof.
We're like tiny little bakers making a giant cake, aren't we?
Once all the ingredients are combined, they can start to lay the floor.
If we just get it in there and stamp it down.
Then flatten it off later with spades.
Feeling good. Feeling good. It's getting there.
I'm glad they're not too heavy. Yeah, no, good harvest we got here. Now it's cutting. Good boy.
Before the rushes can be used, they must be dried out.
If we use them straight, they're so brittle that they'll just snap straight away like that.
Oh, yeah.
So what you have to do is let the cell structure dry out. So here's a couple that I cut about 5 weeks ago. And now they don't snap. And if I try and just tear that, I can't.
To make the floor mats, the rushes must be plaited together.
I'll hold it for you.
Just going over, under. That's right. I like the feel that's developing there.
Yeah,
that's
tough, isn't it?
That's strong, but it's still got a certain soft and bounciness to it.
Now, if you imagine your mattress might need about 100 feet of this plat. Should we do a kid's one?
Hygiene dictated that the floor mats be replaced every year, so there was scarcely a time when plaiting rushes wasn't on the to-do list. It's the final push to finish the renovations. The boys are polishing the floor with milk to give it a hard, waterproof coating.
This is going to be a fantastic floor. I can feel it.
And Ruth has almost completed the sleeping mats.
I've made loads of the plats. I shall probably have to make some more, but still. And then I'm sewing them together into a mat.
This floor looks so much better.
It's not bad, is it?
I think you made a really good job.
Oh, thank you. Right, where do you want your mats?
Oh, well, just stick them out of the way for a minute, because I've got to get the hygiene to sort out first.
OK.
I've got a whole load of herbs to scatter on the floor. And they serve two basic functions. The first thing is about smell. People in this period believed that disease was carried by evil miasmas, by bad smells in the air. And if you breathed that evil miasma, you would get sick. So wherever you lived, wherever you were spending time, you wanted it to smell as sweet and clean as possible. But then there's also a role for insecticides. Things like my tansy and my wormwood, fleabane, they're for keeping insects out of the house. Things like flies or ants or body lice, fleas, anything like that can be driven out. And it will make the whole living experience not only healthier, but much pleasanter. Do you want to stick these mats down then? I've got a little layer down.
Yeah.
In addition to the room and a provision of food, the corridor might include firewood and some cooking equipment.
Is that the last one?
Yeah.
I think the floor makes a huge difference. You know, this is easy to keep clean, to look after, to be comfy, isn't it?
Mm. Home sweet home. Yeah.
The influence of the church on the people of Tudor England extended far beyond its role as landlord and welfare provider. They also controlled the spread of ideas. Major centres of learning with extensive libraries, the monasteries were the custodians of knowledge. Monasteries commissioned deluxe books, costly and prestigious objects, as gifts for their most distinguished patrons. And Tom will be making one to present at the abbot's feast. Historically, books had been written on vellum, a material made from calf skin. But by 1500, another medium had taken over: paper. Expert Jim Patterson is showing Tom how paper was produced.
What we've got in here is a mixture of linen and water. They're the ingredients for Tudor paper making. You would start off with waste rag. It would be a recycling process, and that's the pulp that would result.
So there's no wood involved at all?
None whatsoever, not till much, much later in history. Now you're going to form a sheet on a hand mould.
Okay.
There we are. By dipping it in below the surface, go in like that. That's it. Okay. In you go, below the surface, flood the mould and bring it up. Bring it clear of the vat. Up. Now shake it. Forward, back, side to side.
Back.
Can you see?
Right.
Side to side, forward, back. And you'll see the sheet actually forming. And it's leaving the fibre on the surface. A little bit uneven.
Should I go again?
No, I think that'll pass for Tudor paper. And the next stage is couching, from the French coucher to lay.
Just placing that on there?
That's right. Bring it up right. This was the job for the assistant. This was the non-technical.
Non-technical.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm just going to roll that down.
Roll it from one hand to the other, and it should come away. Now, you see?
It's not as easy as it looks.
Not enough weight. OK, we'll make another one, but more weight next time. Dig in deep.
The first paper mill in England was established around 1490. But at the time, paper was mainly imported from Europe, making it extremely costly.
Firmly and with confidence.
With confidence, sir.
And manufacturers could be recognised by their watermarks.
Not too bad.
There's quite a deep indentation here.
When the paper's pressed, that will pretty much all come down to the same thickness. And you really shouldn't be able to see it on the surface. But when you hold it up to the light, the displaced fibres will show as a watermark.
The paper is pressed for an hour.
We'll take the press off now and see what we've got.
Quite excited by this.
After 50 years, the novelty wears off. That's the first of our bits of paper.
That's brilliant.
And you can see the watermark. Paper making Tudor style.
Thank you very much.
The daily running of the monasteries required many lay workers, leaving the monks free for worship, prayer, or study. Usually, these workers were men, but certain jobs were open to older women. Considered by the monks to be beyond the temptations of the flesh, they helped with gardening, cooking, and the washing of linens, which is what Ruth has been commissioned to do.
My main cleaning chemical throughout all my housework is wood ash. It's particularly good at dealing with grease, with dissolving it so that you can wash it away. But when you're doing the laundry, you don't necessarily want pure ash in your best napkins. So what I'm going to do is filter the chemical within the ash out into a nice clean liquid.
Inside a bucket with a hole in the bottom, Ruth makes a filter of river gravel and straw.
And then the ash just goes on top. And this is, you know, just out of the fireplace. And then I just need to pour some water through. And let that seep through, leaching out every last bit of chemical into a really strong lye solution. The word lye, after all, is just a short form of alkali.
With Tom and Ruth attending to monastic matters, Peter is keeping the farm running. The cows have eaten all the grass, and there is a shortage of food. To source a Tudor solution, Peter has come to meet Ted Green, who looks after the woodlands at Knepp Castle in West Sussex.
Hi, Ted.
How are you doing?
Yeah, not bad. How are you?
Well, really pleased because I've just found this tree which is going to really work for a ladder for us.
You're making a ladder out of this tree?
Yeah. Oh, Christ. Well, there you go. I'll bring the tools.
You bring the tools, I'll bring the ladder.
Straight in front of you.
Ted is reviving an ancient farming practice which has existed ever since animals were domesticated. Harvesting hay from trees. It's a perfect solution for the dry months, as trees keep their leaves hydrated, so the hay will provide a good source of moisture.
It's something which actually predates grass. It's only in modern times that people start thinking about grass. Animals never ate only grass. We made them eat grass.
Which trees are we looking at cutting?
In this particular case, we've got 2 trees which are ash, which they absolutely love. It's one of the top trees for animals.
Right, I've been lugging this ladder around long enough.
OK.
Where do you want it?
Well, we're going to try and rest it in that tree.
Right.
Just there you go. Here we go. No.
No.
Over your way a bit. That's it, you're in. Great, I don't mind that. Go on, try it.
I'm not overly convinced about this. Yeah. OK, right.
So you're up?
Yeah, for now.
OK.
So what am I going for here, Ted? What am I looking for?
This year's growth, which should have leaves right down the stem to near the trunk. That's brilliant.
That one?
And that's a good size as well. That's lovely for storing.
These leaves, Ted, so are they gonna hold their nutrients?
Yep. Because we're cutting them this time of the year. Obviously, when they fall off in the autumn, the tree has put all the minerals and nutrients back into itself. But by doing this, we're trapping them all in the leaves.
Unlike coppicing, where material is cut from the base of the tree, harvesting tree hay like this is known as pollarding. The leaves are cut and regrow above the height of the animal's head, which meant farmers could control the crop. It was one of the earliest forms of woodland management.
Well, Pete, that looks like you got most of it off, to me.
Yeah, I think so.
Wonderful.
As well as laundering the linen for the upcoming abbot's feast, Ruth is also tackling some more personal garments. While most lay people had little time for bodily hygiene, for monks, washing was a matter of religious discipline, demanded before meals and the duties of the day. Having clean clothes was essential.
According to the rule of St. Benedict, a monk was supposed to wear his woolen tunic next to his skin. Then he had his woolen scapular over it, a woolen gown and a woolen hood. But by 1500, lay people wouldn't have dreamed of wearing wool next to the skin. They all wore linen underwear, something that could be laundered regularly. And the monks wanted some of that comfort and cleanliness themselves. So there are records of monks buying underwear. And there are also records of them having it laundered. So I've put a load of sheets in. If I just keep piling up and up and up and up until the basket's full, it'll all compress down and I have real difficulty getting my lye to move between. So once I've got a layer, I make a shelf.
The shelf will support the next layer of linen, saving the bottom layer from being crushed.
So now it's the moment for my extra strong lye. I pour this lye on, it's going to slowly filtrate its way through all the greasy, dirty things, dissolving any grease that's there. So on it goes.
Tom is overseeing the production of a book which the abbot will present to his patron at the feast. In medieval England, hand-copied books were still a precious commodity, mainly the preserve of nobility and the monasteries. But by the reign of Henry VII, a new technology from the continent was changing this, the printing press with movable type. Developed by a German craftsman, Johannes Gutenberg, the press allowed individual letters to be set into text and rearranged with ease. Printing expert Nick Smith is setting the type for the abbot's book.
So when you put these letters in, you're not actually putting them in as you would read them?
No, the letter on the end of the piece of type is going to be upside down and backwards as far as the compositor is concerned. So he has to be able to read a line like that just to check that there are no errors in it. And that, of course, means that when it's turned over, inked and pressed into paper, it'll come out the right way around. Printers used to refer to these types as sorts. If you run out of the stock of a particular character, you can say you're out of sorts.
Once a page of type is set, it is carefully transferred to a metal frame called a chase and held in place with wedges known as furniture.
If those letters move even a millimetre, it becomes a smudge. You lose.
It does, yes. You can't afford to have the type moving at all. In fact, some of the inks we use are so sticky that if a type is at all loose, the sticky ink will actually pull it out of position. And
that's a lot of work to put
that can be a disaster.
So these are the ink balls?
These are the ink balls, yeah. Pick up ink from the ink block there. Now, a sheet of paper then goes on here. Now I'm turning the frisket down. This is a light metal frame covered in paper, and this is basically a mask. Only the areas that want to print are going to touch the paper. We provide the pressure by pulling on this bar. We now have to move the press bed in again.
So it's a double printing process?
It's a double printing process, and the reason for that is simply that with this simple screw mechanism, it's not possible to develop enough pressure to print a whole sheet in one go. And so there's our printed sheet.
Look at that. So how many of these sheets would you expect to print in an hour?
They should print 250 in an hour. But I can't really imagine that they ever managed that for a long period. You could make it a little bit faster if you had a boy who was known as a printer's devil, taking off the printed sheets, because that required no skill at all.
Well, you've got an unskilled labourer here, and we've got a book to print, so
well. We better get on with the next sheet then. Yep.
This new printing technology was developed by entrepreneurs, not the church. As the century progressed, they made more and more affordable books, which ordinary people might own. It was an invention that would change the world. Once the lye has removed all the grease from the laundry, it's time to wash it.
You can find common washing places like this all over Britain for hundreds of years. Every community had to have somewhere to do their laundry.
The key to Tudor laundry was brute force.
It's hard work with this, but that's the point. That is what does the job for you. There's no chemicals involved. It is purely mechanical action. What you're doing is forcing molecules of water under tension through the fibres, and it just physically, mechanically dislodges the dirt. It's the bashing that does it.
Once thoroughly wrung out, the laundry is laid on the grass to dry. The combination of water and sunlight produces a bleaching effect.
So the monastery sheets are about 6 shades whiter than ours.
The abbot's book is nearly finished. It just needs binding. Apprentice bookbinder Eve Goodman is showing Tom the process.
One of the things with printed books is you've got to be really, really careful to make sure you don't get the pages out of order. You look at the originals and there are quite a few where a page is upside down, where an apprentice has not been quite paying attention.
Once all the papers are folded, they are sliced in half.
It should be one continuous movement. Okay. Bring the knife towards you.
And folded again to form sheets.
Making sure that all the pages are the right way up. God, it's nice stiff paper, this.
Oh, it's high quality, I tell you.
This day, the way bookbinding was working was you had a bookbinding shop and people would come in with their pages, having had them printed, and hand them over and say, I want you to bind those. This is the point at which industrious bookbinding is happening, where suddenly people can afford to go and buy their pages and take them to a bookbinder.
I suppose the ability to mass produce books of this type means that when the Reformation occurred, Henry VIII was able to print the Bible in English and get it out there, making that sort of break from Rome so much easier, because obviously a lot of the Bibles were printed in Latin and you needed to have that separation.
Exactly.
A small press was used to hold the pages in place, while their spines were marked out and a series of slits cut.
Right, this is the vital part. This is the part that holds all of the book together. This is sewing on the cord. So...
A series of cords are lined up with the slits in the spine, and the whole book is sewn together.
So you are literally just stitching a book?
Yeah, you're sewing it together. Look.
It's very precise, isn't it?
Yeah, it starts to feel like a book at this point, doesn't it?
Yeah, a proper present.
Next, the book needs to be cut to size.
This is called a plough. You see there's a blade here. And you'll see, as soon as I've got through this lot, just how silky smooth the edge of the book is. If you run your finger down there, it squeaks.
That's unbelievably smooth. That's amazing.
The spine is rounded using a hammer.
And you can see that there's a curve on it. There's a bit of a curve, and all books have got that. And it's all about making sure that the spine is as stable as possible.
This also forms a ledge for the book's cover to sit on.
So you can see the rounding over of the spine is so that you get this seamless curve.
Originally covered in plain vellum, by 1500, luxury books had fine leather covers.
And the craftsmanship required to make a book emphasises really why they were such prestige gifts, doesn't it?
And finally, the book is put in the press to set overnight.
I think the abbot's going to be very proud to give that to his patron. Thank you for letting me observe.
Oh, that's all right.
Hey, Turkish. Hey, Georgie. Hey, Mildred.
Back on the farm, the pigs are flourishing. Peter's tree hay is going down well.
She absolutely loves it. I'm a convert to tree hay. It's fantastic. It's your food. Stop playing with your dinner.
And with the crop finally dry, it's time to bring in the peas.
Well, our pea scare has definitely worked. We still have a crop.
I mean, I think there's a lot of peas on there.
There's an awful lot of peas.
Yeah.
If we were trying to pick these by hand, we'd be here forever.
The team are using scythes. First developed in Roman times, by the medieval era they had spread throughout Europe.
The smell's amazing, isn't it, Tom?
It is. But it's turned out quite easy as well.
Loading the peas into our wagon. And these dried peas we can thrash to get the peas out. But the stems we can feed to our cows.
You're making friends down there, Peter.
Making friends.
For the Tudor farmer, a good crop would have been a godsend. Feeding them and their animals, and even making a little cash if there was extra to sell. The crop will be beaten with sticks to release the peas, a process known as thrashing.
Oh, isn't it fantastic standing in a farm so completely full of one of our crops?
Yeah, I know. Look at that. There are hundreds of peas. Yeah, this is good.
I don't know if it's the weather or what, but this has been a really good crop.
I think it's all down to our Tudor farming techniques, to be honest.
Or maybe enough time spent on our knees in church.
The abbot's feast is just days away. But the elaborate food he will be serving was a far cry from the simple meals of ordinary monks.
Benedictus benedicat, per Jesum Christum Dominum Nostrum.
Every meal began with grace. Talking was forbidden, so instead, the monks communicated over the dinner table using sign language. Each monk had a daily allowance of 2.5 pounds of bread and a gallon of ale, and 2 pounds of fish, a fundamental part of the monastic diet. But fish wasn't only important for the monks. The church decreed that for 3 days a week and on many holy days, lay people should not eat meat, only fish.
Oh.
While the general public had to make do with dried or salted fish, the monasteries had become expert fish farmers. They engineered elaborate systems of ponds to grow salmon, pike, and carp, which will be served at the abbot's feast. Ruth has come to the monastic kitchen to prepare the food, starting with the carp.
This would have been a luxury food. It's freshwater fish. And for most people, you know, that was in itself a sign of wealth and of privilege. Only those who had the rights to the fishing could take the fish. So freshwater fish carried a certain social cachet. You knew if you were served any of the freshwater fish that you were being given the produce of the owner of the land.
Ruth stuffs the fish with anchovies, bread, herbs and spices, a valuable commodity in Tudor England.
The monks obviously tried to keep a really close eye on what they were using and spending in their kitchens, just the same way as they were keeping a close eye on the way their lands were being farmed. So monks were supervising chefs. They were in charge of the stores, of keeping count of food going in and food coming out.
Ruth makes a cage to support the fish during the roasting. The church was instrumental in the advancement of fine dining. The frequent travels of the clergy meant new ideas and cooking methods spread throughout Europe. Ruth is trying out an elaborate pastry dish.
I'm building a pastry castle. According to a menu from 1500, the Bishop of London served just such a thing at a dinner. It started with a moat of custard, and then within it was a great pastry castle. And in each of the turrets of the pastry castle, there'll be a different filling. And I rather thought, well, you know, if it's good enough for the Bishop of London, maybe it's good enough for our abbot.
Peter has turned his attention to drinks for the feast. In the 1500s, wine was an expensive commodity.
There we go. Pop that back on there.
One way to make it last longer was to distill it into a spirit. Distiller Jack Green has made a still, the apparatus needed to produce brandy.
So as I blow air into the coals here, they heat up, that heats the wine, but what happens then?
We need to slowly bring it up until we come to the boiling point of the alcohol, which is lower than the boiling point of water. The alcohol evaporates, goes up into the condensers on here and run down this channel here and then down the spout.
Essentially, the alcohol evaporates at a lower temperature than the rest of the wine?
Yes. Last little sophistication is we put this wet blanket on it.
Oh, like a little tea cosy, but the opposite.
Yeah.
So rather than keeping it hot...
And that cools it down. Yes.
Right. OK, so we're getting a few drips coming out of here.
Yes, the first alcohol that comes over is methanol, and methanol is the bad stuff.
What happens if I drink that?
Well, you'll probably go blind. Methanol has a lower boiling point than ethanol, so the first drops that come over are the methanol, and we discard those.
When do you know that you've changed from methanol to ethanol?
Just have to guess.
Just have to get, all right, OK.
When the ethanol starts to come through, the spout is connected to a long tube which is cooled in a bucket of water. This will help the ethanol fully condense.
We're getting some already.
That's fantastic. So that is now the ethanol coming through.
A bit faster now.
A bit faster.
It's a very delicate business.
Right.
The reason it's called spirits is that this is the body, and the spirit rises, and this is the spirit. That's why you call it
Holy
spirits.
Spirit sort of thing.
Yeah. So carry on.
So the vapour of alcohol is the spirit leaving the body of wine.
Yes.
By the way, I'm looking forward to trying it.
Oh yes, you'll be the first. I'll put my thumb over the spout, and it smells good. How does it taste? Just a little sip. Don't drink it all.
That's really nice.
Oh, good.
That is really nice.
Good, good.
The food is prepared and the brandy distilled, but there's one more job to do before the feast. Peter and Tom have been called upon to serve at the banquet, and they need a lesson in Tudor etiquette.
You have no idea what an honour this is, you know. This would have been gentlemen's sons who'd been carefully trained from childhood in how to be gracious, how to bow beautifully, how to serve at table with exactly the right etiquette. They'd have special carving lessons, I mean, so that they could do it precisely and cleanly and quickly.
We've gone up in the world.
Exactly. This is your serving towel, right? You put the serving towel on for serving dinner. It's a symbol of what sort of role you play at dinner, because he's going to have slightly different to you. So you get 2 towels because you're carving. So again, badge of office. I mean, the posher your servants were, the posher you were. And the better turned out your servants were, the more it reflected on you. What are your bows like? Come on, let me see your bows.
Bowing or genuflecting?
Yeah, it is more like a genuflect. Yeah, you want to be doing particularly when you're serving the food, you want to be able to come down with the trays held in front of you. Yeah, that's the sort of thing.
You're doing that in 2 moves, I think.
Go on, have another go.
I thought it was pretty good the first time, you see.
Try not stepping quite so far. Just keep it really small, and then that knee can come right into your heel. It's better. Look, you're going to go in there. You're going to be elegant. You're going to be lovely.
We're going to do you proud.
You are. Go on. Go and be gorgeous.
It's the day of the abbot's feast, and the monastery's most important patron will be dining. More than just an expression of hospitality, it was a vital chance to win favour and donations. As a sign of humility, following the example of Christ, a senior monk would wash the feet of the guests before dinner.
Benedict Domine nos et haec tua dona, quae de tua largitate sumus sumptore, per Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen.
Amen.
The seating plan was meticulous. Only the most distinguished guests would sit on the high table with the abbot. The further away you sat, the lower your social status. Each of the elaborate dishes, Ruth's pastry castle with a custard moat, sugar platters decorated with gold, and the carp, along with many other dishes, would be ceremonially presented to the abbot for approval before being served.
Carving carp for the monastic table, it's not a case of filleting the fish. Instead, I'm running my knife around the outside of the fish, cutting off the fins and the tail and the head. And then the body, I'm going to cut it into equal-sized portions, complete with bones, because when it's served, it will still look like a fish, but each piece can be picked up and eaten as bite-sized morsels.
Chef's been preparing it for several days now.
The drinks, served in cups, were kept on a board, the origin of the word cupboard. They would be offered to the top table, with the server waiting for the guest to finish before removing the cup. And Tom's prestigious gift is presented.
As a token of our gratitude, I would like to present you with this book, A Life of St. Edmund in English. Thank you so much.
Any scraps of food were put in an alms bowl to be given to the poor. The monasteries were so dominant in the provision of welfare that it was only after the dissolution that the government was forced to confront the issue. With the dining over, the guests were entertained into the night by musicians. Revelry was not uncommon, even within the monastic walls.
This has been a real insight into how those above us actually live.
It's really different, isn't it? I mean, when you think our dining seems quite formal, we all put our best clobber on and we all sit there and behave ourselves, but this is a whole scale above.
And also the sheer amount of food being consumed. It's crazy, isn't it?
It is crazy. I mean, I know everything there gets eaten by somebody, but that initial huge groaning board is quite a sight to see.
I want to stress, I did not drop the custard castle. As I thought I was going to a couple of times.
Despite how much wine you drank.
But this sort of event, it was what kept the monasteries funded.
Yeah. Well, they're stuffed and so are their coffers.
Next time on Tudor Monastery Farm, it's harvest time.
This has taken us 4.5 hours. And look how much more there is.
Produce a vital Tudor resource.
Did you think of salt as a basic ingredient? Having to process it down just adds so much labour.
And enjoy some Tudor entertainment.
I always knew that this scythe was meant for more than just harvesting peas.
From here they shall not pass.
500 years ago, England was emerging into a new era. After years of war, plague, and famine, the kingdom was enjoying peace and prosperity under the reign of the first Tudor king, Henry VII. A new class of business-savvy farmer was thriving, boosting food production.
And then over she goes.
While wool from their sheep was generating half the nation's wealth. Many of the nation's farms were under the control of the biggest landowner in England after the king, the monasteries. Their influence could be felt in every aspect of daily life. They were not just places of religion, they were at the forefront of technology, education, and farming. But with the daily lives of monks devoted to prayer, they depended increasingly on tenant farmers who worked and tended their lands.
Steady, girls.
Now, historian Ruth Goodman and archaeologists Tom Pinfold and Peter Ginn are turning the clock back to Tudor England, here at Weald Downland in West Sussex, to work as ordinary farmers under the watchful eye of a monastic landlord.
That's the way. Nice.
To succeed, they'll have to master long-lost farming methods.
They're going again.
And get to grips with Tudor technology.
Quite noisy.
It's a really violent process.
while immersing themselves in the beliefs, customs, and rituals that shaped the age.
This is merry England, for heaven's sake, so to speak. Let's enjoy it.
This is the untold story of the monastic farms of Tudor England. It's September, the beginning of autumn, and the days are getting shorter. The team are preparing for the end of their farming year and their time as Tudor farmers. Ruth, Peter and Tom need to make provisions for the winter. The pea crop has been collected and stored.
Yeah, this is good. Flabbergasted with just how many peas we've got. Yeah.
It's time to bring the animals back to the farm from their summer grazing. And the barley crop is now ready to be harvested. In the Tudor period, the harvest was the climax of the farming year. If the harvest failed or the weather turned, it could lead to malnutrition and even famine.
It's a lot of barley, isn't it?
It's a lot of work, but it looks amazing. Like the colour, it's just incredible.
As one of England's largest landowners, Monasteries owned vast amounts of agricultural land. Most fields were open and not enclosed by hedges, unlike today. So tenant farmers would be given strips of land to cultivate within these large areas.
So I suppose as much as this would be a huge open field, we would just have this strip here, wouldn't we? And also probably another strip over there and another strip over there. But everyone would be growing the same crop and be all hands to the pump.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, that's why school holidays take the form they do, isn't it? Because even students had to come out and do harvesting.
Yeah. We need bodies.
The team are discovering just how backbreaking the harvest would have been for the Tudor farmer.
It's amazing how often we have to actually sharpen our tools. I mean, you think metal versus barley, it'd be an easy win, but it's not.
Once it's cut, it needs to be bound into sheaves.
Traditionally, it's the men who reap and the women who bind, so you run along behind the blokes, picking up all the loose stalks and then binding it into a sheaf. See, so much easier to control once it's bound like that.
Every last grain from the harvest was precious. Even the smallest amounts would be gathered by those less well off, a practice known as gleaning.
Well, for very poor people, it was a really important source of food. I mean, for anybody, that extra bit makes a difference, doesn't it? You know, if you think this is your year's crop, that little bit that's gleaned by the kids is the last week's food.
Yeah.
And you can get pretty hungry in that last week.
But don't we know it?
If it rained, then all the barley they had gathered would be ruined. To prevent this, the sheaves were stood upright on the ground, known as stooking, which allowed the grain to dry off.
It is the most incredible amount of work. This tiny little piece that we've done of our strip, this has taken us 4.5 hours to do. And look how much more there is waiting for us.
As well as bringing in the crops, it was crucial in the autumn to prepare meat for the winter. The essential ingredient for doing this was salt. Ruth's learning the job of a waller, the women who were in charge of making salt.
Salt was one of the most important commodities of the ancient world, and also in the medieval. It was one of those things that you simply couldn't do without. It was necessary for survival, it was an important item of trade, and a huge industry. However, it was one of the basic staples of life, which you basically had to purchase for cash. It was part of the cash economy, unlike, say, carrots, which you could grow your own.
In Tudor times, the majority of salt was imported from France or Spain. But pockets of England were highly productive, especially areas in the north that had natural brine springs. The team have reconstructed the equipment used in this period.
What I've got here are two different parts, a furnace and a pan. Now, the pan is made of lead, flat-bottomed to evaporate off as much of the water to produce the salt. But that has sort of technical difficulties. Lead is a very soft metal. It means that under the weight of the water, there's a danger that it would collapse downwards. So that's what this frame over the top is for. It's actually for supporting the pan.
The areas set up for salt production were known as walling yards, hence the name waller for the women who worked there. The pans were left boiling 24 hours a day.
It takes some serious boiling to turn brine back into salt, but it is beginning to happen. The surface is crusting over, it's becoming so concentrated. Bucket after bucket after bucket of brine, reduce, reduce, reduce. And there it is, salt forming as a skin on the surface.
In autumn, the Tudor farmer would make provisions to ensure all their valuable animals would survive winter.
We're coming up here because the weather's turned, it's got cold. We need to look after our flock. We need to protect our investment.
And the best way to do that is to get them back to our homestead, to get them back to the farm. You can even sleep above your animals to get the heat coming up if you so need to.
You're not enjoying the cottage, then? The farmstead not good enough for you?
We won't snuggle.
The monastery's flocks could number thousands. Tenant farmers faced the daunting task of herding their sheep from the fields back to their farms.
So we've got sheep up there and sheep up there. Ideally, get them down the middle, work them down, yeah?
Pincer movement?
Pincer movement. I'll see you in about an hour.
Don't fall asleep counting your sheep.
The 1530s would see a turning point in sheep farming. At the end of the monastic era, the monastery's land was sold, so flocks were broken up and large common fields were enclosed.
Yeah, on sheep. Yeah, them. This is good. They're going.
It was the last time these huge flocks grazed together, changing farming enterprises and the landscape of Britain.
Go on.
It's going really well. This field is massive. It's an open field. But the secret is not to go in there too hard and heavy. We're just slowly pushing them, tickling them here, tweaking them there, and they're all bunching together in a mammoth flock. Good stuff, Tom. We don't even have a dog this time.
I've got you, Peter. I've got you.
The brine has been boiling for 4 hours. Enough water has evaporated for Ruth to attempt the next stage of the process, extracting the salt.
The very best quality salt is this first scum, if it's clean. And there is one thing I could do to make sure that it really is clean. What I need to do is throw a load of proteins in, and then those proteins will bind with any impurities that are there. The cheapest was ox blood, but I haven't got a huge supply of that. I'm going to try with some eggs. Just give them a big stir up. It's certainly gathering bits together in larger clumps. I mean, the sort of leaves and twigs it's not doing much to. But it does look like it's taking some of that funny colour out.
Prices for salt varied depending on its purity and whiteness. There were different grades of salt, with the greyest and cheapest used for household cleaning, and the whitest being reserved for salting cheese.
That is looking much cleaner.
Ruth is experimenting with forming salt in a traditional wicker cone. These would have been used for draining and transporting. It will be taken back to the farmhouse to be used for her winter preparations. Before the weather turns, the barley needs to be safely stored or the crop will be ruined. To ensure it is kept safe, the boys are using an age-old technique, picking gorse.
So what we're going to do is actually make a layer of this gorse on the bottom of our barn. And these spikes will keep all the mice and the rats at bay, keep them out of it, but also raising the barley off the floor will just get some air underneath, keep it nice and dry, protect our investment, protect our crop.
Although this is not a job I'm enjoying.
It seemed like it was going to be one of our easiest tasks, but at the moment...
Bleeding now. Prickling my ankles.
I know, it's like taking an angry dog for a walk, isn't it?
Autumn was the time for slaughtering animals, as it was harder to feed and look after them in the colder months. The tenant farmer would want to make their meat last for the months ahead. Ruth is trying a Tudor technique for preserving beef, using the salt she's produced.
You know, nowadays we cut up beasts according to certain joints we want to get out. But a Tudor butcher was looking for something rather different. He was looking to be able to fill his barrel with equal-sized pieces of a portion for a man. Nobody really worried too much when they were butchering whether one person got mostly meat and another person got mostly fat, as long as you got your 2-pound weight. It's not exactly easy, though, butchering it up into beautiful pieces.
Salting the meat for winter was usually the job of the Tudor housewife.
I'm really pleased with my salt cone, but I can tell you, it's a heck of a lot of work.
After the salt has been crumbled, it is then rubbed onto every surface of the meat.
And what I'm hoping to do by this process is to dehydrate the meat. I'm going to try and draw out all the juices within it, because they are what allow infection in.
Once the blood and other fluids have been drawn out of the beef, it is ready to be stored in brine, a mixture of water that has been boiled with salt and herbs. This will move the salt further into the tissues of the meat.
There we go. Now, just need to leave it in the brine for 3 days for that brine to really penetrate.
Once this has happened, the meat can be packed into a new barrel of dry salt for the final stage in preserving. During the winter, pieces of the meat would then be taken out and rinsed when required for cooking.
So I'll jump over, Peter, you pass it over?
Yep, let's get this gorse down. Oh, it's prickly, prickly stuff. If I pop it over there, and you can spread it with that. But I suppose not only have we brought our sheep and our cows in, we're also bringing in our harvest, and by doing so, we're leaving stubble fields. So we're taking away the home of the rats and the mice and we're creating a food store for them. So they're all going to come here looking for food, so we need this gorse down here to protect it, otherwise we're in stuck.
This barley would have been used throughout the year to make two of our staples, bread and ale, so it's very important.
Well, one more load to get, and then we can have our feast.
I'm looking forward to it.
Let's crack on.
It's Michaelmas, a feast day to St. Michael, the protector of the Christian Church. It marked the shortening of days and the end of the yearly farming cycle. Ruth is cooking goose, the traditional meat eaten at this time of year.
I mean, nowadays, many people only ever eat goose, if they eat it at all, at Christmas. And that's a madness from a farming point of view. Utterly ridiculous. It's completely out of season. There are 2 points in the year when it makes sense to eat goose. One is towards the end of summer. At that moment, they are at their fattest and their juiciest. And it used to be called a green goose, a grass-fed goose. However, if you want to keep them through till Michaelmas, then there is one more source of free food to fatten up your goose. You set your geese free on your stubble lands, and they pick about, and any you've dropped grains, they feed on and fatten up a second time. And that is a stubble goose, just ready for Michaelmas.
The last of the barley is being brought in to be stored. It was customary, once the last field was reaped, for people to celebrate, marking joy and relief after the hard work that had gone into the farming year. The celebration took the form of Harvest Home and was steeped in rituals as communities across the kingdom thanked God for helping them with their harvest.
It's almost religious. It's like every single grain is precious. The amount of work and effort has gone into this. Thank you. Thank you.
Professor Ronald Hutton has joined the team to help bring in the harvest.
So this year, the fact that we've got such a good crop, I mean, this really is a moment for celebration.
Let's consider the alternative a moment. There was a disease in Tudor England called the bloody flux. In modern times, we thought it was some infection that had died out. Only with our relief work in Ethiopia and the Sudan, the late 20th century, did we realise that the bloody flux is the last stage of starvation. When your body is famished beyond a certain point, the wall of your intestine gives way in a massive hemorrhage that kills you off. And that's the alternative to getting in a good harvest, or even a harvest.
That's pretty stark.
With the dark prospect of famine avoided, the farmers would have been able to rejoice. Once the cart was filled with the last of the barley, the community would choose a harvest queen, a maiden from the local village who would be carried on top of the cart as it made its way back to the farm.
What do you think? Mary? We think so? Come on then, come on, here she is! Here she is!
Congratulations, Mary. That sounded pretty unanimous. You get the honour of a crown and a ride in the cart.
We're going to grace our last harvest.
Gentlemen, one last little ordeal for you.
Yes.
There are generally games involved in bringing home triumphantly the lost cart from the field. Usually guys versus gals. One which lasted for centuries after the Tudor era was for the men, that's you I'm afraid, to try and get a small sheaf of cereal each into the barn. Now you see the ladies are lined up behind you, armed with water, who will try and empty the water over as you do so. So this is speed and intelligence.
Ready?
1, 2, 3, stop!
Oh, you and your crazy ideas.
This is history that does it to us. I'm just the messenger.
And you're dry!
The rituals were followed by a great feast to reward the harvest workers for their toil.
Harvest over!
It was a time of year which marked relief, expressed by giving thanks for farming success.
Who's carving Goose?
It's Michaelmas, the feast of St. Michael and All Angels, which marks the real end of the agricultural year. That's why we're celebrating so hard. And the monastery has rewarded us for our labour by a customary extra gift of a goose, which we roast for Michaelmas, to show that not only are we getting on well with each other, but we're getting on well with our landlord. But before we do anything, would you please speak the grace?
Benedictus, benedicat, per Iesum, Christum, Dominum Nostrum. Amen.
Amen.
Well, I have to say, this goosey is fair. Carve away.
Goosey, goosey. Pass down your plate! Pass down your plate if you'd like to win!
There, more goose.
More goose. More goose. Well, Ronald, it is good to be alive.
It certainly is right now. Remember, in 1500, we have winter ahead of us. Hypothermia, darkness, and above all, boredom. We're going to have to while away those long nights with lots of stories.
Well, as the beer is flowing, we'll have a few stories.
That is a wonderful, wonderful idea. Here's to you.
With the harvest safely stored, the team have completed their farming obligations for the monastery. For the previous 800 years, monasteries had been at the forefront of farming, education, and technology, as well as a hub for a range of craft and commercial activities. Monasteries wanted elaborate, beautiful buildings to display their devotion to God, and skilled masons were in high demand. Peter has come to Gloucester Cathedral to meet with master mason Pascal Michaelmas, who is restoring the stonework.
What are you working on at the moment?
A canopy.
And is this for Gloucester Cathedral?
Yeah. A canopy, that's the stone which is covering a statue, the head of a statue.
It always amazes me, cathedrals, they're so beautiful and so ornately carved. And I suppose one of the few buildings that were built out of stone in the period.
So, yeah, when we talk about stone architecture, we talk, in medieval time, we talk almost exclusively about religious architecture.
Yeah.
That means the masons, their patron were the church. And very soon, most masons would be out of a job.
Yeah, okay.
After the dissolution of the monastery.
Yeah.
A mason would trace designs onto floors and use basic geometry and rules of proportion to create buildings that have lasted for centuries.
What is extraordinary with medieval masons and Tudor masons is what they did with almost nothing and using very, very little tools, and mostly they use their wit.
Right.
And that's the tool they built cathedral with,
right.
A pickaxe.
And that's it?
That's all they had.
So could anyone become a mason?
The modern equivalent, to understand that spot on, is you go to a football academy. Mm-hmm. Either you can kick the ball or you can't. Right. It's a ruthless but fair system of meritocracy. Yeah. It's, at the end of the day, either you can have the skills of wielding the axe or you can't.
Well, I've kicked a few balls in my time. They've never gone in the direction I want them to. But hopefully if I hit a few blocks of stone, I can...
Yeah, but we can have a little demonstration.
Building was usually done in the spring and summer months. The mason would work with stone that was fresh from the quarry and contained natural sap that made it soft and much easier to carve. The stone could be put in place and left to set in the winter.
All right, that cut looks absolutely fantastic. And you're doing that all by eye.
Well, I'm a trained mason, so it would be sad if I couldn't do it.
You make it look so easy.
Have a go.
OK. And this finger, this is basically for guidance, is it?
This piece of stone will be placed in the cathedral when complete.
You see, you've got to control the cutting angle, so you've got to go
I can
in a
see
bit.
That straight away it's coming out like that, so I need to... So, what, tilt the axe slightly up like that?
Yep. Yeah, not bad.
It's amazing the difference that the index finger makes. It does give you that control.
A Tudor stonemason would traditionally serve a 7-year apprenticeship, a system which still operates today.
And what is nice, too, is medieval mason didn't need to go to the gym. That's
definitely not.
Keep you fit.
Well, based on that very, very little bit of me chopping a bit of stone off, do you think I've got potential to be able to kick a football in your stonemason academy?
Yeah, I think we can put you on a 3-month trial.
Right.
And we'll see.
Hopefully you won't regret that.
The beautifully embellished monasteries were not just places of prayer. They were also places of refuge, and many monastic orders were involved in looking after the sick in the local community. Ruth has come to the monastic herb garden to pick plants that were believed to cure ailments common to the winter months.
This is my last chance to harvest the medicinal herbs ready for the winter. And this is a job that you'll have found going on in pretty much every household all over Britain. You needed a stock of household medicine to keep you going.
Medical knowledge in medieval times was quite limited, relying on herbs and folklore remedies.
In about 1500, the Renaissance makes it to Britain. And what this really is a rediscovering of ancient Greek texts. It was changing the way people understood the plants around them. If you were to be an intellectual in 1500, one of the forefronts of research was in plants. The botany of this age was the science of the day.
Monasteries were often large complexes of gardens, dormitories, and areas for prayer. All of these areas were rich in decoration. Great tiled floors were costly and were another craft that thrived thanks to the patronage of the church and monasteries. Peter has come to the Abbey to meet with Karen Slade from the Company of Artisans, who will help him make tiles for a church.
So how do you make one?
Well, you have to start with some clay, then you can take a wire and you can cut it from a block.
Wow.
And you can then wedge that up and put that into a tile frame. So this is a frame that just helps you get everything the same size.
The tiles would then be decorated.
So if you'd like to make a 1500s tile, this one is a pattern from Hales Abbey in Gloucester and was made originally in about 1536.
So that's a fleur-de-lis,
That's a fleur-de-lis, yes. And the 3 petals that you see here, they symbolise the Trinity. So you've got the Father, Son and Holy Ghost. It's a very popular symbol.
I'm also right in thinking that Henry VII
Yes, he did.
this.
Yes, he did.
OK, so I just, line this up?
Yes, that's it. Line it up nice and square.
Line it up with the clay.
That's it. And then you hit it with a hammer.
Now, am I hitting hard?
You hit it relatively hard, in the middle first and then each corner. So it. And then just if you hit it just about there, just to level it up. That's it. Brilliant. And just have a look and see how that's come out. Oh, there we are. That's perfect. Certainly ready to use.
The sunken areas on the pattern are filled in with another form of clay known as slip, which will then turn yellow once glazed and fired.
And this is the only thing that they used to have to pay for. Right. So you can see how little I'm using compared with the red clay. The red clay was free, you could dig that up, but this white clay isn't found in very many places, so it's precious.
And then that's it?
And then that's it. So the next stage we need to do is to just have a go at scraping off the surface now that it's stiff. You're trying to get a clean edge in between the two colours. So if I just start with just this tiny piece at the top here, just so that you can begin to see that lovely clean edge.
And how long does this take you?
Oh, it takes ages. It takes about 20 minutes per tile.
I was going to say, the sort of process of making a tile did seem ridiculously fast, and I knew there had to be a snag
There is a
somewhere.
snag. This is the snag. So if you want to have a little go, if you want to take over, you just need to scrape it flat.
One thing I never thought I'd be doing was shaving a tile.
They will not know if the pattern has worked until it's been fired.
I think that one's almost done, but that's
All
not
right.
going to make an entire floor, is it? So
No, we've got a few more. I know, you better get going, haven't you?
In Tudor England, the threat of fatal disease was ever present, such as the sweating sickness and the bubonic plague. The average life expectancy was just 35 years. Herbs were used for treatments, and it was important to store them over the winter. Ruth's using the hyssop she picked to attempt a Tudor remedy.
That's a load of honey. And I'm just bruising the first of many batches of hyssop. And I'm going to seethe the hyssop in the honey. Hyssop is one of those plants that was used really quite extensively in the period. It's not so much now. If you went to a modern herbalist, they wouldn't be all that impressed by using hyssop. But in 1500, it was considered to be an important medicinal plant.
Medieval medicine was based on the theory of the 4 humours. It centred on the balance of 4 liquids in the body: blood, phlegm, black bile and yellow bile. Illnesses were believed to be caused by an imbalance of one of these humours, and medicines would aim to restore the balance.
And every plant out there was assigned to one of the particular humours, to a more or less degree. So hyssop, which is the one here, this is hot and dry. It's ideal for counteracting, for balancing diseases of phlegm. Anything where you have too much phlegm can be cured, according to this ancient Greek idea, by hyssop.
A spoonful of hyssop mixture mixed with hot water was viewed as a useful remedy.
The infirmary was a space within a monastery where the elderly and the infirm of the community could be cared for, whether they were there because simply of old age or, whether it was a particular ailment. It was an area of the monastery that was heated, unlike the rest. Monks were allowed to not take part in all the offices of the day so that they wouldn't get too exhausted, and they also were allowed to bypass some of the dietary rules. There was a bed, there was warmth, there was food, but more importantly, in the eyes of the 15th and 16th century, there was spiritual care.
Under the reign of Henry VIII, many of these monastic hospitals were closed. In their place came the civic and parish provisions, which laid the foundations for modern social welfare. Peter and Karen have come to the church at Hales Abbey to see their tiles put into place on the reconstructed floor.
These look a lot smaller than when we were making them.
Oh yes, they do. They shrink quite a lot. You have to think about that when you're making a pattern. Oh, wonderful. Look at that.
We're bringing you more tiles. It's looking pretty good, that. I mean, are they fairly quick to lay?
They're fairly quick to lay. By using the lime screed to start with, that gives you a level base.
Right.
And then you're simply just buttering on the bedding material. So the tile's going to be more or less flat anyway.
Tiles could feature the crests of the benefactors paying for the floor, as funding works on religious buildings was viewed as a way of avoiding purgatory. Other designs had more religious overtones.
So this is our tile.
So that's it after it's been scraped and then dried and then fired with a glaze on top. And the glaze has changed the colour from white, pure white, to a yellow colour when they're fired. So you're happy with how it's come out, though?
I think it's fantastic.
Good.
The distinctive yellow and red tiles were phased out from the 1540s, with the influx of tilers from the continent bringing new styles.
All of a sudden, you've got wonderful Italian tilers and French tilers and people from Holland making Delftware, making blue and white. And as soon as people see blue and white tiles on the floor, they don't want brown and yellow anymore.
Suddenly their floors are in HD.
That's it. They don't want them anymore.
The final process is to use a dry mortar mixture of lime and sand, brushed over the tiles into the cracks. Water is added to set the mixture and keep the tiles in place.
At the point of dissolution, the larger monastic houses were still spending money on embellishments such as these tiles or ornate stonework, when they really didn't see it coming.
In 1500, the monasteries under Henry VII were thriving, even rivaling the power of the state. But when his ambitious son Henry VIII came to the throne, the new monarch came to resent the monasteries' power, their wealth, and their control from Rome. The king also questioned the religious purpose of the monasteries, influenced by ideas from Europe that monks no longer needed to pray on behalf of society. Individuals should now pray directly to God to ensure their own salvation. In the 1520s, the wheels were put in motion for the king to break away from the Roman Church and dissolve the monasteries. Professor James Clark, an expert in medieval history, has come to discuss the dissolution of the monasteries.
I just find it utterly amazing that so enormous shift happened with remarkably little protest.
It is remarkable. This is carried out in 4 years or so. They are, in fact, continuing to embellish their churches and the buildings of the convent at the very moment that the King's Commissioners arrive. There's one scene at one monastery where the King's Commissioners are literally picking their way over the trenches that are being dug for the foundations of new walls and so on.
What was the impact to the wider society?
The institution that has really made and shaped many people's living and working environment is removed. Monasteries provided care for the sick through hospital foundations. They had school foundations, and these are closed at the dissolution. This is uncharted territory for many village and town communities across England.
The team's time as tenant farmers of the monastery is coming to an end. The farmers' calendar was punctuated with religious festivals. Earlier in the year, the team set up a religious guild, a group that monitored its members' piety to ensure the salvation of their souls. Guilds often put on mystery plays, a tradition that was to be largely lost after the dissolution of the monasteries. A representative from the guild would be in charge of organising the play and recruiting locals to act and help build the sets. The team are meeting with drama expert Dr. Eleanor Lowe to find out what's involved.
What do we mean by mystery play in the first place?
Well, the word mystery links to the Latin word mysterium, which means a guild or a craft. So these plays were very much linked to the guilds who were responsible for each of these plays, and each of the guilds would be asked to put on their own section of the story. So these mystery plays were a cycle of plays, several different plays, each of which told a sort of little snapshot moment from the Bible. They tell the story of the scriptures from the creation right through to the harrowing of hell. Yeah.
So it's education and entertainment at the same time?
Absolutely, all at the same time.
Are we talking professional actors then, or people
No.
giving it a go?
No, so these are amateurs as part of the guild, performing on the street in front of their fellow townspeople and trying to communicate a message.
Ruth is in charge of making a popular Tudor drink for the audience at the play, using forgotten fruits from the countryside.
Sugar was only known as a sort of rare spice in early Tudor England, so you couldn't possibly make jam or bottle fruit or any of those sorts of methods that later on in history people used for preserving fruit through the winter. No. In the 1490s, in 1500, fruit had to keep all by itself. So what you were looking for was varieties which would do exactly that.
As fruit was expensive to preserve, any that could last for longer in the larder would be most welcome.
The bullaces are ripe on the bullis tree. A really ancient fruit, one that sort of gets rather forgotten about these days. A little sort of type of plum, a little bit sour. But, I mean, you can eat them raw if you like sharp flavours. A little bullis being a more solid-fleshed, less watery sort of a fruit, will keep for 3 or 4 weeks after it's been picked.
As taste changed and sweeter varieties of plums, such as damsons, became more popular, the bullis plum was largely forgotten.
But what that means is it becomes something of an indicator species. If you're out in the countryside and you come across a great line of bullis trees, you're almost certainly at the site of ancient settlement. They're as much a part of our heritage as any church or other building.
To impress the audience of the play, guilds would pull out all the stops to produce a memorable performance. Tom has come to see alchemist Jack Green to experiment with making Tudor pyrotechnics.
Jack, it looks like we're about to start cooking here. We've got pestle and mortars, got ingredients, but this is actually what we're going to use to make Tudor fireworks.
Fireworks, yes.
Although they had been used in China since the 10th century, in England it was not until the 13th century that a churchman called Roger Bacon first studied how to make fireworks.
So, Jack, what's our first ingredient?
Charcoal is what we need. No great cost.
Easily accessible.
Yes.
This is basically the principle of grind all the ingredients down and
Yes.
mix them, isn't it?
Yes, and the finer you grind them, the more intimately mixed they are, the more powerful is the fire.
Fireworks were produced by adding other minerals to the charcoal, like saltpeter.
So what is saltpeter?
Well, it's a salt, and it's a salt that accumulates in manure heaps. It helped ignition.
There's also an element of risk, creating gunpowder. I imagine it's not something people wanted spread about, that knowledge.
The difference between a modern scientist, a modern chemist, and a medieval alchemist is that a modern chemist believes in publishing results. Alchemists had exactly the opposite attitude. All alchemists wrote in code. And the fascination of alchemy is to work out what the symbols mean.
The Tudor period was the first time these ratios of ingredients were studied, and gunpowder was made to be as explosive as possible. Jack and Tom are trying their own ratios.
Very good. That goes in there. This is for filling. Funnel.
OK, and this goes on the top.
I do have a secret ingredient for this. We have here some gunpowder. So we'll put a little of it in.
That goes down the bottom, does it?
Yes. That will make it
finish for the flourish, you see.
Layers of the powders need to be built up to create different effects. Jack's experimental layer of gunpowder will, hopefully, make it go with a bang.
And then a little more of this. We must be there by now, surely.
I don't know, you're the boss.
Well, you're the man with the eyes. Now we put the fuse in to start it off. That should be good. There we have it. So there we are. Good luck for the mystery play.
Trust me, he's going to bring the house down.
I hope not.
Ruth is experimenting with an ancient recipe to make an alcoholic refreshment for the audience to enjoy. It will be made from the freshly picked bullaces.
Whenever people talk about monks and monasteries, the word mead comes up. Of course, the truth is that monks mostly drank beer, and they drank an awful lot of beer. But now and again, in party mode, there was a little bit of mead floating around. Your basic mead is just some honey and some water, and you allow it to ferment. But if you flavoured it with fruit, you called it melomel. That's what this is. So I'm just crushing up the fruit in order to release the juice. And then that just goes straight in our brewing vessel. And along with that, the honey. Now, the more honey I use, the stronger it'll be. In we go, and then the water. And that's it. You'll have noticed that I didn't wash the fruit first, and that's deliberate. I want the wild yeasts on the skin of the fruit to be in there, working, feeding on the sugars from the fruit and from the honey, quietly turning the water into alcohol. That's basically it.
Ruth will leave it in the sun, allowing the fruit to ferment and hopefully create a tasty drink. It's the day of the mystery play.
For mankind shall dwell evermore in bliss that never fails within.
Records give some details of how plays were put on, and the team have converted a farmyard cart into a stage from which these mobile plays would be performed across towns.
So what's really interesting about these plays is that they're very popular in the 14th, 15th century, and then by the time we get to the 1590s, they've really been censored out of fashion. And that's partly to do with the dissolution of the monasteries, because of course they're very much tied up with the Catholic Church calendar.
Guilds chose a play that reflected their interests. Carpenters' guilds, as woodworkers, would naturally put on the crucifixion. And the team's Farmers' Guild has chosen a play centred on the salvation of souls by Jesus. The harrowing of hell.
My brethren, I think our help is near, and soon shall cease our sorrows.
Mystery plays were similar in style to modern pantomimes. Tom is playing Beelzebub, and the bad guy's arrival on stage is marked in the same way it is today, with a bang.
Prince and principal, from here they shall not pass.
Records of the plays show accounts of pulley systems and elaborate sets being used. Peter is in charge backstage, using whatever he has to hand.
So they survive the dissolution itself, then they just sort of peter out a bit afterwards.
Yes, exactly. And then in the 16th century, we get the foundation of the permanent theatre structures and professional theatre companies.
A curse! Afore I sink into my pit!
Jesus has saved the souls and banished the devil.
Lightning down, lightning off, and a cloud of peace and love. Here we go.
Praise his glory!
Well done, guys. Well done.
Sorry, Peter.
Awesome, that was brilliant. Well done. Go take the praise.
The festivities will carry on for many hours, and Ruth's melomel has turned out to be a hit with the audience. In 1534, Henry VIII made himself supreme head of the church, breaking away from Rome. It marked the beginning of the end for the monasteries. It would be the last time that religion and farming were so entwined. Over the course of the next 4 years, monasteries were pulled down, their valuable land and materials stripped and sold off. The great structures that had dominated the landscape for centuries were left as empty shells.
They're really melancholy places, these, aren't they?
We are standing in a monastic graveyard. We are standing in the end of an era that was just so total.
It's important to remember it's not just the loss of these buildings, it's the social services that are lost by the monasteries closing down, the education, the caring for the old and the sick, the employment, and it takes near enough a generation to replace this.
But also, I suppose monasteries are a victim of their own success. They are these institutions of wealth and power, of craft and industry, of raw materials. And Henry VIII looks at them and says,
I want that, yeah.
I want that.
I want that. It is a lost age, you know, a lost past. And you think what a huge turning point it was in our history.
It's the last day on the farm. The boys have come to say goodbye to their faithful oxen, Gwyn and Graceful, and give them their winter feed.
These girls have worked so well for us. Yeah, haven't they? We have been a team, guys. You have been our farm. Done our ploughing, you've done our harrowing, you've moved carts of wool, you've kept us in check, haven't you?
Well, they really have been
Harrowed
steady
the ground.
performers, haven't they?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Well, someone had to be.
Yeah, indeed. They picked up the slack where we've let it go.
Yes, you'll get some food in a second. Gonna miss you guys.
Without them, we couldn't have got half the stuff done. And we built up a working relationship and...
It's a real insight at just how reliant a Tudor farmer would have been on their livestock. Without these guys, you don't have a farm. Without a farm, you don't have a livelihood. Well, it's been emotional.
Best of luck, girls.
In 1500, the monasteries had been at the peak of their power and influence. They were one of the largest landowners in England, controlling mines, waterways, and farms, and holding a virtual monopoly over the wool trade.
I thought they were supposed to be white sheep, these ones.
They were the dominant spiritual and cultural focus in Tudor society. The Dissolution transferred the power of the monasteries, along with their land and wealth, to the crown. Some aspects of monastic authority would be taken over by the state and private enterprise. Others would simply disappear. And the farming landscape of Britain was changed forever.
Bosra vestibus in stola sua formasus. Amen. It's been amazing working on a Tudor monastery farm. I mean, turning up, it was just hustle, bustle, the marketplace, everything was going on. It was just idyllic.
Everything's been fun, but it's definitely been hard work. You know, my weight's dropped off a little bit, you know, a few aches and pains, bruises, sores, but it's been fantastic. I wouldn't change anything.
I felt this year almost a sort of nostalgia that we were living a life that was about to slip away. This is such a pivotal moment. It's like the deep breath that Britain takes, ready before it suddenly launches into a new way of living.